And a very good morning to you all from Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama. This is March Madness. No, this is the World Racing League on Driver's Eye Live. Happy to have everybody's company this morning. As always, I'm Brendan Kazmarek, joined, as always, by Joseph Boudrak. Good morning, Joseph.
Hello, friends.
By, I think, Scott Michaels. Good morning, Scott.
Morning.
He is here. Awesome. JT Tammy.
Hello.
Who was here yesterday, and a gentleman who was not here yesterday, Ryan West.
What's up, party people? Woo!
Yeah. Ryan was with us back at NOLA this weekend, joins us remotely for the Sunday only, but happy to have him along for the ride. As always, 7 hours to come today after a pretty entertaining 9-hour race yesterday, all things considered. Didn't necessarily look like it was headed that way for a long time, but then, as is WRL's wont, about 3 or 4 hours from the end, things kind of fell apart, and the race exploded, and we got a pretty thoroughly entertaining finish. If anybody would like to recap, Joseph, Scott, anybody, feel free to take that one away. It's hard to cram 3 hours into 60 seconds, but I'll let one of you give it a shot.
I'll try briefly, and then Scott can fill in the bits that I'm missing. We had what felt like a little bit of a dogfight between the 696 for JTR and the 909 for automatic. We had a late code 35, which one of the cars took advantage of. The other car did not. One car had a mechanical issue that brought them back into the clutches of the 909. And that leveled things up, and pit strategy a mix of pit strategy mistakes and questionable decisions.
Yeah,
ended up deciding the winner.
Yeah, I think we had some the mechanicals that were mixed in there have cost us a few casualties for today's race. Just got a message from James Candelaria, owner of the 609 for Round 3 Racing. The gearbox failure yesterday on that car meant that they will not be starting the second race of the weekend. I haven't seen the Pro Sport Competition Aston Martin on the pit lane, although I'll wait till the cars roll off to actually confirm that information. And who else did we lose? I briefly lost Hitman Racing yesterday. I think they're going to be back out today. In fact, I know they're going to be back out today. I had a message from Jason Marks, which very simply said full send. So it'd be nice to see the 34 back out. Yep. This is very new to us. We don't normally catch the cars before they roll off here. Normally we start our pre-race as the cars are halfway around their first pace lap. But at 7:54 this morning, waiting for actually the Camaro pace cars just leaving the front straightaway as we speak. A little twist for today's race, gentlemen. We spoke yesterday at some length about the Code 35s and how that doesn't ever reset the field. You don't get cars being bunched up under safety car. You don't get cars being caught a lap down. None of those little odd quirks ever really take place.
No, it doesn't reset the field, but it does reset strategy, and that's
for sure.
Yeah, I mean it's
maybe not very.
Yeah, it's maybe not as obvious of an effect, but it definitely is there.
It is maybe the most key component of the way those races play out is how the Code 35 works. My point for that, though, was that today we are actually going to have a full course yellow, a safety car situation.
A red flag.
Yes, but preceded by the safety car, which is going to create a situation that we did not have yesterday. So the cause for that is this mandated safety hour, locally mandated safety hour between 11 and 12 o'clock. It will be a 7-hour race competitively. Joseph, I assume the timer is going to show 8 hours in a countdown?
Yeah, so we'll expect a checkered flag at 4 Central Time, and Correct. So that's what our countdown will be set for.
Yes. So you'll see 8 hours in the top left. It is a 7-hour race, 7 hours of scored competition with that hour break in the middle. The double yellow and the safety car expected to come out between 10:45 and 10:50 so that the cars are in the pit lane, shut down and quiet by the time 11 o'clock rolls around. And then we will refire the engines just past noon local and set up for the final 4 hours of the race. So that means that the focus for certainly the GTO cars is going to be to try and stay on the lead lap through those first 3 hours and catch the safety car, which we know is coming at around 10:45 or 10:50, so that you don't get caught a lap down, and when you go back out on track, you can basically start your race over and make it a 4-hour quote-unquote sprint to the finish. So we'll see how that pans out.
You got a slightly new look to the front row for the Sunday race compared to Saturday.
Yeah. So we mentioned yesterday, at the end of yesterday's race, that fastest lap times were going to make a difference for the grid on Sunday. That is absolutely the case. JTR Motorsports Engineering had the fastest lap of the race overall yesterday, which I think was exactly a 134 flat, or a 134.5, excuse me, 500. But CMZ Motorsports in the Ginetta, we spoke to Doug Vandenbrink yesterday. That car has pace. This is a car that suits that very light, nimble Ginetta pretty well. And even though they had the, I think it was a fuel pump failure yesterday, they put in a 134.6 as their fastest lap, and it's put them on the outside of the front row, which is actually really great to see. It's the only Ginetta in the field, and so the automatic racing Aston Martin that kind of dueled with the 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering yesterday is going to end up starting a little further down the order just based on its outright pace from yesterday's race. Choice Racing, the number 511, and Round 3 Racing on the second row. Rule 1 Racing and that 909 Automatic Racing that took the checkered flag yesterday on row 3. The general production classes yesterday were not as close as the overall finishing order, or at least the GTO finishing order. But what we do have, or did have yesterday in GP1, was something pretty thoroughly unpredictable until we got to the last 2 hours. Now, we collectively track that stuff pretty closely. PC Racing, Ginger Racing, Moorhead Speedworks, Round 3 Racing, Edge Autosports all played in the overall battle for GP1 yesterday at various points. And if I had to pick a favorite, I mean, other than the battle for the overall win, if I had to pick a favorite sort of series of trends yesterday that we followed, that GP1 battle was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, it was, and that was another battle that kind of played out very differently than what we expected. I don't think we had really... we made the point at the end of the broadcast last night. Nothing really kind of fell into place until maybe the last half hour in either of these classes, in either GTO or GP1.
No, and it was random problem after, another in just repeated succession throughout the course of yesterday's race. And even though it looked like it was going to be a lock for PC Racing, it wasn't. They had some issue that then apparently resolved itself. Then it looked like they were going to be on the podium, then off the podium, then back on the podium, and just rinse, wash, rinse, repeat, man. It was, like I said, thoroughly entertaining. PC Racing will start on that GP1 pole next to the number 47 from Ginger Racing Team. The 147 from Moorhead Speedworks. We did talk to Chad Moorhead yesterday. That car ended up with some contact and damage. Will start third, but was the one car that we expected to be really pacey and really consistent yesterday that just didn't feature after the contact. So for all of the unpredictability and wildness we had in GP1 yesterday, that is the one car we didn't have feature into the mix, and it was still a crazy race anyway. So keep an eye on that 147 today. The first round 3 car, the number 701, starting in P4. The 705 starting back in 6th next to the Edge Autosports number 26, which also featured pretty well yesterday. GP2, pole sitter is North Loop Motorsport next to Harrison Motorsports, number 146. J&R No Lift Racing, the Honda Civic, which we need to shout out because they finished P4 yesterday. A car that has not been super consistent over its time in WRL. Actually got a pretty decent result yesterday. Chattanooga Touring Wagen Meisterschaft starting 4th. That was your Saturday winner. GP3 was a 1-2 from Overnight Motorsports. It starts the same way again today. It was a 3-4 from 9-4 Motorsports. They start on the last row next to each other. Compressor Tech 944 in third, and the number 15 from AOA Motorsports in fourth. As I look to my right, and keep an eye on the PTZ cameras on the closed circuit television, we wait for the GTO field to come around the last sector of the track. RaceHero.io for live timing shows all yellow at the moment. The field, the GTO field, heads down the front straightaway, 2x2. It's a really nice formation, and we'll wait for it to show up here on the live feed, which is just a touch behind what we see on track. The field heads down the front straightaway, and I think we're going to catch them out of turn 1. The green flag waves at Barber Motorsports Park, and it's the 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering who's going to get away at the front of the field alongside that number 27 from CMZ Motorsports. I can tell you, as they head down the second straightaway here at Barber, it is still first and second for the BMW and the Ginetta. Choice Racing will slot into third, the 401 from Round 3 Racing into fourth, and then it's the Rule 1, number 182 in fifth. So top 5 is all exactly as they started. The 280 from Kingpin sits in sixth at the moment, and then the 111 from Thunder Bunny in P7. GP 1, 2, and 3 get their start down the front straightaway. Of course, split starts in the World Racing League between GTO and the production classes. It's a real gaggle in the second half of that production field. No yellow flags, though, so it suggests to me that they've actually made it pretty cleanly, all things considered, through that first portion of the lap. Ginger Racing Team has gotten away at the front of the field by something approaching a second, while Moorhead Speedworks makes the dive up the inside of the PC Racing number 44 on the brakes into turn number 5. GTO now making their way through the last sector of the track. It's still JTR from CMZ, but by no means escaping at the front of the field. Those front 3 are still right together at the head of the overall and GTO running order. Lap 1 done. Those 3 actually separating themselves now from that 401, which is the only round 3 car in GTO remaining this weekend. We mentioned that 609 not taking the start today, and all pretty well behaved, all things considered, for lap 1.
Yeah, it seems like we've got one of the Hammer cars. I think it's the Liqui Moly car taking to the pit lane. But other than that, it seems like it's actually been pretty uneventful.
Challenge for the lead here. The CMZ number 27 really late on the brakes down into turn number 5 and gets right to the back bumper of the 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering. I think that car's got a tire rub. I think your overall race leader is just trailing a little bit of smoke on the way out of turn 6. Now, I don't know that there was ever any contact made down there at turn 5. It was very close, but I don't think they ever actually made metal-to-metal contact.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Fiberglass to fiberglass in this case.
Yeah, you could see on that feed a decent amount of smoke, and I agree. It looks like it's coming out of the right front wheel well.
Right front. Interesting. It looked like maybe it was right rear. If it is right rear, you could maybe say that there was a touch there, and I would believe it, but if it's right front, then definitely not.
From the Choice Racing onboard, it very much looks central in the car.
Interesting.
Okay. Coming out of the back, right under the license plate.
Okay.
Which would indicate more of a mechanical issue than but I can only see it from behind from that onboard camera.
Had a big lockup, by the way, from your GP1 race leader, the number 47 from Ginger Racing Team, on the way into turn 5. Didn't slide wide or anything, so it worked out, but it was a long smoke trail down from the tube board, basically down to the turn-in point down there at 5.
And yeah, confirmation that the 01 car is in the pits at the moment with the bonnet up.
Oh, slow Porsche Boxster on the way out of turn 6. I think this is the 787, the orange and black Boxster that is limping with a damaged suspension on the way to turn 6. I think our trackside will pick that up, actually. Or, no, that car is not under power. I think this is going to grind to a halt trackside, and we're going to get a code 35.
That would be Flying Apex Racing in GP1.
Yeah, that car was involved in an incident late in the running yesterday down at turn 9. I think it was in the barriers, actually, wasn't it?
It was not. We had that confused with the GP3 leader, which was Overnight Motorsports at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, that was revised.
The other orange boxes. Gotcha.
So we had onboard cameras from the 3rd and 4th place cars. They both appear to have died on lap 2. So that's a bit of a shame. But I've gone back on the Choice Racing one, and it looked like there was no smoke until the exit of turn 5 from the JTR car.
Yeah.
And there was no contact because I could clearly see the Ginetta ahead didn't hit him. And then on the way out of the corner, there was smoke coming out from the middle of the car. So I don't know if that's still the case because I've lost both onboard cameras that were following that car. But
one of the Lexus from 9.4 just sent it up the inside of turn 1 and passed 2 cars at once. Be interesting to follow those Lexus is today. They finished well yesterday, 3rd and 4th, but they started at the back because they're not quick over a single lap. So keep an eye on those 2 cars today for consistency's sake. And the second Lexus goes 3 wide, number 9.4.
The 01 car's left the pits, by the way. It's back on track.
Double yellows going out around the circuit, which is the start of our countdown to the first Code 35 of the day. Now the pink flags come out, and did we make it to 10 minutes? We did not make it to 10 minutes before our first Code 35 to go retrieve that stricken number 787 on the way into turn 6, which you can just see behind one of the braking marker boards there to driver's right.
Is that a Halloween decoration on this
It's
bridge?
a mannequin.
Oh, okay.
It's a permanent deck. It looks like it's like trying to be like a kid like on monkey bars, kinda, but on the bridge.
Right. That's
I
a
don't
little
really
on the
understand
twisted
it.
side, I would say.
It is one of my favorite things about Barber, just because of the juxtaposition with how Barber presents itself otherwise. Right?
Interesting.
It looks very much like this country club. You know, they maintain the grass, they maintain the grounds. You have all this animal sort of wildlife type architecture scattered around the circuit. It's just a really well manicured and maintained facility. And then you get down to the bridge, and there is what appears to be a child dangling from the overpass. It so doesn't fit here, but it's permanent. It seems to be permanent.
Yeah, it was here last year.
Yeah.
For both the events that we covered.
Did we cover another event last year at Barber? I thought we only did one.
No, we got paid for both the events that we did at Barber.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay.
Maybe we can have that mannequin hold the camera for us.
Oh, there's an idea.
That'd be a good call.
Yeah, so I'll be kind of curious to see if anybody takes the pits for this one. I would assume not. 6 laps are running, but I mean, there is the counterpoint that it's, especially if you're at the back of a queue already, really no harm in it. There's not, I guess we don't want to belabor the point too much that you don't really get, it's not subsector by subsector tracking like you would get in like an IMSA to enforce something like this.
Right.
But so you could be a little sneaky and just kind of inch your way up towards a pack that's actually going 35.
Well, and remember that what visually presents as speeding, it may actually be a car that's closer to 35 than the rest, right? You may have a couple of cars that are set at 31, 32, or don't have a limiter and are just manually maintaining that speed, whereas somebody is actually set to 34.5 or 35.
It was mentioned in the supplemental regs, Brendan, that you had to be doing 35 at this event, and that they would be penalizing those who were going slower.
Right. Well, there has to be a window in there, right, for cars that don't have, a pit lane speed limiter and can do a set speed. We did see yesterday during the first Code 35 a car that thought the speed was 35K, and so was doing 21 miles an hour around the circuit and created a massive jam behind him.
I imagine that because it was a Cayman, it's possible that they were on a limiter, but they didn't realize their limiter was setting kilometers per hour.
Sure, yeah.
Being German as that car is.
Here's a proposition for anybody listening, and feel free to shout me down for being stupid. That's fine. I feel that unless you're in the actual yellow section where there's work being done, you should be able to race during Code 35. It looks like we're going back to green.
We are going back to green.
Here's my counter to that: is that I think it's a track rule that they don't want emergency vehicles out on track at all while cars
That
are...
is exactly it.
Yeah. So,
It is entirely to do with the deployment of EVs and putting boots on the ground.
So
Gotcha.
yeah, so it would have to be like a rolling kind of slow zone if you want to use the N24
Also,
terminology.
Right.
Mom tried slow zones and found that increasing the number of times drivers have to slow down and speed up was causing more issues than it was worth. So, and that was in a professional field. So, I think that's basically the downfall of the whole slow zone system. As opposed,
I believe that, and that works for tracks that are 8 miles long, right? Where the trade-off there is kind of worth it. But we're doing, 2.3.
Someone's coming down the pit lane.
Yeah, it looks like a black BMW.
Looked like a BMW, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Red on the back, maybe.
Money Pit. It is Money Pit.
Okay.
Oh,
Which is another onboard.
we have the 511 and we're both the 511 and the 401 back, by the way. Somehow that caution fixed their cameras. So at least we're gaining cameras as quickly as we're losing them.
404 and 172 are right together down into turn 1. That's the Chill Out MX-5 with the LS3 in it, and the BMW M2 Club Sport.
The Ginetta is all over the JTR car at the moment, by the way.
There's a couple of really good battles here. Thunder Bunny is right up against the automatic Aston Martin with the Kingpin 77 tucked right in behind it. Kingpin 280 is right up behind Will 1, the 182. And then that lead trio they're separated a little by traffic at the moment, but so that feed from the 511 might actually be a good one to track here.
Good at the moment. It's really showing what we were discussing yesterday with I can't remember the guy's name, but the Ginetta driver.
Doug Vandenberg.
Just gets gapped on the straights every time.
Also, Joseph, if we have the ticker,
Who?
or not the ticker, the scoring tower.
I never heard of her.
Yeah, the scoring tower. Hardly anyone. Yeah. So this is a little behind. But we've come to expect this out of the way our onboards are set up. But this is the lead duo right in front of us. So the Choice Racing 511 BMW M4 sits in third with the
Lexus here. It's going to cause a gap. That Lexus clearly didn't know which line to take into the corner, and unfortunately chose the same one Ginetta wanted.
You're getting.
Whoa! Almost got squeezed there.
Good point, Ryan. Yeah, that was.
I'm going to Townsend Belmed.
Whoa!
Scott's getting quiet. It is a good little battle here with the top 3. I think that JTR car is just making an escape a little bit now from the CMD car.
Oh no!
Yeah, the Ginetta is not friends with Lexi. It's like
Lexus.
The plural of Lexus is Lexus.
Like
Lexa.
deer.
Yes.
The
Wow,
pod of Lexus.
all those Lexus hit those deer.
Yes. That is correct.
That doesn't sound right on a couple
It
levels.
is. It's in the media guide.
That's not... There's no way that's right.
It's 100% right.
Alright.
No question. Joseph, need I remind you who my employer is?
No, I understand that.
Okay, alright. I'm just making sure here.
The Moorhead Speedworks onboard will show the fight for the lead in GP1 at the moment. Ginger Racing Team is just kind of hanging on to a half a second or so advantage over that second of the M3s. It's a pair of M3s. And then Edge Autosports has actually jumped up into third, ahead of PC Racing and then the second Ginger Racing Team, number 46. So that shuffled the 701 back into 6th, if I do my math correctly. This is such a good onboard. And they've changed the TAC readout to be a very pretty graphical display. I'm a big fan of.
I would prefer it if they had done their dyno sheet and then you could see the revs move along the power band.
Also, their track map fits very nicely right underneath the driver's eye live logo. Like
That's-
you couldn't have set that up if you tried.
Obviously, that's intentional.
Yeah, clearly.
Absolutely. Moorhead Speedworks clearly respecting the white space requirements to get onto our broadcast.
Meanwhile,
We'll have to get them
Have a
correct.
chat with
511 on the other
James
hand.
We'll have to get them to correct the orange of the track map to the yellow that we have in the driver's eye live.
Yes.
yeah,
But clash a little bit other than that.
There we go.
we'll
So
figure
that'll-
it out. We'll get their graphics team with our graphics team. Very sophisticated people on both sides, I'm sure.
Which basically just means you need James to hire you to do his graphics.
Everyone should just hire me to do their graphics specifically so that they can work with our overlays.
That is correct. Yes.
All right.
This battle for first in GTO has pretty quickly just become a battle for second and third with the way that Ginetta has been kind of hosed in traffic. Not from anything else anybody around him is doing, just the nature of, although he's being fairly conservative. I think he probably
Yeah.
could have sent it on the big mission car on the inside there, but as the Choice Racing BMW does, up the inside at 15.
It's
But
kind
it's
of
costing
funny.
him just little bits of time that are aggregating to, give him or give the 696 now a 4-second lead.
Yeah, it's always kind of funny to watch people kind of, try to get inside the driver's head when you're watching their onboard, because you get the sense that you feel like you've got to make up for if you cut slow car A a break, then you've kind of put yourself in a position where you feel like you either can or need to be aggressive on slow car B. Because I was just going to make the
many times.
Ooh, I need to correct myself, by the way. I said the Moorhead car was an M3. It's not. It's a 330 CI, which makes that one very rapid 330.
But remember, Joseph, as well, there's while we're watching the onboards, we don't have the rush of adrenaline the drivers have, and it really does make a decision making, particularly cumulatively. That wasn't the word. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
cumulatively, yeah.
I just assumed that was the way English people pronounce that word.
Like
Done
aluminium.
with that. Nobody
Yeah.
would know. But frustration builds up much quicker when you've got adrenaline involved. So these drivers, you can see, while we would maybe wait for 10 pieces of bad luck in traffic before we start getting frustrated, the driver of these cars maybe waits for one, and then bad decisions creep into the mix. You can even see in the 501 onboard down the front straight here, we're going to see just how much of a straight line disadvantage the Ginetta's at, even to this car. And I think the JTR car might even have something on the 511 as well.
By the way, no sign of reoccurrence of that odd smoke out the back of the 696 that we saw in the second or third lap.
Yeah, very strange actually. It must have been a good flow.
Kingpin number 280 is into the pits, and I think they're actually headed into the paddock. They are. They blew right past their pit stall, which is out here in front of me. And either there are a bunch of crew members that are already back there waiting for it, or nobody has any idea that it's headed back there.
Ooh,
There's a yellow.
It is. It's the automatic Aston Martin stopped on the way up turn 3.
What a shame.
Oh, now
Yeah.
it's going again.
Oh, well, that's awkward. Are we just going to come back from
Well,
that?
this
Turn
is
off
the beauty of Code 35, is it doesn't matter,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? Now you just,
Another
we'll
theory
put the
could be
green flags back out and go again.
Reason.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering. Are we going to do that?
Nope, they've just, well, now I'm confused. They've withdrawn the Code 35 flags and put out the double yellow, and now they put the green flags out.
There you go.
Alrighty.
Yeah, and there is the 909.
There it is.
Ooh, battle on for GP1. 147's got the jump at the as the green flag waved, and the acceleration out of turn number 3, which you'll see here, is just enough to get the move done on the way into 5. Now this is odd because this looks like a pretty big gap to have to make up from the onboard here by the time they get to 5. Although that you see it's already losing time.
But
There it
you
goes.
you see what the
Green
issue
is
is,
out,
right?
yeah.
Is the flag station for the 47 is in his periphery, and it's right in the sight line for the 147.
yeah.
And there was
Yep.
another BMW there that got caught out even worse by being between Marshall's post.
Oh, on the topic of being cut out, Scott, the 511's been caught out. Sorry, by the way the green flag flew as well. The 182's gotten by, the 401 has gotten by, so the Choice Racing number 511 in all of this, actually it's going to be in traffic, won't it? Because the 182 is already out of it, but shortly here I think we're going to see the 401 with the Haggerty Motorsports sponsorship along the side. Yeah, there it goes. Right up the inside at turn 3 with the number 511 being caught out behind one of the BMWs.
Yeah, I hadn't even noticed that the Rule 1 car was so close. I'd been watching the 401s on board, and he was all over the 501 before that yellow flag. But
Yeah.
the Rule 1 car was right behind both of them and got the jump on both of those BMWs.
Yeah, that lead group has sort of shifted slightly. Initially it was the top 3, then things kind of grew apart there, but in doing so, the 511 slipped back into the clutches of the Rule 1, number 182, then the 401, and now that's sort of become the next little battle pack, as supercar broadcasts would call it.
The chase, if you will.
Yes, the Zinger replay. We don't have those here.
We
AFC
don't even have
zingers or
replays.
replays. Yeah, no, exactly.
What a gaggle.
Thanks, Matt Malone. Shouts to Matt Malone. Two round 3 racing cars right together, the 701 and the 705, with the number 777 from Big Mission Motorsports, previously of Ronnie Phelps Motorsports fame. Still some pretty decent groups of cars here. And I know a lot of that is the production classes having not really strung themselves out yet. But when you throw the GTO cars, lapping them into the mix, it just creates these clumps of 7 or 8 cars at a time that are still keeping these traffic conditions actually really tricky.
401 versus the CMZ Ginetta there, as the Hammer 01 was getting in the way. Side by side into turn 5, and side by side into turn 7. And the camera freezes. Okay, the 401 made the move into turn 7, so that would be a change for second, I think, because it looks like Rule 1 has dropped back into 4th.
Do we have that 401 on board, Joseph?
Oh, and the
Working on it.
the Ginetta actually went around the outside of turn 7 to get them back, so that was impressive. Just again showing how nimble that Ginetta is.
Meow.
Yeah, the Rule 1 car is right behind 401 there.
The Ginetta kind of feels like and forgive me for the reference here, but the 787B.
I knew you were going to
GTP.
say that.
Yep. You can thrash it around because it is so nimble, and presumably, therefore, also pretty light on its tires, and that was kind of the suggestion that Doug Vandenbrink confirmed yesterday.
Yeah, it would have been kind of interesting to see how it did at NOLA.
Yes, I had the same thought this morning. With a Hammer car is going to fire it up the inside of the 27 on the brakes at turn 5, then slide wide of the apex and balk the 27 under acceleration. And there goes the Ginetta, actually gets the punch out of turn 5, and then it'll get up to about 4th gear, and presumably the 01 will just drag back past it on the braking zone.
Well, you'd hope
turn
not.
7.
The 01 is laps down at this point.
It's really fighting the Ginetta, though, Scott. It's putting in a much better fight, or much deeper fight than I thought it would. Now, it's early, and, being 4 laps down can still get you second if you keep pace with the leader. We saw that yesterday, where, 6 hours into the race, the lead margin was 3 or 4 laps. So I get keeping the fight on here, but you've got to be careful not to make a mistake and take out 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in one shot.
Yeah, if you want to go on board with the 01, we're about to see. I think the Ginetta's strongest corner is potentially turn 7, that big loop around the bottom of the straight after the chicane. It really hooks up around there and fires off that corner.
Oh, now the 01 is actually dropping back pretty considerably. It's given up.
Out of turn 7.
Yeah.
The big weak point.
Which is interesting, because you would have thought the Ginetta was kind of weak there. It's a long uphill climb. We know that car doesn't have a ton of power.
Is the 909 stopped again? Or am I looking at an old replay? I'm on board the Ginger Racing car. It might have been on the way. It's on the back part of the circuit if it is.
The CCTV hasn't picked anything up.
Yeah, it definitely is. At turn 14.
Interesting, because the CCTV is there, but there's no automatic car there.
It's car stopped on track, driver's left in the race control log.
Yeah, they have not. They haven't moved the PTZ camera at all. It's facing pit in, but there's. I mean, all they need to do is rotate the camera like 100 degrees, and it should be off on the right.
Has Pro Sport gotten moving again?
Is Pro Sport out there?
That was my question. Sorry. By moving again, I meant, like, are they running today? No, it doesn't look like they are.
No,
I just saw Aston.
The tower says otherwise.
Okay. Wait, it says the 143 is out there?
No, it says that it's out. So.
Oh, it did not take the start. There are a couple cars that didn't take the start. 609, we knew we lost that car. The 984 from W2W is not out there. The number 14 from the Chandler School. The 143 Pro Sport Aston. The 85 from AOA Motorsports, which I think we saw limp its way into the paddock yesterday. And the 09 from Roberts Motorsports Industries, which I don't think we made mention of at any point yesterday. Did not start as well. The 199, which I think is Team Hoser. And, oh man, jump on board with the 511 because things are about to get dicey on the way into turn 1.
I believe the 511's camera's frozen.
Oh, come on.
401 is active.
401, I think, was a part of that.
They're ahead of the 511.
Somebody else is a part of that then. They're 3 wide again. 401, Ronnie Phelps start, well, ignition car, and then the 31. But to put a point on that 199, it's a yellow Nissan 300ZX, which I think was supposed to be entered under Team Hoser. It's on Race Hero, but it didn't roll off the grid. Yeah, so that was what I was describing with the Choice Racing car about 20 seconds ago. I think that's the Rule 1 Porsche that got shoved off into the runoff there.
I think this might be a different gaggle.
Yeah.
I
think it was the Choice car at the front of that, wasn't it?
No, I think that was the.
No,
that
maybe
looked to me like the 2.
TLM Monoflow, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, number 79. They actually look very similar, mostly white with some black accenting.
No. This was a black BMW with some greenish accents.
Okay.
I think the 01 is right behind that battle. I think the 511 has made the pass on Rule 1. They've come across the line now, I think, and that's changed. Oh no, they're about to come across the line. Looks like the Rule 1 car is right ahead of the 01, so therefore I think the 511 is further up. Nope, I'm wrong. 511 must be right behind the 01.
The 01 just got the blue flag at start.
But a trend I'm seeing that's interesting is that CMZ, the Ginetta, is capable of lapping at the same speed as JTR.
Yeah.
But they're having a much harder time in traffic, which is why that 11-second gap is formed. It's got nothing to do with raw pace. Those two cars are pretty even otherwise. But yeah, the Ginetta's just having a really hard time getting through traffic just because of its straight line disadvantage.
Yeah, and to make up for that, you've got to kind of throw the car into braking zones. And, I mean, we've seen that in professional racing in the past, where the way the classes interact with each other makes it very hard to be consistent through traffic. And for a while there at Le Mans, you had prototypes that had to send it in braking zones because they just didn't have the acceleration, pre-hybrid, to be able to make the run down the straights. And that's sort of the feeling I get with that Ginetta. It just doesn't have the punch to out-drag somebody on the straights, and it's got to make up for it, it's got to send it to braking zones. And in an 8-hour endurance race, that's just not worth it.
Well, that is also the reason, as the JTR car sets the pass lap with 34.2, that is also the reason why it's held on to second, because we've seen a lot of cars draw up along the straight, and then that Ginetta will just absolutely send it into the corner and keep the place that way. Presumably, cars like the 401, the 182, and the 511 are not willing to take that level of risk into a corner. That's why the gap's ballooned out to 15.7 seconds. I feel like if maybe the 401 could make the pass, they might be able to get away in traffic and keep a bit closer to the JTR BMW. But as things are, that gap's just expanding every time the little train, the Ginetta train per second, captures some traffic.
Yeah. Personal best lap times from the JTR car, and actually the race best lap times are not going to help. 134.246. And even though the CMZ car has just done a 34.8 2 laps ago, like you mentioned, close-ish on pace, but that JTR car just has, I think, the ultimate pace this morning.
Well, I don't know. When CMZ made that lap time, it was only 5,000 of a second slower than JTR's fastest lap time. So I think the JTR car is, I guess, getting into its stride. Just trying to work out. Oh, that was a lapped car ahead of the 401 there that the Ginetta was passing. Ginetta's got some relatively clear track, so hopefully we'll see it stretch its legs and peg that gap a little bit.
Worth noting, by the way, we've got a pretty solid overcast layer this morning. For all the bright sunshine we had Friday and even through a lot of yesterday, the temperature climbed up very quickly. It was very hot in the press box, like really hot in here. But because there's no sun, there's no energy being put into this room. Also, no energy being put into the track other than from the cars. And so I think we're going to see a much lower track temperature. I know we're going to see a much lower track temperature. And therefore, I think the speeds are going to stay higher for longer. The ambient temperature will come up a little bit. But...
Good point, actually. I think that 34.2 is faster than any lap we saw yesterday, isn't it? 34.5 fastest lap?
Yeah.
Black flag and number board being shown to 0.2, I think, at start. I want to confirm that. I only saw two numbers on the number board.
I don't have anything for... No, it's not the 0.2, it's the 2, I think.
Yeah, I thought so too. I think he just missed it, was the issue there.
I was going to say, Hammer Motorsport only had 2 cars here this weekend, so there's no 0.2.
Yeah, unless there's a third number I can't see to the left because the starter is standing in front of it.
The reason I say that, Brendan, is because at 8:18, so about 15 minutes ago, the 2 was cited on 2 different laps for dumping fuel, and I haven't seen them get called since then, but that would be the one reason that I can imagine they might meatball that car.
Yeah, I wonder if they...
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It's for a different reason. I think that that sort of nudge that we saw at turn 1, I think that's going to prompt race control to force that car to switch drivers.
Oh, interesting. It did feel a little like a racing incident with 5 or 6 cars going into the same space in start of a multi-class race, but I get it.
Personal fastest lap, BMZ Ginetta, just to prove that they are capable of matching JTR, more or less, on pace. But again, as I said, they're in a little pocket of clean air at the moment. That won't last too long.
I don't think we made mention of this yesterday, but JTR does have a second car here. The 698?
Yeah.
It's just a plain white BMW M2, and we had kind of wondered that, the car didn't appear to be on pace. Relative to its team car. It is the 2 car, by the way, being black flagged. But that 698...
That is under investigation, but they've clearly decided to take some immediate action.
Yeah, and it has... I don't know that it's acknowledged it. It was in a group of about 3 cars there, so seeing it maybe is less likely. But... that 698, I thought it was an M2 Club Sport, and it was just really off the pace. It's not. It's actually just an M2. So that explains why it is, not doing the pace of its GT4 and sort of Club Sport class car brethren.
Sure.
Did we mention the lead changed hands at GP1? Moorhead car got around the number 47.
That happened on
the
restart.
It was right after. Yeah, that was right at the restart. We did mention that. I think we actually called that time.
Yeah, and PC Racing dropped through the field quite a bit to 9th, where it has stayed since.
I wonder what's going on there, because it's doing 140s.
And the problem is, so is the rest of the class. I mean, if you look at our 4th place 46 Ginger Racing, their best lap so far this race is a 39.5. That's 2 seconds quicker than the fastest lap they did yesterday.
They did 2 147s.
Guys, 401's going to round up the Ginetta in turn 2 here in traffic.
yet again proving the Ginetta struggling with traffic. It's good.
Yeah,
control doing
I think
their
that
thing.
was. I think that was just positioning, though. He got caught in behind the Mustang on the inside and was never going to be able to make it through that corner with any sort of.
Well, sure, but the reason he was there was because he couldn't clear the Mustang on the straight.
Ah, fair enough. 2 has made it into the pits. It's Kate Speed Jones and Kai Goldberg are the 2 drivers listed on that car. So he heads down to the penalty box, so the black flag station, and the black flag marshal.
I'm really enjoying watching
gives the
the.
man I'm talking to.
I'm really enjoying watching the Hitman on mod you just provided me, Brendan. The driver there is he's making passes, moving up through the field. He's one of our highest climbers so far, and he's also waving and giving thumbs up to every car he passes, which is kind of it's nice to see that.
That'll be Jason Marks in that car.
It is Jason Marks, yeah. All he said this morning was Jason Marks starting the 34, full send. And that appears to be exactly the case.
Yeah, he's just passed the split decision car, so that's up 13 positions from the start. Which I think that's the only car in GTA that's passed double-digit cars so far. So yeah, definitely, yeah. He's definitely not letting us down that.
He's passed a dozen cars, and he's still only in 13th.
Yeah, when that car didn't last very long yesterday, right? So they didn't have much opportunity to set a fast time to put themselves up on the grid. So that kind of makes sense. It's a really good camera.
And we actually did speak to Jason Marks yesterday after the car went out, and one of the, I don't remember if he mentioned this on air or just off air to me. I think it might have been off air, but he mentioned that they actually specifically set the driver camera up, so the lower right hand side of the corner of the screen, to be able to use that information for coaching. Right, he said a lot of teams will just throw an onboard in and it'll show part of the dash, or it'll sit right behind a pillar in the middle of the windshield or something like that. But he said they've set their picture-in-picture up specifically so that he can coach customers, they can coach customers, and to use it for lap time reviews and to actually be functional as a tool for them rather than just monitoring what's happening on track.
Interesting that he's feeling the need to tighten his belts 38 minutes into this stint.
I wonder if that's just like a muscle, like a fidget, for a racing driver.
Taking both hands off the wheel to do it is a fidget I'd want. So this car is currently in 12th place, 3.3 seconds behind the battle for 10th between Chill Out Systems and 41 Thunderbird. It should be fun watching this car come up behind that Chill Out MX-5 with the LS3 engine. Could be an interesting little battle.
Yeah, that car really hasn't featured this weekend. We know it went out yesterday with some mechanical issues, but for as strong as it came out of the box at NOLA, we have more cars here. I think the level of competition has gone up slightly, and it's not a car that's going to suit a tight technical track like Barber as well as it would have at somewhere like NOLA with the long straights and the big acceleration zones.
I think Chill Out might have just made... Oh no, sorry, they are already ahead, aren't they? Thunder Bunny. They definitely sneak past someone in turn 2, but it was Chill Out.
On board with your GP1 leader?
The 2 has honored that black flag by the looks of things.
Yeah, and you know what? As soon as the black flag marshal started talking to the driver, I didn't see him go back to the paddock or get out of the car or anything like that. So I assume it was just hey, you're receiving a formal warning. This also serves as a penalty. Don't do it again.
Yeah, it's clearly they felt like they had enough evidence from what was available to them that they felt it warranted changing the driver out. I don't know if that'll be pending review. I've got that as still being under investigation. You know what? I think the reason that they've done it is that 2 car is under investigation for 3 separate contacts.
Oh, wow.
So it wasn't just that. I think that might have just been the final straw kind of deal.
Interesting. Well, so we'll wait to see what the follow-up with that is, whether there are more penalties to come once those investigations are complete. These investigations do take time, obviously. Teams will be asked be asked to provide video from their onboard cameras, whether they're live streamed or they are, they have to pull an SD card. They are required to provide that to race control upon request. So until that car is into the pits and they can pull an SD card and get the data from them and from the other cars involved or surrounding teams, we won't get an answer necessarily on those instances of contact and any associated penalties. Personal best from round 3 racing, the number 401. It's your second place car overall, 135.128, and just stretches the margin out back to that number 27 CMZ Motorsports.
I
did G55.
Speculate whether when that car got ahead of the CMZ car, as they've just proven coming across the line now, I don't think the 401 necessarily has raw pace on the CMZ car, but it does every time they catch traffic. It just needs a little bit more of a margin because it tends to be able to pass slower cars one corner before the genetic capable of doing so. And that 35.1 is 9/10 off what JTR is capable of, so that explains why the gap is still expanding. It's out now to just under 21 seconds.
Chill Out has clawed back with like about 2.5 seconds that lap on Screaming Goat in the 9th position. So keep an eye on that.
They were in the running yesterday, and they're doing the same thing. They're coming from outside the top 10, and they've worked their way up 4 positions so far. It's kind of in line with the rate that they were making progress yesterday. I think when we get to the pit stops, that'll obviously with Screaming Ghosts, they seem to have the best mileage in GTO, so they'll start to crawl their way up quicker and quicker the more we get into pit stops.
Different teams and cars have different. Go ahead, Joseph.
I was gonna say it feels like it's I feel like these two things are related, right? They're not particularly a peaky car. They're not a ultimate speed car, but that seems to be a quality that helps them in the longer run during the race.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've fully identified that their strength is their fuel mileage, their stint length, and their flexibility, as it relates to fuel.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna, if you've got that as an advantage already, you might as well lean into it. Just maximize that as much as you can. And even if you're sacrificing a little bit of pace, or the car doesn't have pace, you might as well just, run to fuel mileage numbers and try and minimize the number of pit stops you're making. And I know we talk about that every time we talk about Screaming Goat, which is, not to belabor the point, but it's fair because it is how they run endurance races quickly and how they, find themselves regularly in contention. GP2, to make a mention of your class leader down there, Harrison Motorsports, number 146.
Yep.
We mentioned yesterday, I think it's the first time we've seen them, or first time in a while we've seen them in the WRL paddock, and they lead their class. JT, did you have something to add?
Oh, I was just going to say, they've been up there. They had started second on the grid, and they had got around the Northloop Motorsports, which has dropped down to 4th, about 40 seconds back.
Northloop car just not on the pace at the moment. Had some messages yesterday, I think we got them. We did get a message from them this morning. They had all kinds of issues yesterday. Fuel pump issue. Let's going back through the list here.
That's never good.
No, I mean they spent a lot of. It was a fan belt, the accessory belt in the number 21. So
right, yeah, they
all kinds of issues for that car. Yes, when they came up yesterday, we were talking to them about it. And it just doesn't seem like that car's really been on the pace yet this morning. There's a long way to go, so that's fine.
Not as long as they would have had yesterday, though. It's worth noting. Because there's 2 hours less running today than there was on Saturday.
Sure. Yep.
Well, that said, as long as they stay on the lead lap.
Well, but it doesn't matter so much for the lower classes because that's all going to be dictated by where the leader is.
Where the overall leader is.
It's a question I guess worth asking is, are we doing a wave by at the
No.
full course yellow?
No, that is not part of the listed procedure. Number 2 is into the pits.
Back in?
Yes.
Okay.
Or still in.
No.
no.
I think they've just come out, Brendan.
Oh, so I wonder if after the black flag visit they went into the paddock.
Probably though. I mean,
I mean, if they've been
based on the
missing
fact
for
that they were under
15 minutes,
investigation
that'll be the case.
given that they were under investigation for 3 different contacts, I'm gonna go on a limb and say there's probably a lengthy discussion with race control.
That could be. Nobody was up here. I'll say that.
We got Hitman Racing has now caught that battle between Thunder Bunny and Chill Out Systems. Meanwhile, the Chill Out driver is being liberal with his gesticulations in the car, which is, I think we've seen that before from one of their drivers, if I remember rightly at Nola.
Too wide on the outside of turn 9 there.
Yeah, he's been frustrated by this 157. I think we saw this 157.
151. It's a female BMW.
I think we saw this car getting in the way a little bit yesterday. It's not the easiest car in the world to lap.
It tucks right up behind the Pinnacle Motorsports. I think that'll be the
127?
Or 127. Of course, the resolution drops right as we get up alongside it.
Yeah, that shouldn't be the Pinnacle car because they're not quite lapped yet.
It's a 127. Oh man, they're going to go 3 wide behind this Hitman car into turn 1. Split decisions in there. I think the Ginger Racing Team BMW's in there. They all made it through the other side. It was particularly spicy.
Held on really nicely to hit that. Taken. Another car that's worth mentioning is the number 79 TLM Monoflow car, which is moving really nicely through the field. I noticed they were setting a number of low 136s in a row earlier, which is way faster than all the cars around them. We got a message saying that it's Evan. It's either Hinckley or Hinkle.
I think it's Hinkle, Scott.
Hinkle.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's Hinkle.
Evan Hinkle starting that car, so he's doing a really great job.
Ooh,
The Aston's
slow. Yep.
Stopped,
Yep.
actually,
Stopped.
I think.
Well, it's moving again. So for the second time, that's a stock reset and continue.
Really likes turn 6, doesn't it?
Well, I think that's probably because it's able to coast down to that. That you're going. It's a slight uphill crest coming out of 5, and I think that's just where it runs out of momentum.
Stopped. Yep, absolutely.
Now, what it is it's seeing turn 17 and the driver's just wondering if that's the correct route.
if I go to 17, that feels like that'll be a shortcut.
That feels like that'll be fun. Checks the sat nav. Okay.
Hashtag respect the bumps. 17.
Okay.
It's a Sebring reference.
Yeah, bank turn 17.
No.
Trying to figure out what that meant. Hitman had a terrible lap last time around, which is why we see a lot of clean road ahead of them.
Oh, we've got an incident here at 15. I don't know if I'm behind on this or not, but we have had an incident at 15.
All of my onboards are on the other side of the track, so I can't confirm whether that's current or not.
Okay, well, it is moving. It's labeled as a spin and continue on race control, so I am a little behind, but we figured out who that is. 336 is the call out on race control.
So that's Big Mission Motorsports down in 16th and GP1.
Correct.
Yeah, 2:15 lap.
Gentlemen.
Scoundrel.
Yeah, so
Trouble.
we don't really. Oh,
147.
It is. It's a 147.
Ugh.
The PTZ's just picked it up, or CCTV's just picked that up at turn 9. I guess it's on the way into 9.
Yeah.
It is right in front of the museum exit there. While this develops and we kind of keep an eye on it, I have an interview. We don't really get to do post-race interviews because of how long it takes to do post-race tech. However, Tyler Stone has joined us from Automatic Racing, the number 909 Aston Martin. We talked to Tyler yesterday. That was before you guys were declared race winners at the end of Saturday's race. So first off, welcome and congratulations.
Well, thank you very much.
It was awfully exciting for us to watch. So 147 actually just gets tucked behind. I think, did it just get tucked behind the wall, or did it continue?
I think they're rocking it to try to get it
Oh no,
started
it
back
has
up.
continued. It's on its way up to turn 11.
Okay.
But Tyler, let's first let's run through what happened yesterday. You were 3 laps down. Then all of a sudden you watch the overall leader slow, lose a bunch of time, come into the pits, and you guys are right back in contention, right?
That's right. Yep.
And then you're just setting yourselves up for the run to the finish. So what was that like, both out of the car, and then eventually you ended up getting in the car and running the race out to its conclusion? So what was that like yesterday inside the automatic camp?
Well, it's always a long race. These races are long races, and so you have to be ready and for whatever it throws at you. So we were prepared on pit lane to make some. David does a good job to do some. David's the team owner. To do some strategy, and it worked out well to get us back into place to where we were at least on the lead lap. I think we were in maybe second when I got back in the car.
Okay.
And put us in a good position to make a run for the finish. Really, when you're on the stand, it's you want to, as a driver, you want to get in the car because you want to get out there and help the team.
Sure.
But you also want to talk on the radio and find out what's going on with the car. Why is areas you need to focus on when you get in that might there might be some issues with the track, issues with the car, things like that. So it's just
Were you guys tracking the strategy calls yesterday? I know we had sort of worked out you guys were going to be more or less okay on fuel from the last Code 35. Was that just watching what you guys were capable of and maximizing that, or were you keeping an eye on the decisions that the JTR car was making at the same time?
Well, we were mainly focused on making it for ourselves.
Okay.
But we also did keep an eye on them throughout the day, and we had a lot of fuel conserve time. There were some of the runs when you can obviously see we weren't carrying the pace we were normally carrying, but we were trying to conserve fuel in certain situations when we felt like we could. So it was really important to stick with our plan.
Sure.
We have a plan going into each race, and we just stick with it. And it usually it works out.
Worked out for you guys yesterday, and particularly as the race went on and it became apparent what the end of the race was going to look like. It seemed like you guys just, not that you lucked into it, but you were in the right place to make the right decisions at the right time. And you said you were in the car at the end of the race yesterday.
Yes. So I started the race yesterday. Ran, I think it was 2.5 in the morning. Then the last hour and a half.
Okay,
I think that's right.
But go ahead.
Go.
No.
So we came in for a splash, and we had a penalty yesterday for no visor down, and that is completely on me.
Yeah.
Again, like I said yesterday, this is my first time in the series. Every series is different, and no one's above any rule. And so the rule was to have the visor down, and I did not. And even in the morning, they were reminding me every time we came in, visor down. And I think we just had so much going on that nobody remembered to remind.
Yeah.
And then I forgot myself. So it's on me as the driver. It should have been. I should have been paying more attention.
Sure.
And it could have cost us. And actually,
we thought it did when it happened. We thought that was it. Curtains.
We did too. At first. And so we were, and it was kind of funny. I'll tell you, we were running, and they're just telling me, take care of the car. Let's, we're in a good position. We got podium. Just take care of the car. And then I come around, 17 here on the front stretch, and I look up and I'm like, we're in the lead? When did that happen? And apparently the 696 had to come in and get their fuel under. Did they have to come in under green?
They came in under green, yeah. They chose not to pit under the last Code 35, but you guys did.
Yeah.
We thought at the time that was a mistake, and then when they did pit, they lost a ton of time.
Yeah.
And that was it.
They also had a longer stop than usual even, so that was the thing that really swung it. It was the long stop. It wasn't necessarily the fact that they stopped.
I don't know what was going on with them, but the stop before that, but when I was getting in the car, they had a long stop.
They weren't giving up a ton of time, but also under green, you add pressure to the pit stop to execute. You don't have it is a bigger penalty to have a longer stop under green, right?
Right.
Under code 35, it's not such a big time loss.
Yeah, so they ran out of fuel, it looked like, coming down pit lane, and I think that might have they might have had an air pocket or something when they refueled, and so they were almost in a limp mode, it seemed like.
They were in limp mode.
Okay, so that was the cause.
We expect to talk to them a little bit later this morning, sometime after, well, we get past the first hour here, and get a little more detail on what happened there. But everything worked out for you guys yesterday, obviously. Not so much this morning, though.
Right. Every day's a different race.
Yeah.
Right. And so you have to be prepared for whatever is thrown at you. And this morning we got a gremlin that's been thrown at us, and we're going to try to figure it out. Hopefully we'll get another 35 and we can take a look at it.
Sure.
So,
do you have any idea what the nature of that is? Does it feel electrical? Does it feel like something mechanical?
Well, we're not 100%. I wasn't on the radio, but I don't believe it's mechanical now.
Okay.
So it happens at a certain shift point in a certain location. I think it's when the car's in a certain position. So we're just trying to figure that out. And then if it's, let's say it's a fuel cell issue where maybe there's it's dropping out of fuel and it's going to throw itself into some kind of limp mode in certain situations because you're shifting and there's that little bit of interruption. Yeah. Then we'll just change our shift points if that's what we have to do until we can really get into it and fix it. Because honestly, I think if it is in the fuel cell or with a fuel pump, then we're just going to have to see what we can do with the race as it is. Otherwise, it's going to cost us big time.
Sure. So. Plans for today for your driving time?
Yeah, so I'll be in. I'll close again today.
Okay.
So I'll be in this afternoon sometime, probably 3 o'clock or 2. No, actually,
race over at 4. Yeah.
So probably in the 2 o'clock range.
Okay. Awesome.
2 o'clock.
Well, we'll keep an eye out for you on board the 909. Obviously, you guys are coming from behind a little bit now this morning. I haven't actually looked to see how much time you guys have lost as a result. 38th at the moment, and Salmon on Race Hero again. Loads of things. So I'm not sure what the details are on that, but
we were gaining back. Yeah, I appreciate it. We were working back up towards that lead lap. I think we were starting to run it down, and then it happened again as I was walking in here. So
and we made the point to before you came up here that you could be 3 laps off the lead and still top 5 overall. So just because you lose time this morning doesn't mean you necessarily give up all those positions for the rest of the day. So there is still time to get some of this back.
Well, you can be like 3 laps down with an hour to go and win.
Still win. So thanks for coming up, Tyler.
Absolutely.
Best luck to you guys for the rest of the day. Hopefully the 909 gets its issue sorted out. Now the lone Aston Martin left in the field after the 143 dropped out yesterday. And we'll look for you a little later on this afternoon behind the wheel.
Absolutely. I appreciate the invite in, and if I can shed some more light on it later, I'll stick my head in and kind of let you what's going on.
909's actually just out of the pit, so that explains why they were Salmon on Race Hero.
Yeah.
First stop done and dusted right at an hour. So,
well, I'm going to run down and see if we got some info. So.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming up.
All right,
welcome anytime, and best of luck for the rest of the day.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Got a really good battle for 6th place overall, and we have an on board in the middle of it. Screaming Goats on the back of a 3-car train, racing Thunder Bunny and Kingpin. Screaming Goat again, they've been sneaking their way up through the field. Last time I mentioned they were up 4 spots, now they're up 5. And obviously trying to take 6 and 7 to move into the top 6 at the moment.
Also a really good battle in GP1 that's been going on since the second Code 35 has been the battle for 3rd between Ginger Racing and Team LMR. For the most part, it's been about within a second, but positions have stayed as they have been. I think that's just going to come down to traffic and opportunity for Team LMR. PC Racing in 8th place now, also within a second of the 777 Big Mission Motorsports BMW ahead.
So something Brendan trailed earlier on is we want to keep an eye on where the leader is relative to cars that are lapping, because obviously any GTO cars that are on the lead lap as they as the yellow flag comes out a few hours into the race, are going to be able to just catch back up. At the moment, JTR has just gone past the number 79 TLM monoflow car in 13th. So the Hitman car we're on board now is actually the last car on the lead lap, and probably less than 5 seconds ahead of JTR. So I imagine JTR is pretty quickly going to get past Hitman. Thunder Bunny is only 2 seconds ahead. Chill Out Systems is only 2 seconds ahead of that. And then we've got a little bit of a gap, a 10-second gap up to another gaggle of cars. But it looks like JTR are likely to put at least everyone down to 6 a lap down before we get this break. It could even get further than that. We've got 2 more hours, is that correct? Until the caution comes out?
Yeah, 2 more hours. 10:45 is, so let's call it an hour 45.
Right.
Somewhere in that window.
So I think at the moment they're on track to catch everyone up to Kingpin in 6th, at least, if not further.
Yeah, a much cleaner start to today than yesterday as well. So the Code 35s that interrupted a big portion of the start of our race yesterday, and kind of, I don't want to say kept things close, but when you run 12, 14, 15 laps under a Code 35 in your first couple hours, it slows the march of the race leader to start putting cars a lap down. And had that happened today, it didn't matter so much yesterday, but had that happened today, it would have worked in a lot of cars' favor. But instead, what we've seen is the one proper Code 35, one that lasted a quarter of a lap, and everything else has just been green flag running.
Joseph, may I suggest the Screaming Goat on board? We've got
I think he stepped away.
Ah, okay. Well, anyone watching with an extra screen available, that the battle for 6th is really door-to-door at the moment.
I'm also
JTR's
keeping
just
8 onboards at a time, so if we want to add one, we're going to drop one.
Might I suggest dropping one of the ginger cars for the time being, just because of the way that camera looked a little bit ago.
One of them just got passed by LMR as well.
511, I think, is probably permanently dead now.
I've already swapped that one out for Harrison.
Okay. What a nice problem to have, too many onboards available.
Yeah, it's definitely better than the alternative that we used to run into.
As for the gap at the front, I feel like JTR is pulling away less quickly now. The gap's gone out to 31 seconds. It's still obviously pulling away. Last time we checked in, it was about 21 seconds. But I think the 401 is comfortably fast enough to stay on the lead lap until the break, which obviously means that it's going to be, that will neutralise that lead. We should be seeing, I imagine we'll be seeing our first round of proper pit stops pretty quickly here. We're obviously an hour and 4 minutes into the race, so I'm actually surprised we haven't seen more, although CMZ, as I say that, are in the pits. So that looks like it's a little bit, and JTR are in the pits now. CMZ being the first stop is a little bit of a surprise. I would have thought that lightweight Ginetta would, with the relatively down.
I thought the same thing. Yeah, I was kind of expecting that to turn into a race because I thought that they would probably be able to go a little longer and make up some of this pace disadvantage they seem to have.
I think Screaming Goat may have made that pass on this lap. Or even that. No, actually, they've been held up by an MX-5 through the first complex, so that gap's actually expanded back out. Based on past form, I think in the next sort of 10-15 minutes, we might end up seeing Screaming Goat in the lead because we'll expect them to go longer than anyone else. Certainly, right now, round 3 racing, number 401 will have taken the lead, while also setting their own personal fastest lap of the race with a 34.8. They haven't had to pit yet, whereas JTR are currently, well, they're probably exiting the pits by now, but yeah, 401 will be in the lead next time they come around. So this is Screaming Goat, and the 2 cars ahead are for position, not this white Cayman, but we've got the 111 Thunder Bunny car directly in front, and ahead of that is the Kingpin Racing car as the
choice into the pits out of 3rd.
What's that, sorry?
Choice into the pits out of 3rd.
Right.
Overall leader was Justin as well, guys. know if you mentioned that.
But
and conveniently, I actually have your overall leader in the booth. Been joined by Glenn McGee and Tony McIntosh, who second place yesterday overall, current overall race leaders on the 696 JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW M4. First, welcome, guys.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks for coming up, spending some time with us. Let's talk yesterday. From either one of you, you're welcome to chime in. Let's go back to about 3 hours to go. You guys were pretty commandingly up in the race lead, close to 3 laps, if not over 3 laps. And then all of a sudden the car slows, and you coasted to your pit box. What's the story?
Yeah, so that is a perfect example of how you think everything is going amazing, and then it just all just one after another problem. So we were having this small issue with, I guess we didn't realize how bad it was, of the fuel not taking the full amount every time we did a pit stop. And then
so just coming out of the cans into the car. Okay.
Right. And it was somehow pressurizing, and it was making the problem worse and worse. And then when Glenn was out, we were going to do the driver change. We thought we had 3 laps left, and we made the call to make the driver switch. And all of a sudden, on the lap we made the call, he's in the back, and he said that the car was sputtering.
Yeah, that freaked me out too, because I've heard these cars, once they sputter, they're done.
Yeah, we heard that, I think back at NOLA from Tim Myers, who runs
Yeah,
Hammer
I was
BMWs.
listening to that.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, okay, that's good knowledge. And that instantly freaked me out, because I was entering turn 2-3 at the bottom. I'm like, I got to climb all these hills, the whole course to get back. I'm like, we're done. There's no way.
Yeah, so then the infamous push the car into the last 20, 30 feet there. We got the car in. We were still having problems trying to fuel the vehicle. And then, okay, good. We got the green light to go. I get out on the track, and the car went into limp mode.
Any idea why?
I don't know, other than maybe it saw that it was having a fuel issue and just needed a hard restart, but we don't do a hard restart when we do fueling. We turn the car off, but it's never a hard restart. And I'm certainly extremely new to racing. I haven't been racing very long at all. And Glenn and Jared are super new to this car, so we weren't really, this was like our first time having this issue. We didn't really know what to do. So Dave, who is Jared's dad, was calling strategy. He said, he said, just calmly, he just said, hey, just keep driving. Maybe there's an air bubble, it'll work itself out, and it wasn't working itself out. So we made the decision to come in and do a hard restart, and we did, and we got back on track, and then it fired up, and I thought we were ready to go. So then we just started pushing, and that's where I found out we lost that 3-lap deficit. And then he said, all right, you got to make up this time. Do you see him? Go for it.
Yeah, that was pretty
And you did.
Yeah.
Real quickly, we're under code 35. Again, this is for a car off the driver's left exiting turn 13. It's very far off driver's left. I think it's one of the Lexus from 9.4. I don't know if you any of you guys were able to see it. It is the 9.4. Okay. Yeah. It's very far off. It looks like almost it's been through a couple of ruts and torn the front end of the car apart. And now it just couldn't turn and is just sitting off in the runoff. CCTV's picked it up, but it's way out there. I'm going to have to be dragged back.
So that car was noted for a possible contact with the 196 about 5 minutes prior. So it's possible something's failed on that on the front left and sent it off.
So let's go back. Back to the end of the race then yesterday. You guys basically caught the automatic Aston Martin.
Right.
You were nose to tail there for a while, and then you guys are sort of setting yourselves up for the end of the race, making your strategy for your last pit stop or two. What was sort of the thought process coming down to the end of the race? Were you trying to conserve fuel, make it on one more stop? What was sort of the mood and the thought down there?
So the thought for the team very much revolves around Jared and his dad, Dave, and they don't do slow racing. They only do fast racing.
Okay.
And the moment you get in the car, what's weird is Dave is very calm on the radio, almost like whispering, and he just sets you up in this mode where he's like, do you have target lock? And then we'll patiently get closer, and I'll hear Jared over the intercom, and Jared will say, closer. You need to be closer. And so we have a history in MX-5. I'm certainly brand new in it, but in MX-5, touching is not even close enough.
Is this the MX-5 Cup?
Yeah,
okay.
MX-5 Cup. So for us, these guys are telling me, dial it down, dial it down, dial it down. And then for Jared to just say, you need to be on his bumper, be on his bumper, he'll fold, be on his bumper. And so then Dave will just say, all right, fire the missiles, and boom, you just make the pass, because they're watching it live. And after that, then he specifically said, now gap him as hard as possible. Drive the car as hard as you possibly can. And so that was it. I was trying to get around traffic super aggressively, but safely.
Traffic's super important here.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Your ability to manage traffic. When someone goes in front of you, you go. You stay on someone's bumper, you just follow them through.
Yeah.
So we were, to your question, what was our strategy? Our strategy is always to go as fast as possible.
Okay.
But one of the things that happened that we didn't realize till later in the day is that we saw our transmission temp increasing throughout the day. It was just rising and rising and rising and rising. And we knew that we were going to have a problem. And that's where you saw us have to pull off pace. And then it went back into limp mode for us after I passed the 909.
Oh, right. Okay.
So I had to bring it back.
This was after the last stop.
Mm-hmm. This was in the middle when we were in the lead of 909. I think I built up like a 15-second gap on it. The car went into limp mode. We brought it in. We thought, okay, we'll hard restart the car again. We hard restarted the car. We tried to get more fuel in. The fuel was giving us a problem. I go back out on the track, and every light on the dash was flashing. And again, I'm super new to this car, so I come across and I said, Dave, every light's flashing. What do you want me to do? And so Jared thought I said the hazards are flashing. So he's like, all you got to do is hit the hazard button. So I hit the hazard button, and now even more lights were like teetering back between, yellow and green. So it was pretty comical. And he said, acknowledge all the warning signs on the dash. So I started going through the dash, acknowledging every single alarm that came up. And then the last alarm was DTC or something like that. I'm like, what does that mean? It says it's off. It says DTC failure. So that's a dynamic traction control or something on this car. So I'm like, okay, well, what does that mean? And he just calmly said, okay, well, you don't have traction control, and you're just going to have to deal with it and stay on pace. And he gave me the marks to hit, and he's just like, hit your marks and you'll be fine. And so ironically, when you hear people say you could drive the car faster with the traction control off, I don't know if it's because it's intrusive or because you're just that much focused on not crashing the car.
Sure.
It's somewhere in there where the car is faster.
Yeah.
So it might be the driver, it might be the computer, I don't know. And then we just got to a point where it was just managing the overheating of the gearbox, which I believe what we think happened is, do you remember earlier in the day there was that huge the oil spill? Yeah. I think all that oil dry caked all of our radiators.
Yeah, because other teams had issues with it, I think.
Interesting.
Yep. It was a lot.
So sure, 35 was causing problems, Scott, but not the way that we thought.
Are we looking at something?
Yeah, we're trying to scope out the recovery.
So you guys were sort of managing it to the end. You come in, you make your last green flag pit stop. I saw a bunch of fuel splash all over the side of the car. were one of you in it at the time?
Yeah, there
It was odd. I've never seen anything like that before. It just shot out the overflow at the top, and it was everywhere.
I'm guessing that's related to the fueling issues that you'd been having all day based on your telling of it.
Yeah, that was just it wasn't as bad at first, and then it just became more and more of a problem. The Porsche, I believe, has like a sweet double dry brake, and I might be using the wrong terms here, so you're just really not going to be in that situation.
Okay.
Whereas the BMW doesn't. Ours doesn't anyways, and I think that certainly led to what we saw.
Gotcha. So you guys ended up coming away with P2 yesterday.
Yep.
It looked like you might have been in with a shout to go chase the car down. The last Code 35 just kind of posed things. And now we know you were also racing without traction control. You were managing gearbox temperature issues. I mean, there are all kinds of things going on behind the scenes there that, turned what was otherwise a pretty dominant first part of the race into
Sure.
you guys really kind of being in the fight with the 909.
Yeah,
Towards the end of the day there.
that car was quick.
Yeah.
There are a lot of cars. I think 511 was really quick
Mhm.
throughout the day. But what's really interesting is if you get one little thing wrong with this code 35, it's hard to get that back.
So we saw that yesterday at the end of the race. We thought the right decision would have been to come in yesterday under the code 35 with about an hour and 20 left, knowing that you guys were going to need the extra stop at the end. And then the 909 picked up a penalty, and the race changed dynamics like 3 different times in the last hour and a half. It was a lot of fun for us to watch. But you guys have started well this morning. Neither of you have been in the car yet.
No.
Right.
Yeah, gotcha. So who's in it now?
Jared Thomas is
Okay.
in it. Fantastic driver.
Sure.
MX5 Cup. He's doing fantastic. He's got
Awesome.
a great year going on. I think
He's
won-
leading the championship. Right
leading
now.
the
He won
championship.
Daytona and St. Pete.
Yeah, but
Wow.
previous to that, he won Road Atlanta. So every track he's been to, the last 3 he's won. So
Dang.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you can add Barber to the list. Not an MX5, but things go your way today. Add another track to the list here. You guys were just in before the code 35, which is a little unfortunate because now the 2 cars in front of you have been able to pit under the code 35. So coming from behind again, but the pace is there. The consistency has been there all weekend for you guys. By far one of the most consistent GTO cars. So, no reason
having
you guys
fun.
can't pick up the win today, right?
Yeah, we're hoping for that. We certainly have the pace, and Jared and his dad do an amazing job setting up the car. I mean, that's really, I think, when you look at like our pace versus some of the other cars, it's just you just set it up just
The
so
car's awesome.
sweet.
Well, and identical cars. I mean, there are half a dozen BMW M4s in the field, the GT4 cars, and you guys are consistently, close to a second quicker than the choice car. It's new to them, but I'm sure this car's new to you guys as well. So,
Right.
And we discussed it a little bit this morning, but before we wrap up, can you just explain the relationship with New Light for the viewers? So,
Sure.
There's a little
So
explanation there.
New Light is the company of Peter Atwater, great driver. He's CEO of that company. Last year, Peter was thinking that he wanted to go and do some SRO or some Porsche Carrera Cup, something like that. And he thought, hey, I'm going to buy this car, which was a GT4 as well. And he switched teams towards the end of the year to be on Jared's team.
Okay.
So a funny story with that was Jared got smoked, and I think it was at Mid-Ohio into a wall, lost his car. Peter borrowed him a spare car, and Jared won the race with that spare car. So then Peter said, hey, you know what? You're setting it up right. I'm going to go with you. So he went with him for the remainder of the races.
Okay.
And then
MX5
Cup. And then he got Luca Mars on board, which is an awesome rookie last year, up-and-coming racer in MX5 Cup. Those 2 guys plus Jared raced a couple of races last year, and then I think Peter just wanted to move on to even higher, more than GT4. He wanted to be GT3. He wanted to do Carrera Cup, just, the big boy cars.
Sure.
And this is a great test bed for it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially for the endurance stuff. I mean, anything that's, IMSA type stuff, this is exactly the right place to come and kind of cut your teeth. So the New Light name is gone. Peter Atwater's still with you guys, right?
No,
he's
Peter's
not.
moved on.
Okay. But left JTR behind with...
Right.
Okay.
And then Global Power Components, which is a company that's sponsoring us now. iRacing is there as well.
Okay.
And so we have Glenn McGee, Jared, myself in the GT4. And I'm also racing. Well, we both are racing teammates with JTR this year as well in the Mazda Cup.
Okay. Awesome. So it's
my
kind of a
rookie
full house
year.
for MX5.
Yeah, Glenn, who got double pole at St. Pete.
Wow,
Yep.
nice, man. Congrats.
Double,
You did.
the 2-time.
Yeah, the 2-time, the back-to-back. Yeah, it's my home track. I live in Tampa, so
nice.
I drive around the streets fast all the time.
Yeah.
I had an advantage.
In a fully liveried MX5 with a roll cage.
No, that was cool. It was the first time on a street course, and
I bet.
And everybody's telling you like, oh, it's pretty scary. Even the guys that are super fast, they're like, I'm not really comfortable there. But
I was pretty convinced both those races were going to be
Spicy.
disasters. Yeah.
The second race,
full field of MX5s on a street course.
It's crazy.
Did you see Woody's flip?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, we had
Race
flip
2,
and-
the first corner. He's our teammate. He did full send.
It's like MMA fighting and race.
Sure, I believe that.
Oh yeah.
You guys both did Daytona?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
Yes.
Yeah.
While we clean this up, can you just describe what that's like? in the wheel? I mean, is it as intense and crazy as it looks from trackside?
Oh yeah, it's gnarly out there. It is the gnarliest series, like, because you get a lot of karters that come. We have the World Karting Champion. The first time Americans won it, like Max Verstappen's won it, but Connor Zilic won it recently. An American hasn't won it in like 10 years, 15 years. So that's the kind of talent coming in.
Sure.
And then you have guys with just massive amount of experience that have been in the series forever, that race other stuff in IMSA. Yeah. So you have a lot of wizards and young guys coming up, and everybody's just wants to kill
Top
each other.
Top level.
The first race was in the pouring rain too, wasn't it?
It was.
Conditions were
so
horrendous.
For me, that was the first time I ever been in a car at Daytona in a race, and it was the first time I ever had a rain race.
There was a lot going on there. He did a great job. So, no, it's great for Tony. He's been driving less than a year, and he's in that level of a series. And it's, from a just wheel-to-wheel racing, I think it's the toughest series to run.
I believe
really.
that.
So,
yeah, I feel like we need to have like a combat seat next to us and just put spectators in it.
Oh God,
because guys are just rubbing door to door, and it's full send every corner, every minute.
It's a little over the top right now.
It is.
I believe
but the series is doing a very good job this year of getting on top.
Okay.
The younger karters, like, they've been taught. It's actually a lower level of racing, I think, where they've been taught to push people off the track. And even at the karters that have come up to F1 are starting to do it. I mean, Max does it. And it's kind of become condoned a bit. But if that instantly ends the race. If you push somebody off the road, it's actually a lower level of driving. You instantly end the race. It's not a chess match anymore. But the series has done a really good job of penalizing people. And it's going to take a while to kind of cycle out through their minds. But I think the series after this year is going to be just a fantastic series.
Yeah. You do have in the paddock right now. You got some like level 80 high level
there's some
wizards.
good drivers.
You got John Dean here.
John Dean is the best driver. I know a lot of drivers.
He's driving. Yes,
he is the best driver I've ever seen.
Is he a two-time?
He's the only two-time MX5 Cup champion, and he's the winningest MX5 Cup driver.
Do you know who he's with this weekend?
He's with Pinnacle.
Okay.
So he's new to that team, new to that car. They just brought him on like last minute, and they have a lot of development they need to do.
Yeah.
So it's brand new cars for them, but he is the perfect guy to develop.
Yeah. You also have Sarah Montgomery, who's amazing.
Yep.
She's amazing.
Fastest
Lonnie. Girl in the world.
Yeah, Lonnie.
Second fastest girl.
You have Alex. Alex Bachara.
Yeah, Alex is out
the nicest guy in the paddock.
The nicest race car guy.
He's like the nicest guy in the world.
I think Laura Hayes.
Laura Hayes.
Yes. Thunder Bunny.
Thunder
Bunny's got a car.
Yeah, she got 15th race 2.
She did. That was a great result.
She does an amazing job of like staying out of trouble.
That was definitely an attrition race. I got taken out.
That's all right.
You had a good race 1, though.
Yeah. What's that now?
You had a good race 1. You got a top 10.
Yeah. Well, that race was crazy because you had to manage the brakes, which I've never, ever, ever had to do before. And if you run hard for more than 2 laps, your brakes are done.
Yeah. So you go to brake, and then the pedal goes to the floor, and you're facing the wall, and you're like,
"Whoa, hang on, guys! We've just gone green. The 44 PC racing car passed about 6 cars in the grass on the way into turn 5 because the group in front of him didn't go, and then had to back out of it on the braking zone because the road was completely blocked in front of him. I don't think we have an onboard for that PC car, but it was a mess. The automatic car's in there, Presser Tech is in there, and it was actually really clumsy. Coming back to green there all at once.
I want to come back to some of what you guys are talking about. How much of a mindset shift is it to go from MX5 Cup, where it's like if your bumper's not flexing, you're not trying, to a no contact league like WRL? Like, how much does your kind of mindset have to change for that?
So for me, Jared is like one of the highest levels of aggression that's super smart in a car. And him and Glenn have been coaching me just nonstop. You need to be more aggressive, more aggressive, more aggressive, more aggressive. And then when they come here, my brain is like on fire, and they're like, dial it back, dial it back. And then you got Jared in the other ear saying, nope, you gotta be touched 1 inch. Give him 1 inch.
Yeah,
so
it's hard.
It's hard to come off of it.
Yeah, and this car's quite MX-5 is not inexpensive, but this car is more expensive than MX-5. And it's bigger, and it's actually a little harder to sight through the mirrors, so...
Yeah, but the driver level isn't the same. So, like in MX-5, you could go toe-to-toe and be door-to-door, and you know exactly what those guys are going to do.
Yes.
Sure.
These guys get spicy.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's 200 plus drivers out there, and so you've got pros.
There are pros out there, and the pros you find, but you don't know if the pros in the car.
Exactly.
And that's not the biggest issue. The biggest issue are closing speed on the other cars. That maybe has a new guy that's new to the race.
Yeah.
So we treat different drivers differently. So if I know I'm coming up on one of our competitors in GTO, we'll run them a little harder. And typically, all the guys are driving really good. You can run them hard, not too hard, but everybody's pretty well mannered out there. And but just some of the slower guys is actually where you really have to be heads up and just give them that little bit extra room because you don't know where they're going to place the car.
So the answer to your question is you have to dial it back probably 80%.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And then MX-5, you have to reckon the people or they won't respect you.
Are you, so with that being said, you guys in MX-5 for the full season?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. WRL for the full season?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. We're having a great year.
You guys, I was going to say, you made an impression here, not just Barber, but NOLA as well, first and second, I think.
That was a fun race.
Yeah.
So also a shout out to the pit crew. Yeah. Like our guy that's changing tires, Chaz, he's just a beast
he loves
on the air. Yes,
I saw that yesterday.
It
looked fully choreographed, like he had done that in the shop 100 times.
Oh yeah, this is like his dream. You meet people who are like so passionate about what they do. You almost get inspired. I feel like, hey man, let me get a tire. I'll jump in there.
He loves that drill.
Yeah,
it was really impressive.
Yes.
And NOLA, stuff like that makes a difference.
You need guys like that.
Yeah. Dave, Jared's dad, Daryl, Kenny G, all these guys, the gas guys. I mean, Zach. So all these guys, the pit crew is amazing.
It's the team car, the 698. Is that in for the full season as well?
We're trying. So that car, ironically, came from Steve over at Big Mission.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So after VIR, we thought, hey, we're gonna try and run a car. Is that car still available? We knew it was kind of banged up a little bit. Yeah. I think Steve was just in the mindset of like, yes, I'm kind of done with this car. And so we took it on, we put it back together. We had some overheating issues with it.
Yeah.
But we have our friends that we're trying to like level up, but like Alex is in there right now killing it. So for being down 60 or 70 horsepower, he's really doing a really good job.
That car's fun too. It's a fun car. It's not as fast.
But it's super easy to drive.
What is it? Is it just an M2?
It's a M240, so it came before the M2.
Right. Gotcha.
And it's just an unpolished version of an M2.
Gotcha.
Like really unpolished.
Yeah, I noticed it doesn't really have much aero to it. There's no wing on it.
We took the wing off. It was so slow.
Gotcha. It wasn't doing anything anyway.
No, it was like slowing it down. I think we picked up 2 seconds taking the wing off.
Gotcha.
You just had a parachute.
Yes.
Yes. Is Sarah in the car now? I think she's really fast.
I don't know. Is the driver listed on the 401 on board, Joseph?
That's a good question.
I bet.
I think Sarah was starting the car.
Yeah. Would you know the helmet?
It's a pink. It's like a ruby pink.
Yeah, pink and blue maybe.
Right,
it doesn't look like it. Plain white. Yeah.
Okay, that's probably Cole in the car. I think.
Cole off.
Yeah, Cole takes
you
first.
friends with those guys?
Sometimes. Not on track.
Yeah, they've been great to us in the past. They spend a lot of time up here. Their drivers come up and chat for 5 minutes.
I don't know Cole.
We've seen all of them here.
I know Sarah very well, and I love her. She's extremely fast.
Yeah, Brad came up after. When I got out of the car, I was kind of deflated because we couldn't like really hand it to 909, and he's just like, man, we had problems too. So Brad's super cool. Yeah. He was super cool with me.
Yeah,
the whole paddock, I think.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah,
it's a great community of team owners and drivers. Well, thanks for coming up, guys.
Yeah,
coming up and chatting for a while. This is fantastic. You guys are coming from behind a little bit here, but you're back up into second and 5 seconds off the lead. So go get them again.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having us.
Anytime, man. You guys are welcome anytime.
Cool.
So.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
That's JTR Motorsports 696. Keep an eye out for them, and keep an eye out for them in MX5 Cup. I didn't realize they were doing full seasons in both, so that's kind of fun. Very different experiences.
You know,
I don't know if there are any schedule conflicts.
Like I'd have to check on that for sure, but that seems like kind of a dream schedule, especially if you're at kind of that level. Like,
yeah,
if I didn't have to work and I, was even remotely wealthy, that's probably the decision I would make, frankly, is come do some WRL and then go do some door bang and MX-5 action. I think JT would be with me on that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, JT to help run the team.
Yeah. I told them when they left there, I said, our guy JT loves that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He watches all of them.
It's the best racing there is. I mean, WRL is great, don't get me wrong, but MX-5 is just a group of people with nearly identical talent levels, and they are always running within tenths of each other in groups, and it's highly competitive, and it's always close racing.
Well, it's different things, right? One is super
absolutely.
competitive ladder sprint racing. This is amateur endurance racing at a very high level, but they're just very different things. And it's cool to see that you have an entire team and set of drivers that are fully invested in both, right? Where they can go out and beat the doors off each other for 45 minutes twice a weekend, and then also come back here and run 16 hours worth of endurance racing where you can't touch anybody, but try and make as few mistakes as possible. It's that as a driver must be a real challenge, but also very cool. So I apologies for the length of the interview. I know they were up here for a while, but that's insight in racing at large that we don't always get to talk about, and drivers that you can actually go and watch on a pretty regular basis. So
yeah, I mean, so
absolutely.
much of that was
I enjoyed
35 anyway, so.
No, that is true. That I didn't get a look at the 9.4, by the way. It looked like, from what I could see on the CCTV, like the front end of that car was pretty torn up. Whether it had been out over a rut or something like that.
Well, if something had failed and bent on that left front, and then it went straight off into, I mean, going off track is never a smooth experience, so I wouldn't be surprised if some of that was secondary.
Especially there.
Yeah.
There are ruts and chewed up sod behind the curb at the crest there at turn 12. And then the runoff yesterday was also pretty beat up from the 143 and the ensuing fire, the grass fire that they kind of left behind there. So my guess is that car is probably done for the day.
If there's a silver lining here for 9.4 Motorsports, this is their home track. So they at least don't have a 9-hour drive with a broken car back to their shop.
That is true.
It's pretty close. So.
I saw that car here for HSR last year. They brought one of the Lexus.
Lexus?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care.
I refuse to. I'm sorry. There's no way that's right.
It's absolutely right.
It is, but we're going to ignore it.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
So language is about communication, guys. Let's just use whatever we... I'm sure we all understand each other.
Thank you, Scott.
Fancy Toyotas.
I believe we are 20 minutes from the safety car period.
You're an hour ahead of yourself there, Scott. 10.
Oh, are we?
Yeah. 10:45
local.
Central. Yes.
Okay.
My fault. Yeah. So I assume you're going to try and bring attention to the overall race lead battle.
No, I was actually going to bring attention to the fact that the 401 is catching the CMZ car. I don't know how that must have happened during the pit stop. Obviously, position shuffles within the top 10 will matter, but the thing that really matters is staying on the lead lap when we get to that safety car.
Yeah, CMZ pitted just before the Code 35.
Well, yeah, but so did JTR, and they've dropped well over a minute behind JTR.
34 is just...
Something
34 has just pointed the 111 by, which is interesting.
Yeah, considering that they caught that. I mean, I've been watching the Hitman sort of lap times, and while that car's been making great progress, it doesn't actually have that much raw pace. Its fastest lap's not that great.
Well, it is an old car. I mean, it's a 240.
I'm not making a comment on that. I'm just making a comment on how well Justin Marks? Jason, one of the J's. Jason Marks is doing in a car that doesn't have a whole lot of raw pace, still marching his way through the field. But that does mean, of course, if we get to a point where they're sort of all spread out a little bit and he gets caught by Thunder Bunny, which appears to be generally a slightly faster car, 4/10 on fastest lap time, but I think on average that car's been a little bit quicker. when they're in clean air, then why fight them at this point in the race? Especially as we know we're getting a constant hour or so.
I wonder if he... I didn't catch when the 34 overtook the 111.
I think it was during the pit stop cycle.
Oh, was it? Okay. I was going to suggest that maybe he'd overtaken him in a way that he didn't feel was sporting somehow. If he shoved him off track or something and he was letting him back by. But no, it looks like 111's just got the legs on him.
147 is back out of the pits. That is the Moorhead Speedworks GP1 car that's already lost. I had missed this, but it's lost 6 laps already.
Yeah, and PC Racing as well.
Lead battle's under half a second. The JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW has caught the M4 from round 3 racing.
That was 4 seconds about 2 laps ago.
Yes, it was.
They are in our rear view mirror.
Now you can see it just behind the rear, in the middle of the rear wing supports there.
Good news, though.
Huge train of cars in front of them, including that battle. It's a battle for 11th, I think, which is Rule 1, Hammer, and CMZ all together. And those guys are obviously going to be highly motivated to stay on the lead lap.
Yeah, but if you've got to hold off the leader for an hour, I mean, if it were 15 minutes, an hour is a long time.
The CMZ car held off the round 3 racing car for the first half an hour of the race. Remember, they were battling for second.
Oh, true. Yeah.
The CMZ car's not slow.
No, and if it were the 401, it might be able to do it, but I think the 696 just has too much overall pace.
Yeah, the 696 is quicker than the 401, but it has taken them this entire green run so far, which is about 15 or 20 minutes to catch 5 seconds. So they're not hugely faster. We can see CMZ stuck behind Hammer at the moment, just because, again, that car is very quick in the twisty bits, but you can't really pass there.
They kind of have the same. It's a similar dynamic to what we would see with the NPO1s.
Yeah, I almost made that comparison earlier, but it is definitely less extreme.
Yeah,
with the NPO. Well, the NPO1 is so much corner speed that they can just drive around the outside of people.
That's true. Yeah, can't really do
we
that.
saw that a lot, whereas this car doesn't have that. Oh, here we go. So they're right on them now.
Ooh,
yeah, and remember,
wow,
this is
really put the nose off him at 3, and that's let the 696 through, and that'll be a lead change.
Exactly. Yep. That's all it took, was that little bump or little loss of momentum headed up the hill. This is a mess.
Fastest car in the race, I'm not sure. It's a risk.
It's almost like you didn't see it.
You can see how much that Ginetta struggles in traffic.
Yeah, for sure.
If its acceleration is interrupted at all coming off a corner, it just doesn't have the legs up through the gears to be able to get any of that kind of back.
The number 1 car now has like 6-7 cars between them, and those cars were nose to tail 5 corners ago.
Oh, this is a dangerous situation. A lot of cars of different capabilities all on the same part of the track.
But it's a single file part of the track, right? You can do a little bit of passing on these short straights, but 11 and 12, you've basically, oh my gosh, just give this a second when they get down to turn 1 here. This group's just come by in front of me, and it's not any better.
401's gonna get the inside line into 13.
Yep, right up over the curb, up against the grass, and I think he might have the move done here on the way into 15, but he's stuck in behind the number 777.
It's like they're pacing at 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think that's a 696 to the left. There it is.
And that's a 27
Gets away
back
a little bit. And now he'll send it 3 wide into turn 1, which is where I caught them out the window, and of course it drops away.
Well, it's actually, we've caught slightly up a little bit.
Yes.
I think that turn 1-2 area is a bit of a black spot for connection. I've seen that on quite a few onboard cameras.
Sure is, yeah.
So those trees, come down.
Yeah, line of sight. So that might end up doing that battle.
Well, we know how hard Ginetta is to pass, so if nothing else, that might be an issue. Joseph, away the number 1 guy and all that.
No, Brendan.
I think we need to. Yeah.
Overnight 196. Go side by side through 7 and not 7 and 8, 9 and 10.
2 wide through turn 10. We're good.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we saw that take out a couple cars last
I was
night.
about to say that's a move yesterday. You guys were absolutely torching another car for, but because the overnight car had the awareness to see him coming,
it's very, very risky. I'm not sure it's worth it for a 7-hour race.
Well, the two cars that we were talking about, Scott, were racing for position. So
which
there's
makes it excusable if you're racing for position.
It's a completely different, because you need cooperation from the second car in order to make side by side into that complex work.
All right. Well, as much fun as this is, gentlemen, I would really like to hear about some Cooper tires.
Nice, thanks, JT.
Oh, you're gonna hear about way more than that, JT.
Because that was fun. That duty.
I don't think you're not gonna get duty on this one.
I'm not sure I enjoy that ad any more than just the chili cook-offs.
The chili cook-off is good.
I might rather have that one instead of the duty.
All right, don't review the show while you're on it.
We have time.
We're just teasing. It's a little appetizer to the main course, which you will now provide.
Yeah, I like it. Joke.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all. Well, let's shift gears a minute. We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Haggerty. Let's drive together.
Barber Motorsports Park is the home of World Racing League this weekend. I'm Ryan West with Driver's Eye Live. We've got Joseph and JT right now, and Scott and Brendan due to return. Joseph, have we found a stopped car at turn 11 yet? Or has that passed us by?
I didn't realize that was a thing, but here it is.
He couldn't hear Brendan.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. Oh, there it is. Perfect.
And that's why we now have a code 35.
Excellent. Okay, so we'll wait to get an ID on that car for sure. I was just going to mention that certainly not me. Perhaps JT. I don't know. I certainly don't hear any music. Oh no, I do. It does sound like some elevator music
in the background. Yeah.
Is that over the PA?
I think so.
It might be. Yeah.
It's the boat show, you know.
We're gonna get DMCA'd for the boat show.
Excellent. That sounds good. Thanks to Boston Whaler there, as well as Bayliner on that one. Other boat brands.
696 into the pits on this code 35.
Excellent. Okay.
An actually relevant piece of information.
An actually thing that's going on you want to talk about instead of my lame joke. That sounds good.
I don't know any boats.
Do you think that's close enough for a driver swap?
I'm sorry.
Sailor's Eye Live.
I'm
while we're waiting for the emergency vehicle to tend to the stricken car there, I did want to talk about the GP3 class real quick. We've got the 197 and the 195 Overnight Motorsports Boxsters are currently leading GP3. Their home race was last month there at NOLA. Oh, it's the 944. Oh no, I did jinx it.
You want to talk about what's under the hood of that 944, Ryan?
Yeah, and that is unfortunate because I was telling you during the break, which you couldn't hear me, that I wanted to rejoin the 944 when we came back from break because I wanted to talk about it.
Yeah,
so this is no fun. That's okay. This is the 944 PresserTech car. It's actually a Porsche 944, which has been kind of the darling of Lemons Fields, and back when it was Chump Car and they were taken a little bit less seriously. These were pretty popular cars because they weren't terribly expensive at the time. Just a little 4-cylinder Porsche. I believe they have a transaxle, so they're really well balanced, just not super powerful. But this one has the V6 engine from a Mercedes. I believe it's a CLK 320. So it sounded quite nice, and if you look around on the cockpit of this, they've got straps to move, I believe that's the drink system, out of the way. They had, if we could go back to that, Joseph, thank you. They've got decent amount of gauges there. It looks like a pretty serious build, especially when you consider the headline is Porsche 944 with 04 Mercedes engine. It looks like that's a pretty serious vehicle, but now being tended to, it looks like it's just dead stick. They're talking to the emergency worker. I don't know if we can hear that or not, Joseph.
Not really. This car
really. That's too bad.
This car was having problems toward the end of the race yesterday too, kind of nursing it home. But they were doing really well today. I think they were third until they broke down.
They were in third. They were going to be third to the Overnight Motorsports Porsche Boxsters. Which, to finish my thought from that, NOLA was their home race, and they had several issues in their paddock. I think they had either 5 or 6 cars entered, and they ended up having at least 2, if not 3 retirements. I would have to double check on that again, but they're having a good race now here for the second race of the season. And unfortunately, this issue for the 944 is going to move them down the order, and it'll be good news for the number 83 94 Motorsports Lexus. Again, they're a team that's running one car down. They're now going to be promoted up into 3rd position in GP3. So, kind of a bummer. I was fired up to talk about that car. I was thinking about it. That's what I was planning during the break, and then now it's out. And they had a really nice onboard as well.
So, a couple points of note. The 944... Okay, all right. Lots of things. I want to go back through some of the race control business.
Of course, yeah.
The 147 that we saw stopped in the pits for quite a long time during the last Code 35 is under investigation for contact, potential door-on-door contact between them and the 195 for overnight. I don't know if that's what caused the long stoppage, but consider that. We also have a fueling infraction for the 127. Fire bottle not ready while fueling. That was a lap penalty for them. 762. I don't
They
know
came back out, so that's
Yeah, go
there
ahead.
we go. Yeah, that's the Flying Apex Racing. They stopped turn 6 on lap 2. That was our first Code 35. They've since come back. Oh no, that's 77. I'm thinking. So
Okay.
762 is the GTO team.
Okay, they were penalized for a pass under yellow about an hour into the race. By the way, we are on board with, at the moment, our overall leader. They haven't taken to the pits on this Code 35. And I'm slightly surprised by that. They should be about a third of the way into their stint, so getting to the point where you'd be ripe to top off.
Well, if you do that, that's going to put the Ginetta back on the lead lap, which then means that they'll be back on the lead lap for when we restart the race here, because we've only got an hour left. So it shouldn't matter then, because the Ginetta might still have to stop again anyway. So I can understand the angle if you didn't want to pit here to prevent that from occurring, to try and trap people a lap down.
Yeah, I think these guys are going to have to stop before we get to our scheduled red flag anyway. So in my view, I think you'd want to stop and make sure that you were, in a position to keep as many cars a lap down as possible, because there's a risk here you have to pit under the green flag, and now you are...
You'd be losing mountains of time at that point, whereas you're going to lose substantially less here.
Yeah,
right.
You could be on the other side of that, and it looks like we've withdrawn the pink flags. Now that the 944
and we're gonna go green,
is on
green.
Yeah. 944 on the flatbed.
Just as we have the Porsche and the Aston Martin lead us around into the final turn, going onto the front straight. So we've got 6 hours and 9 minutes to go until the checkered flag. But of course, remember, we're going to have about a 1 hour break or so in there in between. Probably about an hour and 10 break. So 5 hours of running to go. 6 hours until the end of the race. So we have at least one taker for the pit lane here. Let's see, just trying to find some relevant information that we haven't covered recently. North Loop Motorsports and GP2, I'll just cover this real quick, Joseph. Okay. After having a rough day yesterday, having some, I believe, fuel pickup issues, or fuel pump, something fuel related, I believe, they are now up into 3rd place in GP2. Now they're, let's see, I don't believe they're on the lead lap, or if they are, they're at the tail end of it, and they're pretty safely ahead of JNR No Lift Racing in 4th. So if they can just stay steady, they can pull another podium out here. That'll be the 2nd weekend in a row where they've had a podium, and then they had the sweep at NOLA, so that'll be a good feather in the cap towards their championship ambitions. I know they said they weren't sure if they were going to run the whole season, but maybe a few good results in a row here can motivate them to at least go after a regional championship. Joseph.
I was just going to make the point that the 26 for Edge Autosports, which ran really well yesterday, but lost a lot of ground to I think it was mostly pit lane penalties. They've got the lead now in GP1 as a result of some of the shuffling around that we've seen in that class. Team LMR, who was in early strife yesterday, now sitting in 2nd in that class. So keep an eye on them to see if they can find a little bit of redemption for a rough Saturday race.
You know where a good place to find redemption is, Joseph?
The Chili Bowl. Chili Cook-Off
The Chili
Bowl.
Yeah. Anyway. A brief, it's not really a weather note, but an observation. We did briefly try and have the sun kind of peek through the overcast, while the two guys from JGR were up here.
I was going to ask, these look like high clouds to me. They don't look like they're threatening rain.
No. Pull up the old METAR here.
Okay.
Is this going to be irresponsible weather speculation?
Irresponsible meteorology.
I don't speculate on weather. I use tabs. 2,000 scattered, 6,500 overcast.
Well, what's the zip code of the track here, Brendan?
I have no idea.
Well, all right. Thank you for that.
So
it's very easy to look up.
The weather suggestion is 22, sort of a low broken and or overcast through about 10 o'clock local, which is basically now, and then it'll sort of start to lift into a higher broken layer, and then eventually a scattered layer. So my sense is that this overcast will last through the morning, but as we get later into the day, the sun may start to peek through, and we're going to get a whole bunch of track and ambient temperature all at once. Which will unfortunately leaves the cars sitting for the cooler part of the day, and then sends them back out just as things start to warm up and heat up. So we'll keep an eye on what that means as far as mechanicals, and, the ways cars are affected based on different ambient temperatures. But so far this morning, it's been very pleasant, very, very pleasant.
LS swap is always the answer.
Yeah. I wonder what the dynamics of this car are like. What does this car feel like?
It feels like it's hitting the bumps.
I can't imagine it doesn't feel like a dump truck.
Here's the thing that's going to be weird about this car is that obviously you're shifting the weight a little further forward because you're obviously changing the powertrain quite a bit. It's still a rear wheel drive car, so it's not like it's a TCR where you're putting more weight onto the front tires that are already doing everything, right? So I don't know. We're running 5th in class on board this car, so we're gonna say it. I think probably every race until it happens. This could be the race for this car if they keep everything under them. They're gonna need some help. You can see in the tower that there's about a 16-second gap between the 696 and the 401, even though the 401 owes us a pit stop. So the 696 is going great guns.
That help is strategy.
Yeah.
That is where you have the opportunity to really make a difference if you don't necessarily have the raw pace. So the opportunity, you're right, is going to be there for the 404. They just have to find a way to take advantage of it. I'm also under the assumption that this 404 is going to get faster throughout the season. This is still only the 4th individual race, second race weekend for that car.
It's not like there's a setup sheet for this.
No, exactly. So even though a lot of the systems, at least the paddle shift system, I'm sure the electronic system will have been shifted over from the old GP2 car, which was just the NC Miata. You are dealing with different weight distribution. There's more, significant aero on this car. The balance will be completely different, and you've got to figure out a way to not just get the car into its setup window. It's going to come up a massive bunch of traffic here at Turn 5, by the way, so stick with this on board for a minute. But then you've got to fine-tune it to the individual
see it
tracks.
on the horizon.
Yeah, he gets to it in about 15-20 seconds here. Flashing red on the dash there, which I assume is a fuel warning.
Let's see. Have they stopped yet? They stopped on lap 39. They should not be due. If we've got flashing lights, I think that's a problem.
It is the end of hour 2 here. Oh my gosh, we're not going to see the traffic. This is a disaster. You can kind of see the pixels. But he does go up the inside of the Thunder Bunny car, which is a move for position.
No, the Thunder Bunny car is in front of us still.
Oh, disregard. It looked like that move was going to be complete. Whoa! Talk about balance in this car.
When we hit some of these bumps on the onboards and the camera cuts away, I'm just like, oh, did they actually just knock the camera off the mount?
I mean, you've got so much power in what's a really short wheelbase. The second it does start to go, you're not going to have a whole lot of opportunity to catch it. So you got to be really quick on the wheel. And then, of course, it's a V8-powered Miata, so you would tend to expect that they're going to have some rear-end grip issues on throttle especially. So, again, I don't think it's a super comfortable car to drive, and it certainly doesn't look it most of the time.
Oh. Very different lines in the last 2 corners there, but the 404 wasn't really able to get the jump off of turn 16 down the front straightaway, and the 111 just draws away a little bit, which is kind of interesting. We did see this car chew through tires, and they weren't great tires on the Saturday. It did seem to be better on Sunday, but I do get the sense that I don't know that it's necessarily runaway overheating on the tires, but it doesn't seem like it's long before the grip starts to go away with this car.
Well, also, Brendan, we have to consider that surface at NOLA was really rough, and so that might have been a worst-case scenario for this car.
No, I think
if you're at a smoother track, that might not be as much of an issue, especially now that you have a lot of data about what happens to the tires at the worst-case scenario. You can hopefully try to turn that down a little bit, and then when you come to a normal track, hopefully it's better.
I don't think there's a ton of transferable data because they've completely changed tire brands, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about from the Sunday. For the Saturday, they definitely did, but I don't know what they're on this weekend. A lot of that is not information the teams are readily willing to share with us.
Which makes sense.
It does, although that is very, accessible information, right? All you have to do is walk past the car when it's stationary. But I get it. Does
that mean you're going to be doing some? Are you going to be doing some paddock reporting during the quiet hour?
I might do, yeah.
Some sleuthing.
All I need to do is walk down the pit lane, really. Yeah. It's not a bad idea. I'll go for a walk later. So Yeah, I mean, it is... I don't know. The point is not to belabor the point on this 404, but the car is still in development, right? You are still actively working on finding what works for the car. That could be tires, that could be setup, that could be electronics, that could be systems, balance, you name it. I mean, there are 100 different things that have to be correct in order for a car to go fast. And somebody like JTR feels like they figured that out on the M4. Hammer maybe haven't gotten there yet. You know, those cars haven't really shown the pace that the TCR cars have. But
the thing
that 404 is completely new. There's nothing else like that car in the world that runs endurance racing. So
the thing that's terrifying though is when you talk to the guys from JTR and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're still working out some teething problems with this car." You're like, "Oh no."
Yeah, but that car is quick in basically any of their drivers' hands.
No,
right?
But that's what I'm saying. Is that if and when they get that car dialed in, they are going to be top.
I think that car is closer to dialed in than they're letting on. I think that car is. Yeah, I do. I think they may have some mechanical things they're still learning with the car, how it responds to certain inputs. What different codes or errors mean. What causes. What causes a limp home mode. If you run the car out, it goes into limp mode because of this. Are we better doing a hard reset on a pit stop, etc. Right? So I think that is probably stuff they're working out. Keep with this on board, Joseph, because the 511 has just joined the crowd with the 111
in our mirror, in our rear view camera.
No. This is going to become a thing here shortly, up in turn 5.
Well, we probably won't get video on it, but.
Let's give it a shot and see what happens. We had a briefly slow number 182 Porsche Cayman, by the way. That's the Rule 1 Racing. It is the number 182. They have not completely disappeared, but they're not really featuring at the moment.
Yeah, that's 511 just rounds up the 404 around the outside, and they'll be looking to make the same move around the 111 shortly, I would imagine.
Well, the
404 faded to the inside trying to take that defensive line, and it just did not make a difference for the Choice Racing.
This chill-out car couldn't do anything with the 111. It sat there for a couple laps and just, like I said, it really had nothing to try and put to the 111 Thunder Buddy BMW, which is interesting. Rule 1 car is still slow, by the way, on the way into turn 12. It's doing, basically third gear speed. Pretty much all the way through there. So my guess is we'll see that car in the pits. They are pitted right in front of me here at start-finish, so keep an eye on that. Did we lose the choice on board?
A long time ago, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That is not very choice.
No.
That's a stuck camera, and that's a live camera.
I was going to say, it is stuck. It looked like that car was briefly creeping, but it was just the camera trying to catch up with itself. Move is done, by the way, for, I guess, what is the 4th. Choice has slipped past the number 111 Thunder Bunny BMW.
Pretty easily as well.
Yeah, and he's stretched the margin out already. At start-finish, it was half a second. It's probably closer to a second and a half now.
So that's 2 spots in as many laps for Choice Racing. Actually, it's 2 spots in 1 lap, isn't it? It's dropped the 404 and the 111 and is now going to be on the hunt for some GOAT.
Yeah, not quite as quick as the 29 that time around. There's a lot of 36s at the moment. This is, like we mentioned, related to the weather, a lot longer than we hung on to this sort of pace yesterday, but I think that's going to start to come out of the track here.
You see the sun out, and I'll switch over to the 34 where you can kind of more clearly see the sky. We've got a little more dynamic range.
Oh, that's a bummer. It's going to get so hot in here.
Well... Can I help you?
Apparently not.
Wow, I assume Ryan just halted in
no, that was a reference to a Nelly song.
That was not. You cannot.
No. There's no follow-up there. Absolutely not.
How anyone is supposed to connect Oh, with Nelly is beyond
well,
me.
I said hot in here.
He did.
I know. I understand that.
Yeah. Also, there was a delay. It wasn't like an instantaneous.
No, that was the thing. It sounded like he was reacting to something on track, and he's like, "No, I just really like Nelly."
So too. Maybe he felt badly for me being in this.
I was trying to make a joke suggestion as to how Brendan could handle the temperature.
I'm not doing it.
That's probably not recommended.
No. I won't get. That'll be it for the interviews.
Or maybe it'll lead to more.
No, it won't.
That choice racing car, by the way,
yes,
not to awkwardly segue. I don't think I've ever actually made that error out loud before. Choice Racing has just put in their fastest lap of the race at a 1:34.884.
At the same time, Screaming Goat comes by and does 37.6. So Shackle's released on the 511, it seems. Well, there goes 37.5. That'll be in a lot of traffic, but still.
Well, yeah, they seem very unencumbered by traffic in the way some of these other cars are. I don't know if that's I mean, is it just a straight line thing? Is it to the point where there's so much traffic at a track this size, basically that the traffic density is such that you'd rather just have the straight line because you're going to lose it in the corners anyway when you get held up behind people.
Yeah, I mean,
JTR just talked about taking a rear wing off of their car.
Well, that car was so slow anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think there's probably something to the idea that you would just have a point and shoot kind of car, and deal with that. But then also you have so many braking zones here that if you're extending those braking zones by 50 feet, are you going to be able to complete as many passes?
421 making a move on the inside of Hitman.
Yeah, with two wheels up along the white line there. Do we have the Hitman on board still?
Probably. What am I, a doctor?
But that's on our TNT, so that might actually not be. Well, now I'm confused.
Yeah, so am I.
I can't tell if our trackside camera is so far behind, or
it might be. That front straight one in particular is on the connection struggle bus, so I wouldn't be shocked if that was behind a bit.
By the way, now that the 404 and the 111 are just together on track, the 404 has clawed back the gap. It's now back on the bumper of the 111, but really doesn't seem to have any interest in doing anything about it.
I am surprised a little bit. Do I have this wrong mentally? I mean, in my mind, with that LS swap, you'd expect that thing to be kind of a rocket on the straights, but is it that it's not really a car that's set up for that, so it can't really put the power down?
I think it's a case of they have the. I think it's a case of they have the motor nerfed because the car is too light.
Yeah.
So it's not a 450 horsepower LS motor. They're probably making a fair amount of torque.
I don't know who's on. Sorry, I don't know who's on board the 696, but he just sent it into turn one. Sent. Go ahead.
No, I'll finish up with that. But when you have there's multiple shops that will make you a LS swapped road going Miata, and those are plenty fast in a straight line and embarrass much more expensive vehicles. So I think that may be down to what the WRL rules call for as far as power and performance. And then again, as we were talking about earlier, there might be a degree of trying to save the rear tires as well.
Sure.
Yeah, I believe that.
We also have to remember these are 200 treadwear tires.
Right.
Yeah, that's part of what I mean by being able to put the power down, right? I mean, if you had the right suspension, it might not be such an issue.
Yeah.
I think we talked about this at CODA, the idea of a sweet spot as it relates to available power versus, weight. Everything runs to 9.0 to 1 in GTO, at a minimum, or maximum, I guess, right? be above that, but 9 to 1 is your target number for performance. And maybe there's a power number or a weight number that is friendlier to multi-class racing, or to the tires, or fuel. Although that's been changed a little bit for this year as well. That some cars are just set up better for that number than others.
So something else I'm just tossing around in my head, and I'm not sure how I feel about it yet. If I was going to run an LS swapped something really light in WRL, I would probably start by reducing the maximum RPM, and that would give you a pretty broad, pretty flat torque curve, which should make the car semi-drivable in that that you always have torque. But as we've mentioned this weekend, apparently there's a power to weight modifier now for having a flat torque curve as well. So that might be hampering them even more.
Is it torque and power, Ryan, or just power?
I mean, one begets the
other. It would be both.
Yeah,
if your rev limit is at 6,000 RPM or less in that motor, you're making power all the way from 1,800 RPM. So it's...
Yeah, I'd be interested to know if that car's affected by that, actually. I don't know the answer to that, and I'm not sure that I would be privy to that information anyway.
I don't think I would either, but I would be prepared to place a large wager that would be a problem which affected them.
Battle for third on track at the moment. Choice has caught the number 29 from Screaming Goat Racing, and is very much up on the back bumper of that car. Actually, the move's going to be done on the way into turn 7. Dragged up alongside him on the way out of the hairpin at turn 5, and then up over the crest at 6. And by the time they got to the braking zone, here it is, actually. Is this him?
No.
No, they've already come and gone there.
Yeah.
That's Thunder Bunny putting a couple of cars between themselves and
we did see the 401 lap the 421, though, which is relevant for the stoppage if things stand as they are. I think we're expecting a round of pit stops before the stoppage, but still something worth keeping in mind.
Something else to look at here real quick. I don't know if we can pick this up. The 701 is probably about to put the move on the number 47 Ginger Racing car. They just put in a 43.8, which puts them almost slowest in class and definitely slowest to the top 5 in GP1. Everybody else around them is doing a 140 or a 141. And they were only half a second ahead of the round 3 racing number 701 last time by. So if we can find that on track somewhere, or if we have the 701 on board, I don't think we do, but...
We did earlier. Might have cycled out, though.
Okay. But that'll be a pass for podium in GP1. Coming here shortly, unless the number 47 clicks off a outstanding lap here in the next 45 seconds or so.
Standing yellow at turn 1.
I don't see anything. There it is.
Oh, yep.
Looks like maybe one of the overnight Miatas.
It
might.
If he didn't back it into the tire wall, he got extremely close.
Yeah.
What number did we think that was? 124?
I thought it was an overnight. It's the 196. Look to driver's left here.
Oh, okay. Yep.
If there was impact to the barrier, it wasn't very heavy.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was saying. If he didn't get there, he got really close.
I have 196 listed as a white Boxster.
195. They've fixed that.
Okay.
So that'll
Oh, you hear Jason. You can hear him. He's not a happy camper.
How you going,
so
Mike?
You brought something live. Check that out. It is the 195. Purple and green.
Okay, purple and green.
Yeah.
So that should put, we'll wait for timing to update, that should put the 9.4 Motorsports car a little bit closer. They're a minute 33, so let's put them back on the lead lap. So I don't think that'll stay the same for long.
The reason I think Jason's upset here is this traffic has lost him the lead lap. That's the 701 that's in front, or the 401 that's in front of us here.
That is pretty significant, actually. We've only got, it's half an hour. So there is something else at play.
Buzzing straight through as well.
Yeah, well, he was never going to hold them off. The 696 has been pretty steadily catching the 401. It's not been in big chunks, but that gap has very steadily come down from 9 or 10 seconds when I first saw it after the Code 35 that I wasn't aware happened, to now where it's just over 1, actually. What was that Code 35 for, by the way?
When?
Which one?
It was for the 944, which I wanted to switch to after the break.
Yeah, I thought it might have been the 944. I was sitting here looking all the way across the track down at turn 11, and the rear had the shape of the 944.
Hate to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I mentioned, they were in some strife at the end of last race.
Was that a slow 909 on board 34 passing exit of 2?
I wouldn't
Car
be
off the
surprised.
driver's right?
They had a lot of problems this race.
Just got it on the YouTube.
So we think the 909 is slow again at the bottom of turn 2? Is that right?
Yeah. It looked like it was stopped off the driver's right, or going very slow.
Yeah, here they are. They're at the trough of the hill, basically.
Yeah, didn't even get to the crest or to the uphill. They've just settled in down at the bottom and pulled off the driver's right.
And that'll be obviously no one's going to be taking that line that tight, so they're not in a point of danger. But if they can't get that moving, that'll be a Code 35 in order to tow that car away.
Yes, almost certainly. It has gotten itself going the last 2 times this happened, but keep an eye on this Code 35, by the way. We mentioned how important the lead lap was. Now, I'm not sure that many... I don't know how many of our competitors are going to view that the same way, whether they're placing the same level of importance on that, because it's basically just park for May. But if you do a kind of a deep dive here on how this is going to shake out, as we already have this morning, I wonder if you use this Code 35 to set yourself up to be on the lead lap in half an hour's time. You know, make your decision to pit or not pit based on what it puts you, where it puts you relative to the leader.
Yeah.
I think it's a smart way to view this. You know, if you're the 34 that's sitting right there, if you expect the 696 to pit again, then maybe you look at staying out and chancing it if it's going to potentially put you on the lead lap.
Yeah, so we're expecting the stoppage. Well, that looked like it might have been a passenger yellow. We're expecting the stoppage in half an hour, right?
Just to put a period on the 2 was on its way out of the pits. So he was slow to driver's left as he got himself up to speed from pit out lane. So if it was a pass under yellow, I think it was only because the 2 hadn't actually been on track.
Okay. I think it was... I have thoughts. So we're expecting that stoppage in about half an hour, right?
Yeah.
So 401, assuming we go Code 35, which I'm guessing we will, because this car... I don't know, maybe they're going to give it a little extra time just because it has been able to...
Yes.
To clear that.
It's been stationary a full lap, though.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll clean up this thought. The 401 is going to be due a stop soon-ish. So this would fall perfectly for them. You know they'll come in for any Code 35 that comes out right now. And then 696 is, in the ballpark for one. I would probably still come in if I were them. They don't need one now. They're going to be close to making it to the red flag.
Well, let's back up. Let's back up here though, because remember we are going to have the field bunched up at the Code 30 or at the full course yellow, and if you decide to wait, you can't pit until we go back to green, right? Pit exit is closed when we go full course yellow and put the safety car out. And then when you do pit, you're going to end up at the back of the line. So whereas we really haven't had to talk about track position yet this weekend, that is the one time it's actually going to matter very much. Is it's going to put you at the back of 50 cars. And I wonder if I don't know if they would look at it this way. I certainly am. Looking at it from a perspective of, well, I could be first or I could be 50th on the road, and how much time is that going to cost me? Ooh, on the outside of turn 1, guys. If we jump on board that 401, I think there's a. I think when I see them here at turn 3, we might catch that car again.
Real quick update in GP3. The 195 Overnight Motorsports Porsche came in for a pit stop. 6 people over the wall and have been docked a lap, dropping them from 2nd down to 4th now in GP3.
We're going code 35, but keep an eye on this because remember there's a yellow flag zone at the bottom of the hill here. So let's see where this move is complete. They're alongside each other. The yellow flag is there, and they're side by side with the 696 in front. So that's an interesting call to have to make. The 1 has pulled off and stopped to driver's left at the top of the hill, guys, at turn 3.
Oh boy.
That's very odd. He's not parallel to the track. It looks like he's just... Well, let's watch.
Yeah, so we're entering turn 16 here.
Oh, sorry, it's the 01. It's the 01. It's the Liquid Molly car. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, I haven't picked out who's who yet. It's moving again. That's very odd. And it looks like it had the brakes locked when it did it.
Maybe showing solidarity with the 909?
Well, I'm wondering if maybe he came up on a group of cars kind of half blind at the top of the hill and had to slam on the brakes to avoid and just got the car stopped in the grass to driver's left. It's very odd.
Well, I think it's safe to say at this point, unfortunately, that we will not have a repeat winner.
No, we didn't have one at NOLA either. So
not with that attitude.
JTR and Screaming Goat.
JTR, are you being pessimistic?
DFA.
511's in, having made the pass on the 29.
The replay of what happened to the 01 is available on their YouTube feed.
Have you viewed it?
They made a contact with a red Boxster that they were passing around the outside, and it spun them around.
Is the 197 a red Boxster like I have listed?
That contact isn't listed yet. I'll let you know if it gets picked up by race control.
The 909 and the tow truck have just stopped on the inside coming into turn 5.
So it's the red box with Maxis all over the rear bumper.
Oh, that'll be the 197. Yeah.
That's a GP3 leader.
It was pretty significant contact. I wouldn't be surprised if there's left front damage on the Boxster.
What was it, right rear to left front?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
When it rains, it pours for overnight.
So the tow truck driver got out and went in to talk to the driver of the 909. Not sure what they had to say. They're moving again, so progress. But this has extended this code 35 a little bit. JTR is in. Choice Racing has already been in and out.
Scott's probably wondering if Screaming Goat has pit.
They have. We just saw their onboard on our feed here. What they did was they watched the broadcast yesterday and listened to everything Scott had to say. He does. David McKee does watch the broadcast. He watches all of them back and sends me notes.
And see, here's the thing.
How many green flag pit stops have they made today? The answer is 0.
Well, it's because they watched yesterday and kept notes on what you had to say.
But here's the thing. They get a lot of airtime when they don't pit.
Yeah, because they're the only car going 56 laps on a day. Oh, Radar Gun is out at turn 5.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, first time I've seen that.
Yeah. Turn 5 is a weird place to have one.
Well, it's cars cresting the hill and then dropping down into the braking zone. So I wonder if they're just catching or thinking they can catch cars, picking up speed going down the hill.
Is that the way they police the speed limit with the radar gun?
It's lap time and also partially by radar. Huh. Oh, the 197 is missing the left front headlight cover.
The left front. So I wonder if they got nudged into a second car, Scott?
No, it was left front to right rear. Left front of the 197. Right rear of the...
I misunderstood then. I thought the 01 nudged into the
The 01 was
197.
going around the outside of the 197, and
turn 3.
it's difficult to tell because the 01's camera's very low and there's a crest there, but it kind of looked like they were heading towards the apex-ish, but maybe the 197 wasn't quite on their line either. But either way, they met in the middle of the track as the 01 was trying to sweep around the outside of the Boxster. And it was... So the 01 was nearly clear, but not clear, so it was left front tyre to right rear tyre.
That will almost certainly wind up being a penalty.
Sent the 01 into a 360-degree spin.
Right, okay.
01 is in the paddock and nudging left towards... Oh, that car's damaged on the right rear. I don't know if it's a puncture or a suspension issue, but it's definitely low at the right rear. Oh, it's it is the 01, yeah. It's at
That's where
least
I got hit, yeah.
Yeah, it's at least a puncture, if not suspension.
Yeah, they were going around under green flag. They were going around under code 35 normally, like they were up to 35 mile per hour. So I don't think it's anything.
Where's
massive.
the 696 gone? It's 2 laps down.
I think it's. I think it had ducked into the pits.
It did, but we were under code 35. How did it lose that much time?
Time on its pit stop lap. It did actually drop down to 12.
Yeah.
It is 12. Now it's at.
It is
Race Hero weird.
2+ laps down.
Race Hero says 12th, then 2nd, and now it says it's in 12th, and that's not updated yet. So there's something a bit odd going on. It might be scoring
penalty.
No, it's back to 12th again.
No, they haven't been issued a penalty.
Well, they've done 2, well, actually quite fast laps for Code 35. Code 35 laps should be around 4 minutes, and their last 2 laps have been 3:11 and 3:23.
They haven't done a lap during the Code 35, I'm pretty confident.
Race Hero just updated, so they have.
696?
Yes.
I don't have a lap for them past 75.
Well, that's correct.
They haven't. No, they've just done one. They've just come by.
Lap 74 is yellow, and 75 was very clearly a Code 35, a majority Code 35 lap.
Yeah, I think they've just come by.
I think there's 2 laps in between. I think there's 2 laps in between 74 and 75 that have been deleted.
Oh,
maybe. Or at least one. I don't know. All the cars around them only have one. All the cars behind them, anyway, only have one. Some of them have 2 yellow laps. I reckon they've had a lap deleted.
Yeah, but I don't know what for because. Oh, you know what? Oh, this is okay. Okay. There's something in the race control log that I'll try to pick the bones out of.
CMZ has just pitted the Ginetta and played the Code 35 pretty poorly.
Oh,
ouch. Because they're listed as in the pits, but I assume they're on an out lap.
No, they've just left. Like, I watched them peel out of their pit box. Yeah.
That's very likely to drop them off the lead lap before we get the safety car.
Well, so while you were away, Scott, we were just having a discussion when the automatic car stopped, but before the Code 35, as to whether or not you play this Code 35 relative to your lead lap status. Right, and at the time, we had assumed that the JTR car was going to be who you have to play against. Obviously, there's something else going on there. They've just posted an outlap now, so that's even more confusing because they weren't in the pits.
It's not an outlap. They did a 137, which is a really fast lap time.
But it says pit.
Yeah, it's so confusing.
I'm completely baffled by what's happening with that car.
It's almost like it's got the wrong transponder information being sent or something. I don't think it is, but that's what that's what it would have to be for it to be putting in the same lap times.
Anyway, so now that your leader is the 401, so it changes how you would have played that Code 35, but you wonder if, especially in GTO, if you played that Code 35 and your pit stops relative to your ability to stay on the lead lap. If the leader pits and we're right behind them, like if you're Hitman, right? You stay out and try and stretch the mileage to the end so that you can stay on the lead lap in front of the 401 when you know they're going to pit. I think it's probably smart, but that's very specific to like a dozen different cars. So
at the moment, we've only got the top 4 in the lead lap. Is that correct? That is correct. I just saw
Screaming Goats dropped the lap.
Yeah, Screaming Goats off the lead.
They're right in front of us here. This is for position.
So the leader's on the way into turn 5. Chill Out is the next GTO car in front of them. Yes, so that's correct. So
I think all three of these might be for position. Not the giant wing in front of us, but the two cars.
Yeah. So we've got about 15 minutes left here, and
Screaming Goat is 10 seconds behind Chill Out, and I think the race leader between.
So we've got 15 minutes is about what we've got left here before we go full course yellow with the safety car.
Round three didn't hit yet. Do we think they can make it to the yellow?
Well, so this was the other discussion we have, Scott, is if you don't pit and you decide to stretch it to Parc Ferme, when they open the pits again, this is the one time track position is going to matter. You're going to be at the back of 50 cars.
The thing is, Brendan, I think this is maybe playing too complicated of a game. But one angle that you could take is lap as many people as possible, don't pit at all, and then come in at the end of the red flag, because you will have put everybody basically a lap down.
That is true. So everybody will be at the tail end of the lead lap, essentially.
Yeah.
The whole field. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair.
I haven't decided how much I like that idea.
I assume we think that if you do that, you stay out until Parc Ferme. Then after Parc Ferme, when we're cruising around, if you then pit, we assume they don't wave everyone around so that you other.
They won't. It's one lap.
Yeah, they don't wave. They don't wave around.
It's the only time anyway.
So basically, you would follow the pace car into the pits.
Do we think that round 3 will have time to pit between the yellow coming out and going into Parc Ferme?
No, they close pit out when that happens.
Okay, so in that case, round 3 probably really should have taken advantage of that.
I think so. I think
just for their own race. They might have let a few cars back on the lead lap.
Yeah, I think that's probably the right play. Even if a few other cars try and play to stay on the lead lap when you do that, I thought they had pitted, honestly. I'm surprised they did. I thought they were a lock. Joe's mentioned they were basically a locked pit. It was going to fall right in their lap.
I was confident they were going to. Yeah. I'm a little confused. Unless they're playing that game and they think they can stretch it another 15 minutes. Then 15 minutes under yellow flag conditions. Is it 15 minutes or is it just one? Is it one pace lap and then in?
They're going to attempt to do it in one and in.
Okay.
But the second one's required that it'll be 2, but they're going to attempt to do it on both ends. Pace car comes out, they lead them into the pits. Then when Parc Ferme is over, pace car goes out and then comes right in.
So you're looking at a minimum two pace laps, basically.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It feels iffy.
It does. They were in at 40. And they're up to 82 now. So
we know that pitting under green costs you basically a lap.
Yeah.
So to be honest, any team that tries to stay out to get themselves back on the lead lap, they're very likely to just lose the lead lap again straight away because they have to pit under green.
True. Mm-hmm. True. But then the other side of that is if you get another code 35, can you stretch it? There's a bunch of different factors that probably aren't worth just flushing out.
I'm a little curious to see if they try to come in right before the full course yellow.
That's almost what I'm expecting, but I don't think that would be a good move because any pit stop under green is bad.
Yeah, I agree.
Any unnecessary pit stop under green, like if we end up having a green flag run that is an hour and 40 minutes and everyone has to pit under green, then fine, it is what it is. But if you're putting yourself in a position where you have to pit under green when you didn't necessarily, then I think you lose yourself.
We saw what it cost. It cost the race yesterday.
That was close.
That was the difference. Yeah. On board with your overall, briefly on board with your overall race.
Yeah, I switched back over because the genetic really squeezed the 34 coming into turn 9 there. I feel like this is probably worth following.
Jason handles that well.
Yeah.
He lets the car do a really nice natural slide on occasion here into turn 15.
Well, that's the advantage of running the same car for 5 years.
Yeah.
This is still Jason after 2.5 hours, is it?
We think so.
Yeah, the suit looks the same, gloves look the same. It may not be, but
He said he was in for the whole morning, so I'm taking that as meaning he's running it to the red flag.
And I think it's just him and Lyle this weekend.
No, well then it probably
No,
is.
because remember...
2.5 hours is not an unreasonable stance, that's fine.
Jason Marks, Lyle Hitt, and Rob Jackowitz.
Right.
So it is
usually of the 99 GTR.
Yeah. Yes.
They could probably, I mean, Jason could probably do this 2.5 hours, take the hour off, and then get straight back in again after a rest. It's not unreasonable either, but...
You know, I don't know how that is scored in terms of the maximum drive time. In like you can't do like 4 hours straight. I wonder if the red flag... It's more of a legal question than it's a semantic question, I guess, more than a ethical one. But I do wonder how that would be scored.
Yeah, in theory, if the red flag resets everything, you could do the whole race on one driver change, right?
Right.
I think you are allowed to change drivers under Park for me. Because
are you allowed to not change and then go in 4 hours off?
Oh, that I don't know. The way the race is scored, yeah, I don't know.
So I want to try to button up whatever we're seeing with the 696 because as we mentioned, there was a pit lap. They were certainly slow. They certainly lost a lap. We couldn't figure out why. If I look at the lap history that I have, there is nothing to me that suggests that. They did add 2 laps. Did they add 2 laps, or do I now just have 2 laps in my history? But there were 2 laps that have gone, that were basically missing from their listing. Are they 2 laps back behind the leader, I wonder?
Yeah, they are 2 full laps down.
Okay, so
on time.
There is a note in race control from about 40 minutes ago. There's an incident contact under investigation between the 696 and potential. Well, I guess among, it's not obvious who the aggressor is, the 182, the 727, and the 696.
Oh my.
Basically, and that would potentially be where 2 laps were coming from, right? If maybe 2 laps have been docked straight away. That is still under investigation. So just keep an eye on that. That might explain why 2 laps are gone, and so we might see 2 laps come back to the 696. So just keep that in the back of your head. That might get resolved over the red flag.
It does just say side to side.
Joseph, the 401 is right on the chill out car, which obviously it needs to hold on for the next 7 minutes or so.
Something like that.
Yeah. Stay on the lead lap.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't either.
Well, it depends how hard the 401 wants to race and how hard the chill out car wants to race. There's is it worth taking the risk element? There's also is the 401 going to pit?
I mean, we watched the choice car just rocket around that Miata.
401 doesn't seem to have any significant straight line speed advantage based on this camera.
No, they are identical cars.
What?
The 401.
I was going to say
401 and 511
are not identical
cars. No, very much not. No.
I'm like, that's fantastic for round 3 racing. I'm looking forward to that episode.
So
he's got a good run here.
Yeah.
We do have
but he's blocked.
The Lexus is in the way.
Make a quick note real quick. 111 and the 404 that were trailing, both of those cars have put in their session PBs.
Yeah, you think they're pushing to stay on the lead lap?
Yeah,
I think they know.
I don't think they're going to roll over for this. I don't know if they're going to be successful. Look at the rear of that car.
Yeah,
weaving around in the braking.
I think he's pushing that car to try and stay up ahead, and it's going to runaway heat these tires. And that car's going to be a real handful. But all you need is, what, 6
We do have that on board, and it's quite entertaining.
Yeah, I think
that on board exists. I don't know if Joseph has it.
If they get clear of the
got it,
traffic, I think the 401 can do it approaching turn 5.
The 401 does have a straight line speed advantage, so it's only going to take a bad run for the 404.
By the way, the team car to this...
way out wide.
Team car to this in GP1... the 701 in round 3 has just overtaken Ginger Racing for second in GP1.
It's number 1 hammer car, isn't it? That car's
Hitman into this.
Well, that's interesting.
It is interesting for a few reasons. They were 6 laps away. I don't think they needed to do this, unless they were I don't know why they didn't come in the last code 35.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, specifically want to get in.
Yeah,
before
the thing you have to avoid
There
here.
you go. Oh, left the door open. No.
He'll shut it here. But he's gonna have to try
He
to
didn't shut it
defend.
fast enough.
Yeah.
Wow, good move, decisive move by the 401.
He's left a lane to the outside. Do we still have a car there?
Car hot.
If they
Still there. Was still there on the exit, yeah.
Yeah, no, there, he just draws away.
Tucks in.
Right there, yeah.
Okay.
I was just going to say, even if the car is there, I'm not sure it'll be there by the time we get to the braking zone.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on the onboard the 404. It looks like there's too much of a gap here, but if you're on board that car, then you might be tempted to try to stay within pouncing distance, you know, in case the 401 gets caught up in slower traffic. A little bit of a splash for Hitman. They are back out. It was a quick stop.
They're going to drop another lap behind, I think.
There's a weird kind of side strategy that I hadn't really considered that I wonder if is coming into play here. 401's in. This is huge, actually, for a lot of people.
Yeah, because they had a 1 minute 12 lead, so that's going to get a bunch of cars back on the lead lap.
Wow, these
Chill out's happy.
Now the question is, do they do a full fuel,
Chill
or do
out
they just
happy.
put a jug in it and say, you know, hopefully we get a code 35 later?
No, I think now that you've taken the penalty of driving down the pit lane at 35 miles an hour, you might as well just take the fuel.
So yeah, Chill Out's going to be happy, Screaming Goat's going to be happy, Thunder Bunny, TLM USA, TLM Monoflow, all of those cars are getting back on.
This feels like as much of a mistake as the 696 was yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I don't understand it.
And specifically because it's so avoidable. Right? I mean, they had a code 35 15 minutes ago. They could have made this stop under and been fine.
Joyce is already back in the lead.
Yeah. By the way, confirmation that the 696 was penalized 2 laps for contact.
Okay.
They haven't made the official announcement over the team frequency, and it'll be updated in the log in due course.
Okay.
That it had been docked the time.
Okay, I'm.
Round 3's rolling again.
Do we know if that is that final, Brendan, or is there a chance that could be overturned during the stoppage?
My guess is they haven't provided video for that yet.
Okay.
But if they have a case to make, they'll do that when we, head into Park Ferme.
Yeah, when they can get the car.
I think Thunder Bunny might have got ahead of round 3 racing here. And though we were just talking about how Thunder Bunny was about to lose a lap to round 3 racing.
Chill Out is actually right up on the back of the 401.
Well, there you go. They've lost exactly
a
a
full
lap.
lap. Yep.
Which you lose like 20 seconds max under code 35. So yeah, I don't understand.
If only there were 4 or 5 guys sitting in various rooms across the country analyzing the heck out of this stuff, that could
the driver's eye brain trust.
I mean, to be fair, at the rate we overanalyze things,
no,
should they be trusting us?
Yeah, we did just have Tim last time out tell Joseph that the whole idea of back timing fuel, which is what we talk a lot about, is like not a thing that people do. So
and then other people chimed in to say, actually, that is a thing. That
we do.
Yeah. It's almost like people have different strategies and approaches to these things.
Yeah. Which is why we analyze the heck out of it, because we can't get inside their heads. So we just take all of the possibilities and.
It's a very sarcastic view of things.
It is interesting because Tim did tell us last time in excruciating detail how every team has a bunch of guys on laptops doing this stuff, and yet they all seem to come up with different solutions. As a guy who's
even the 3 of us
in optimization, it's kind of surprising when we don't end up converging. A lot of guys working really hard don't end up converging on one solution. So it's genuinely really interesting.
Hitman and Thunder Bunny are right together. And 3 cars further back, which is all lap traffic, is that number 401. So you're right, Scott. The 401 did drop the additional spot to the 111.
Heads up driving
And that
70 to get out of the way of Jason Marks here.
Jeez.
That leaves at least 7 cars on the lead lap. It's 8 because here comes the 79. And then Hitman. So Hitman and Choice.
So Hitman all made the same critical error. Yes. They would be in the lead lap right now if they'd pitted under the box.
Correct.
So it would be 8 cars if they hadn't done that.
Here comes the 511.
Kingpin, by the way, didn't pit under the last code 35 and haven't pitted under green. How have they dropped back so far? When I left earlier, they were they were in the lead and then they pitted under the long code 35 we had.
Which Kingpin is this?
77.
I believe they. Let me double check the race log, but I thought they had a lap docked.
That would make sense because they were running in 4th for ages, and then all of a sudden they were down outside the top 10.
696 is listed as final in the log, by the way.
Okay.
It's been updated.
Is that final in inverted commas?
No, it's
it says final.
Yeah.
Okay. So
well, I take your point, Scott.
Whoa.
We'll see.
We got a yellow.
Double yellow. Yep, that'll be for
the stoppage, the planned stoppage. Yep.
The stoppage time.
And look at this. Look at this. Who's in the pit lane, and is the pit lane closed now? Is pit exit closed?
Pit exit is closed. Yes.
That's going to cut a couple of these guys out entirely.
It should be.
Pinnacle and W2W are listed as in the pit.
That may be for when the safety car comes out, because that car has sailed, I think, right on past.
So are they going to allow to exit later and then join the tail end of the field?
That car that we just saw going down pit lane, which I think is Pinnacle, has just come out of the pits in front of Screaming Goat.
We've got a couple takers of the pits, including what looks like a round 3 car. Maybe the 701.
That might feel like I recognize.
Yeah, the 705 was the one that just went by on track.
Is that not? Oh, the one in the name. God, my memory's awful. They're not competitive anyway. They were earlier, so I'd be interested in knowing what happened to them.
Can I make a note of 2 penalties?
You may.
You may.
R1 was given a penalty at 9:22 this morning.
Yes.
For a pass under yellow.
Several.
Wow.
6 passes under yellow.
Yep. Which was followed by car 44. Now we saw this. I saw this out the window when we were having a discussion with the 2 drivers from JTR of the 44 taking off before the green flag came out, passing a bunch of cars in the grass and then slamming on the brakes.
So I think what had happened there, what I'm interpolating had happened there. We've got a lot of takers of the pits. I'm actually going to cut back to that.
So I think the pit exit hasn't closed. A bunch of cars have come out, and now the safety car has gone out.
Okay. But anyway, my interpolation of my interpolation and interpretation, I guess, of what happened to the 44 is they were probably given a radio message of green flag before they'd reached a green flag marshal post. Because
that works.
I think it is.
From a marshal post? That can't be right. Because if somebody 3 car lengths behind you sees the marshal post that you just passed, they just plow straight into the back of you as they accelerate. That can't be right, surely.
I assume you have to see a green flag to go. If you're still seeing yellows,
the green was not out at the turn 5 station here in front of me. I can say that with certainty.
Okay. So
Also,
it was still a yellow.
All the marshal posts, in theory, can see each other, so therefore any driver at any point should be able to see a marshal post, right?
yeah, in theory.
In theory, but I don't think we staff every marshal post for most of these races.
511 is stopped. Oh, this is going to be chaos. The leader is... Oh, my gosh. So the leader pitted and has been stopped at pit exit. So they're going to have to pick up, I guess, second?
What? Why would the leader pit? Are these guys not aware that the pit exit's going to be closed?
That has to be. What else?
So, to clarify this, the rules and the sheet that govern this procedure say that the cars that are stopped at pit out will be waved by and allowed to join the back of the queue.
So why would the 511 pit anyway?
Well, Scott, listen. If the 511 pits and maintains the lead,
will they?
Well, they're going to lose a lap here right now because the safety car is going to pick up the next leader. And so what's going to happen is they're going to get a wave by, and so they're just going to be on the same lap, but at the tail ends.
Yeah,
right.
The only logic for me is a misunderstanding of the rules.
The safety car has picked up the 170.
The 170, which is like what, like 15th in class or something like that?
I was under the impression we should have been under red flag by now. I thought we were only doing one lap.
We've only done one lap. The safety car is only halfway around its out lap because it's doing 20 miles an hour because the field is doing 35. So in order to actually get the field under control, it's got to go slower than 35.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So should pit exit be closed?
It is, yes.
And I'm aware it is, but it should be?
Yes.
Okay. And
yes, and the idea is these teams aren't necessarily going to lose any time. They would have been basically they would have funneled in to wherever, but this is very well spelled out, right? So
there's no way this only takes a lap, right? In order to catch
no, it probably does.
In order for 15 miles an hour.
Right, yeah.
I don't know that they're going to have to get the full field under control here. The last car is at turn 5, I believe. And the safety car is at turn 9.
They just need the lead group to follow the pace car in, and then everyone else just follows the pace car in from wherever they are. So
what's going to be interesting here is I think your leader on the road is going to be the 111. Now, it won't be the first car behind the safety car, but...
That's really funny, though. We were just talking about how the 111 was desperately trying to stay on the lead lap.
Yeah, so the 111 is going to be on the road because the 511 pitted, the choice racing car pitted. But directly in front of the 111 is the 34. Like, directly in front of the 111.
So, yeah.
They are telling the field now to speed up. Those that are still out on track, the 982 and the 698 pit marshals were motioning them forward. They've actually put out the double yellow to replace the code 35, so that cars actually speed up and go catch that.
Yeah, in hindsight, with the benefit of hindsight, there was never a recovery vehicle out there, so that's kind of how it should have been from the beginning. But
yeah.
So if the pace car is going to come straight in the pits now, we're going to release the 511 to do a lap. Is that right, or are they just going to? Or are they stuck now?
They will be when the field leaves the pit lane at the top of the next hour, or just past it. The cars that are at the end of the pit lane, which there are about 10 of now, including the 172, 21, 293, a bunch of cars that are down there. They will leave first, be allowed to circulate, and they will catch the back of the queue when they come out of the pits.
Here's the
so to go cars, safety car,
through turn
field.
12.
Yeah, cars, safety car, field. The cars at front will do the lap, safety car will leave, and then they'll come up and meet.
Yeah, the 511 is stuck now, but it will be in an hour. It will be allowed to rejoin.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is fine. We can dissect this towards the end of our break here and pick out what the order is going to be. But it should be Thunder Bunny, the 111, back to Hitman Racing. Actually, not quite. It'll be, I think, up in front of Hitman Racing. We'll do the lap and come back to the back of the queue. 111 will be in first. Hitman will be just in front of them. I don't think they're going to do a wave by for anybody else. So here comes the field in.
So any car that's between the safety car and the race leader isn't going to get waved by?
Is correct. As far as I understand, and that is standard for WRL, that there are just no wave bys.
You pick up what you pick up, and there's no...
Yeah.
So TLM USA is presumably parked at the end of the pit lane at the moment.
They are, yes.
But they are behind 511, so those two cars will be the last two cars.
And it's more than that. No, sorry. They are on the lead lap. They're at the very tail end of the lead lap.
Yeah, so those two cars will be the last two cars on the lead.
Yeah, Hitman's the last on the lead lap because they are between the safety car and the 111.
Sorry, I meant the last, not on the tail of the lead.
Correct. Yes, correct. Yes.
Stopping the safety car before the start finish line, so that's not going to be helpful for our scoring.
No.
I was kind of hoping Because we're still going to have choice in the lead because Thunder Bunny hasn't come across the line.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, in the long game, I prefer this because if we would be ending up spending the break trying to figure out if somebody was actually a lap down or not.
Instead, we're speculating on who's actually in the lead.
Right.
We didn't really mention this, but because the 511 pitted, your leaders are actually nose to tail. 111 and 401 are absolutely together on track.
So
well,
pits now.
They're in the lane, Brendan. They're not on track, actually.
Well, but you know what I mean. In the running order, they are absolutely nose to tail. Then it's actually 2 lap cars, and then the chill out car right behind. So your top 3 on the road are within 5 cars of each other, sitting here in the pit lane. And then everybody back to Hitman Racing is going to cycle through and stay on the lead lap.
Yeah. So at the moment, based on what we have in timing. I don't know, Scott. I'm gonna say the 511's still in the lead if they're gonna release them at the end of the red flag because they're still scored in the lead. So they've basically got the field almost a lap down. So they've kind of done.
No, that's not correct.
How is it not correct? Like what?
The 511
what's
came
the quirk
across. The 511 came across the line after Thunder Bunny. No, sorry.
Isn't that irrelevant?
No. Thunder Bunny is going to cross the line again before 511 does.
You're saying 511 is
past
past
the
the
line.
timing line already? Okay.
Yes, correct. They are at the end of pit lane, past start finish. 111 is before start finish.
But aren't they going to release the 511 before they release the safety car?
They are, but not before the 111 crosses the line.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So my interpretation was it was going to be at the back of the queue. They're basically going to let them cycle out, do the lap, release the safety car.
No.
And then
So
they
they're going
through.
to be. Let's say they release them in unison, where it goes cars that pit out, safety car, field. If they all come out together, the cars that are out in front of the safety car will be able to make the lap and catch the back of the queue while the safety car is circulating.
Okay. I think I understand why.
So
That's
everybody in the
weird.
safety car line is going to cross the line again before all of the cars that pit out cross the line next.
Okay. I swore I remembered that they would release the cars that were past the line first.
They do, but they don't cross the line again.
Right, but that's
Right,
fine
they
because
have
they'll
to-
be at the tail end of the queue. After
Correct.
So they'll still be in the lead.
Nope. No. The 511 has crossed the line one more time than the 111 has.
Okay, so they'll still be in the lead. They just won't have a lap lead.
Nope.
Has crossed the
111
line.
is going.
You said the
111
511 has crossed the time. Has crossed the stripe one more time than the 111 has.
Yes, the 111 is going to be the next car to cross start finish,
Okay.
which will put it into the lead over the 511.
Hold on. Let me go back to the live standings. We're gonna figure this out for the entire. Oh, so no, they haven't crossed the line one more time. They've both done 89 laps.
Give me a second here.
That's what I was trying to. I didn't understand that point. So it's not that Choice has crossed the line one more time. It's that they've crossed exactly as many times as the 6 cars behind them, and so they'll end up being behind those 6 cars when they come through and tick over for lap 90.
That is more correct. Yes.
Okay. I think I'm up to speed, as it were. Okay, so your effective leader here is the 111. All right, I buy that. Followed by the 401, the 404, the 29, and the 421, and 172 for TLM USA. 511 will filter to the back of the lead lap here, right? Or will they be a full lap down?
I will have an answer for you on that shortly. RJ's making a PA announcement in here.
Okay.
regarding the procedure, but I will have that answer for you shortly.
Okay, but the end result will be that they will filter out in 7th. I take it.
Yes.
Okay. Has this separated any lead battles for any of the production classes while we're on the topic?
Doesn't really look like it. I still see it's hard to tell because I can't see this situation on pit lane, but for the most part, it seems like we still have the same leaders. In GP3, it looks like the 195 had cycled back into that second position. So they're back there. 94 Motorsports, I believe, had pitted from second. I think I had them at. So that bumps up the 15 AOA Motorsports Mazda MX-5 as well. GP2, still Harrison over Chattanooga. They've been relatively similar for a while now. Northloop pitting from P3. GP1 is still pretty similar. Team LMR had pitted a little bit ago. That dropped them to 7th. They're up to 6th now. That's still Edge Auto Sports over the 47 Ginger in the 701 Round 3 Racing.
Okay, do we know, coming back to the GTO class, do we know if TLM USA has also been hung up past the timing line? I have them listed as being in the pits.
I thought Brendan had said that was the first car at the end of a pit exit.
Okay. So in terms of cars that I've got in pits, I've got the 511, the 172, the 79. Let me know if any of this doesn't quite match with what you're saying. I've got the 511, the 172, the 79, 762, and Pinnacle 127. Those are all cars that I have as being in the lane, which will mean that they'll be shuffled to the back of this queue and to the end of the lap.
I think that's right.
And then in GP3, I actually have Overnight Motorsports, your GP3 leader, in that same boat. So that could be a source of some drama.
So now that RJ's done with the announcements up here, I just want to answer one of your questions about the queue at the end.
Perfect.
So the cars at the end are the GTO cars at the end are the 511, the 762. I don't think is relevant.
No, 17th in class.
Right. The 79, who is in that line.
11th. Yep.
127, who I don't think is relevant.
Pinnacle, that is 21st in class.
And 172.
7th in class.
Okay, so it's actually just the 511 and the 172 then, because the 79 is further down than I thought. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, so that's it for the lead lap. They will cycle through to the back, and your order will go 111, and those cars in line down to, except for Hitman Racing, actually, because Hitman Racing's in front of the 111. So they'll 511 and 172 will come out in 7th and 8th. Hitman Racing will come out in 9th.
So
and those will be the cars on the lead lap.
So they'll filter through. They'll go around back to the end of the lead lap. They won't go a full lap down. Is that right? Do I have that correct?
They will be correct. So they will be at the tail end of the queue. The only car that will be on the very, very tail end of the lead lap is the 34.
Got it. Okay.
Because they're right in front of the race leader. So that's how that's going to shake out. In the meantime, I will go do a walkthrough and try and piece together the production classes so we can figure out how these are set up and affected by the full course yellow, because we only have 4 hours left and these gaps are going to matter.
Yeah, I can tell you a couple cars that I am a little that I'd like to follow up with. I guess I'll put it that way.
Yeah, let me make some notes here and I'll go track some stuff down.
Yeah, so I would be looking at the 197, who's your GP3 leader. I would be looking at the 21, who sits, that's North Loop, running 3rd in GP2. And I think I'd be looking at the 2 big mission cars, 777 in 4th in GP1 and 134 in 7th.
And what about those cars?
Where are they going to filter out? Are they across the line or not?
Yeah, I'll piece this all together. I can tell you the North Loop car is in the queue at the end.
Okay.
As is the 777 and the 134, actually, and the 197.
Perfect. Okay. No, because
so there you go.
Yeah, those were all cars that pitted basically right before we closed pit out.
Yes, correct.
So
or
I was
after we closed pit out because they're there.
Yes. Right. Oh, that queue. Okay. Sorry, I thought you meant the queue that had come in here behind the safety car.
No. They are at pit out, waiting to be released when we finish up the hour.
Right. Okay. So that's going to change a few things around. So 197 will filter to.
I will process all of this and make some sense of it. In the meantime, do we want to set ourselves up here to be quiet on the broadcast as well, rather than trying to fill an hour of dead air?
That's up to you. Do you want to do a pit walk?
Yeah, we can do a podcast. Where's Scott? Scott and I can argue about some stuff.
Can you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's weird. Never seen you do that before.
Laura or Yanni? All right. Anyways,
the dress was white and gold.
Yeah.
The problem was it objectively wasn't, because they found it after the fact, and it's like, no, it's not. I still never saw it as black and blue. So
yeah, I didn't either.
Really? I thought people who said that were just like trolling. Like
no. What it means is, what it basically means is that you're an indoor kid, and that's how you see the light. Like that, your expectation of that light is that it's like a yellow tinge. If you're an outdoor kid, you see it as black and blue.
Guys, we're still live.
Most of my
this is the podcast, JT.
Yeah. Well, so let's set ourselves up for a little break here. We could throw a little graphic on the screen that says we'll be back at 5 till or something like that.
Are you doing a pit walk or no?
Yeah.
Oh.
I wasn't going to do it with a microphone, but I was going to go down and gather
I thought you were
going to
do it with a microphone. I wasn't really.
I can take one to stay in touch with you guys if you're going to hang out, but other than that, I think we'll set the broadcast to be quiet for a little while. Dear viewer and or listener, go get yourself some lunch, maybe another cup of coffee, and set yourself up for the last 4 hours of this race. We've kind of got a decent field reset here. I think at this point yesterday we had a couple of cars that were pretty firmly in control of their own destinies, but here things are pretty much wide open, especially for the overall and in GTO. We'll get answers on the production classes because they're a little more complicated here coming up shortly. And certainly we'll have those for you by the time we go back to green. Green flag the field will start refire engines and start the restart procedure at the top of the next hour, so noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Join us about 5 minutes prior to that, and we will recap everything and get you all squared away for the last 4 hours of racing to come this weekend from Barber Motorsports Park, just outside Birmingham, Alabama. Of course, this is the World Racing League on Driver's Eye Live. Joseph, if you'd like, we can set ourselves up to outro some ads, and then just come back to our static cam on pause.
Yeah, that is the plan. Yeah, we'll be back in about 45-50 minutes time, and we'll see some green flag running about 5 or 10 minutes after that.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud, and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Haggerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things. Like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper and Duramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all? Well, let's shift gears a minute. We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Haggerty. Let's drive together.
Back to Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama. This is Driver's Eye Live and the World Racing League. The remaining 4 hours of our weekend at Barber. It's the second round of the 2022 WRL season. We've already had 3 hours of on-track action this morning. Our scheduled Sunday hourly break, at least for here at Barber. Not normally a feature, but this is a locally mandated hour. And then at noon local time, we'll get the engines refired, send the cars back out on track, and finish up our last half of our Sunday race here with 4 hours of action to go. So I guess what we should do here is just briefly recap what, not so much what took place, but how the field is going to shake itself out and how we can set ourselves up for these last 4 hours, right?
Yeah.
It's the only time we've had a safety car this weekend. It should be the only time we have one, period. I don't know if we're going to get one in the last 4 hours here, but don't expect it because we're doing code 35s, of course. But because of how cars chose to pit at the end of our first portion of running this morning, how they closed the pit out, and the order that everybody came into the pit lane in, I did some walking around down in the pit lane, and in just a moment, I will have some answers for you on how the order is going to set up.
How was your grid walk? Oh, okay. I think Brendan has to go radio silent so he doesn't come over the PA while RJ's talking. But yeah, you're looking at the head of your field here. It'll be the 170 that's going to be behind the pace car.
Yeah, we're all set now.
Okay.
Yeah. So the GTO situation we've already explained, right? The 111 is your overall race leader.
It took us a minute, but we got there.
It did, but it makes sense, right? So the 111 is your overall race leader. You'll have everybody back through the 421 come by in order. Then you'll have the 511. So the 511 is your outlier there. Everybody will come back through in order behind the 421. Then you'll have the 511. Then you'll have the 172. And then the 34 Hitman racing car will be the last car on the lead lap. So 8 cars on the lead lap in GTO. We sorted that out beforehand. The production classes were where we were intrigued, right? So if you're looking at live timing on racehero.io and you want to set yourself up for GP1, GP1 will restart with the top 3 in order. So Edge Autosports, Ginger Racing, and Round 3 Racing. Those cars are actually almost entirely in the back half of the queue. So that'll actually be pretty close. Edge Autosports has a little bit of a margin, but the rest are pretty close together. Then you'll have the 46, so the second Ginger Racing BMW, which will be nearly a lap down. then the 151, a few cars behind that. And then the 777 and the 134 from Big Mission will catch up to right behind the 151, which is basically at the back of the current queue.
Yeah, so we've started to release.
So you'll go top three in order,
here.
then a margin, then the 46, then the 151, a few cars behind that, and then the two Big Mission cars.
Yeah, so we've sorry, real quick. I want to make sure that we note that we're releasing the cars that were ahead of the pit lane that were stopped at pit out when pit out was closed on approach to the quiet hour.
They're going to catch the back of the actual queue behind the safety car, so we'll get one long string of cars. GP2, the top two are in order, the 146 and the 348. They're very close together, just a handful of cars separating them. North Loop will catch the back of them, but they'll do it a full lap down. Right? So...
it's as if they were just lapped.
Yeah, I think I need to refresh my timing here. Just to make sure... Oh, it's not showing timing at the moment.
It'll probably... This happens sometimes.
Yeah. So I don't actually have timing in front of me anymore then. North Loop will catch back up, but there'll be a full lap down. And then in GP3, the 197, the overnight car, that was the car that had contact with the Hammer Motorsports BMW earlier, remember. They have nearly a 3-lap lead, 2.9, because they will catch the back of the field. Right, so they were in the pit out queue. They will join the back of the field, and then the 195 will be first in pacing order, almost 3 full laps now.
And they've kind of filtered out basically perfectly as far as I can tell. So that was something that it's a very long queue of cars that was leaving the pit lane, so I was a little concerned that they would have some overlap. Yeah.
Interestingly, somebody's just come into the pits. I think it's the Rubin Performance Garage number 293. So that's intriguing. Yeah. Head right into the pits. That's I'm intrigued by this move, actually.
Yeah, I wonder if that's because they have to.
If you're already at the back of the field at this point, you may as well, if you don't have any fuel, go ahead and get it, would be my opinion.
They were in the queue, I think, at the front of the field, so I think they just stopped right before the stoppage. So something that... This feels unscheduled to me. This feels like maybe a problem on starting up the car back up or something. I don't know.
Sorry, we're waiting for answers on
we're going green.
The race hero situation. Yeah, we do. The green flag waves. It's the 170 who's going to take the green flag first with a host of other generally lapped cars behind them. The car of interest is the 111, and it's the 34 from Hitman Racing. That is your overall leader in terms of Thunder Bunny, and it is your 8th place overall car, but the last car on the lead lap in terms of the number 34 from Hitman Racing. So that is... Wow. We'll see how that pans out. I think the 34 is going to try and push to stay ahead of the 111 here. And actually, he's done just that. He's put a few cars between himself and the purple M2 Club Sport already. That 111 has actually been fairly conservative in traffic here, which is pretty interesting considering the number 401 is actually the lead's changed. The 401 has jumped the Thunder Bunny BMW on the restart. So, change at the front, round 3 to the lead, 111 behind it, and then the Chill Out Systems number 404 MX5 should be just a few cars back of the 111 when they reappear on the exit of turn 10.
Do I have a slow camera, or do we have a car stop? No, look, someone's lost a wheel. Someone's lost a wheel coming out of turn 16.
You can see
it's the 172, I think.
Oh.
TLM USA, they're running 7th.
Yep. That's the M2 Club Sport. And that car is going to require a wrecker to go get. So this will almost certainly become a code 35.
How unusual. Because it's part for May, right? There shouldn't have been any work done.
Well, no. Remember, they were in the pit out queue. Oh. So they came in and stopped just before the red flag. And, I mean, if you're going to change tires, doing that so that you run the last 4 hours on a fresh set would be the time to do it.
421 into the pits. That's out of 5th in GTO. This could be big for them, actually.
I don't know when their last stop was. It was actually just before. Oh no, it wasn't. They haven't been in for service since 55.
Okay,
that's
so this
actually
will be big for
played
them.
really well for them. Yeah. So let's reset here. Actually, on that last lap, the 404 was able to get by the 111. So second changed hands as well in the brief, lap and a half that we were actually green. So 401, 404, 111 are all right together. Screaming Goat is fourth, still on the lead lap, 20.8 seconds back of your number 401. Sorry. Tim Myers has just joined me in the broadcast booth here, looking a little exhausted.
Oh, I bet.
So I didn't want to mention this earlier because I didn't think it was like earnestly a good idea, but the thought had crossed my mind. If you're going to be coming back from an hour's break and everything in the car is cooled off, and we thought the sky was going to change, but if anything, it looks like it's a little bit darker than it was. I thought the odds of getting a code 35 on the opening swing here were going to be pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And it had occurred to me that, like, would you roll the dice on just not stopping and then having the track position and then pitting under the next code 35 if you hadn't under the prior one? But I think the right move still would have been just to take what you knew you had, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's always difficult to judge that stuff.
Right.
It's easier to judge it with hindsight, I suppose.
But that's my point. Like, the thought had crossed my mind, but I was like, that would be kind of a stupid gamble to make. But at this point, it would have paid off.
It would look pretty smart, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe if I had a 5-car team, I would have had one of those cars roll the dice on that.
All right, so you think there's a 20% chance of that working? Correct. We've worked out what your prior was.
I think that's pretty good odds. Yeah, I would have said that. 3 or 4-car team, I think that's a little bit more marginal, but a 5-car team, oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, are you set up for our guest?
No, there's no guest. No.
Okay.
He was just coming in to say hi.
Oh, all right. He's got a nice young man.
Yeah, he's got some work to do with, I guess, race control here. But
anyway,
what
was the lunch provided today?
I didn't have lunch. I didn't have lunch yesterday either. Listen, here's what happened. So yesterday, I was considering going down for lunch, but the race kind of exploded, right? And then I saw the WRL staff come in with a bunch of Buc-ee's sandwiches, and I was like, well, no, I just want Buc-ee's.
Busey's?
Yeah. So I was going to hold out for Buc-ee's, and then I never got it. And not from the WRL staff, just in general, I was going to go get it after the race. Didn't do that. I had Detroit-style pizza instead, and that worked out pretty well for me. Yeah, big fan.
You poor guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so...
Great.
Do we want a couple of other little news and notes while we're back under code 35 here? It's kind of caught up from my walkabout down in the paddock and pit lane.
Yes. Yeah.
I shared them privately.
Triple one is in. Triple one is in. 404 is in, and the 147 is in. 147's been in some stripes. That's of less consequence.
Yeah, I think you pit here regardless of who you are.
696 is in. 2 laps
has
down
already
after
been
that
in and
penalty.
out. Yeah, 696 is already come and gone.
Okay, so this is a little behind.
111 is just pulling into its box now. The 147 is in. 696 is back.
Yeah. Okay. I was like, this isn't wrong at all. The liquid, or no, the number one, not the 01, but the number one is also in under your nose.
Okay.
Not quite under my nose. I'm watching the 696 right now because I'm pretty sure they were just in.
Everyone was just in, Brendan.
Oh, I see. I was reading the numbers. No. I'm confused.
Okay.
Very confused. Just the way that the pit markers appear on Race Hero. Thunder Bunny's out, completing lap 93. JTR. So JTR is actually only going to be just over a lap down. I think. Yes. Yeah, that is correct. 93 laps complete by the leader, 92 complete by JTR. So,
Did
I think
we
they're
cover
actually going to be your first car.
Seemed to get a lap back right before the
We
red
didn't.
flag.
No.
I think
But
they
you're
were 2
right.
laps down, weren't they?
They were.
But they just about got back to within 2 laps, which obviously gained them 0.9 of a lap.
Yeah.
So that could end up being quite important.
Yeah.
I actually wouldn't be shocked if that is a difference maker at the end of the day as to whether or not that car is in contention. So just briefly back to, as they recover the 172, back to what I was able to acquire on my walk downstairs. Automatic?
That feels like the 404's in. Oh, they're just leaving. Do they have quite long?
I think we've gone to double yellow here. I don't know why. Oh, that must just be okay. So this is just the flag is just obscured by the double yellow. I think
everybody's pitted here except for 401 and 29.
Right.
From the looks of things. Anyway, automatic racing. The Aston Martin. The issue is fuel. They don't know if it's pickup or pump. Obviously, they had to stop work on the car when the red flag came out, but they believe it's pickup related. They are still working on that, and they're going to try and get the car back out at the very least for some seat time. They said the real goal was to get back into the top 10 for points, but obviously, that's a challenge, being that the race is 2 hours shorter than it was yesterday. So,
stop me if you've heard this one. Screaming Goat has not pitted under this.
Yeah, no, that's what I was just saying. Everybody's in except 401 and 29.
Yeah.
And obviously Choice, because they were in just prior to the Code 35. Or the double yellow.
Does this help the 34?
34?
They lost a full lap, so I don't know.
Well, they lost 0.99 of a lap.
Yeah, they are just in front of the 401 on track. Just in front.
Okay.
Yeah, the wheel that came off the 172 was the left rear, by the way. It's just come by me on the flatbed here.
We do need to get out of the habit of thinking about being on the lead lap mattering, because we're not expecting a safety car.
Yeah, that ship is
right. Yeah.
I'm just gonna wrap this up. The 401 did not pit under the Code 35 before we went double yellow. It's kind of worked out for them anyway, so that doesn't really matter. But they said the reason they didn't was because they were worried about double stacking in their pit box, which is interesting and not something I had considered, but I think a worthy consideration. Whether it actually makes a difference or not is a different story, but something worth keeping in the back of your mind.
Do you, either
your car's around under Code 35? I'm not sure that's
quickly before we go back to green, because that's about to happen. The 197, which is your class leader in GP3, the Overnight Motorsports Porsche, that had contact with the Hammer BMW up at turn 3. They said it knocked the toe in on the left front a little bit, but as long as it doesn't cause any issues with the tire, overheating, scrubbing, cording, etc., and they feel like the tire is safe to the end of the race, they're just going to leave the toe as it is and go from there. So that's what I was able to get. We may have a few guests on the way up later. We'll have to wait and see as the race develops. But we are back to green, finally.
Yeah, with all the pit stops, we should have... So, by the way, this NRG, I think it's the NRG Toyota, hasn't really come back up to speed yet. Keep an eye on that.
It's more or less there on the way into turn 1. It's just in a group of GP1 and 2 cars at the moment, so it looks slower than it actually is.
It was losing a lot of ground in turns 11 and 12.
Okay, yeah, it was back up to pace basically down the front straightaway here. So I think they're okay. So this is kind of odd, because what I had expected to see is a bunch of cars that were grouped pretty much together at the top of the field, and now because we had the Code 35 and a bunch of cars took the opportunity to come in and make a pit stop, the field's been strung out again.
Yes. Which is probably for the best in terms of bills that will need to be paid at the end of the race.
Yeah, that is fair.
Or Steve's even.
Yeah, or Steve's.
The lead margin is
timeout.
21 seconds.
In case you're wondering, as I was, whether or not the clouds that we were seeing meant that weather was on the way, it doesn't appear that it is. I mean, it might be tonight, but not during the confines of this race.
No, there are a couple of very, very small showers the tiniest showers several miles south of Birmingham, because it did feel like the air kind of had that, not that pre-shower feeling, but it was cool. It was overcast, and it just felt like.
Can you go back in the pits again?
No.
Yes.
Not in front of me.
Right at the tail end of the, really on the heels of the Code 35, it looks like. I missed them come in, but yeah, I had that listened too.
Interesting.
It'd be a good move if they got it done all under Code 35. Stretch their next fuel run as long as possible.
If they did, I'm not convinced that they
runs short on fuel.
Yeah. Yeah, because they registered that lap as a green flag lap, so I'm not. No, they might have. Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong car. Yeah, they might have basically gotten away with that one. Yeah, so good for them.
At the opposite end of the spectrum, I actually don't mind. I don't mind Screaming Goat not pitting this time, because what it's done is it's jumped them ahead of a bunch of cars, so it's got them a lot of track position because we just came off a safety car. And that, considering that they'd only been running, was even two. I don't know if we even got a single lap of full green.
It was about a lap and a half, I think.
Yeah, so that's not a lot of fuel that they would be giving up the chance of taking. And it has jumped them up quite a few positions into second. So now they've got some clean air and they can stretch their legs and see if
they've
established themselves there.
To that end, they picked up 7 seconds on your leader last time around.
Position change in the top 5 spots. Choice has overtaken the 111.
That Thunder Bunny is falling like a rock, guys.
Center block on 243.
It's not slow. Yeah. See,
it's still faster than the leader.
Well, everybody was faster than, well, except for 421. Because the leader did a 44.9, which I assume is just traffic, but considering they were one of the quickest cars out on track before the WRL, and I was told that Sarah Montgomery was getting behind the wheel after the restart, I would have expected that car to have a little bit more pace, but let's give it, a lap or two to cycle back around, and sure
does anyone have?
We'll be right with the 401.
Do we have a working onboard for the 401? Last I checked.
No, it hasn't come back up since the stoppage for me.
Yeah, and we don't have either of the Thunder Bunny cars today, right?
111 has gone up, but I don't. It's on the struggle bus. I don't think it has audio either. At least not. Whatever audio they've got doesn't go to YouTube for whatever reason, which it may dwele because I would really like to use that. It's a really good looking camera, but it just gives us dead audio.
That time it was the 404's turn to put in a slower lap, 142.2. So Screaming Goat is both gaining on the leader and pulling away from third, which is a good place to be. Five seconds from the 404 back to the 511, and then the 111 Thunder Bunny car kind of falling off the back of the Choice Racing M4. So it takes a minute for these races to find a new rhythm, especially when you've been stopped for an hour, never mind having your first safety car of the weekend. And I think this kind of sets us up well for the next, till the next Code 35, really, of who's catching who is probably meant to be a few spots higher than they are. And I think at the moment, that's probably the 29 from Screaming Goat and the 511 from Choice Racing, being that they are two of the quickest cars on track.
Yeah, Choice is the quickest car on the track at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, Hitman hasn't really found speed yet. Neither has the 421, although I think it's just basically got there through consistency. We know that they are putting in what Dallas is in that car for the first time. Last name escapes me at the moment, but that may be a reason for them going slowly. But more importantly, the GP3 leader is slowing, exiting turn 5. And
not a good day to be in GP3 today.
No,
well,
I saw
but remember that this was the car that was hit down at turn 3 by the number 1 from Hammer?
Well, they collided. I don't know if anyone ever was assigned blame.
Yeah, it's 0-1, sorry. But it looks like that smoke is coming from the left front. So we'll keep an eye on this. It'll come past our camera slowly here at the entrance to turn 7, but keep an eye on the left front corner of this number 197. This is your GP3 race leader.
Puncture, perhaps? Given that we know the toe's been knocked out on that wheel?
Yes, so that was the concern, was that with the toe being knocked out, it would just basically start to overheat and then pull the tire apart. Spin at turn 5. This from the 123, I believe.
Yeah, they're facing
backwards.
Very right side of your screen.
Yep. I believe that was 123.
Waving yellow at the apex tends to mean standing yellow at the flag station before.
And it was. Now it can be withdrawn. And it looks like everybody more or less behaved themselves through turn 5.
Good work, team.
Yep, round 3 finally back up to pace 137.8, and they've actually pulled away a couple of tenths that time from the Screaming Goat number 29. I think Screaming Goat has netted something like 30 seconds from all of this. Although that 40-second margin may have been under double yellow, so it might only actually be 10 or 15 seconds. But even so...
Yeah, it should be a fair bit less than that. But it's at this point, I think the track position matters because everyone was so bunched up.
Yes. Yeah, I do agree with that.
Screaming Goat will probably go longer than everyone else anyway, even without topping up there. So.
Well, I mean, can you back time? I mean, they'll probably only need 2 more stops, right?
Yeah.
From 4 hours?
It's to the end of those 2 hours already. But, yeah. I'm not sure it's worth back timing.
Well, I'm not saying, I guess, back timing in terms of when do you start planning your stops, but you know from that point on you're only going to need 2 more stops anyway, right, based on your fuel mileage. Yeah, right. You might as well lean into that when it can get you an advantage, which is said when it can get you track position.
That's not the point, because if on the next pit stop they have to do it under green and then a code 5 comes out the next lap, then that's the point. You're trying to bridge to the next code 35 and give yourself the best chance of doing that. So that's the one thing you are costing yourself. But when it's only a lap and a half of fuel, I don't have no problem with it.
The 197 has made it back to the pit lane and is headed into the paddock directly. It doesn't look low. Oh, no, it went over a bump there, and the left front suspension was not that it wasn't pointing in the right direction, but the car kind of bottomed on the left front. So I think there is some lasting damage there.
Look at that, yeah. Left front headlight is gone, yeah.
Yeah, it was, I think, a pretty solid whack there. But it's a shame, because when I spoke to them down there during the break, they seemed reasonably confident. They thought they might have to come in and fix it if it looked like it was going to cause a tiring issue, but obviously that hasn't even lasted, 20 minutes under green.
I almost wonder if it's a separate issue, because it looked like blue smoke on the way into 5. Maybe a connected issue, but not quite a... I don't know. I'm sure we'll find out in due time.
Keep an eye on the CMZ Motorsports Ginetta, by the way. They are still only 2 laps off the lead, and I'm not saying they'll bridge the gap up to the leaders in the next 3.5 hours, but we know that car has some decent pace, not great in traffic, but it can do it over a single lap, and they've got some cars in front of them that are maybe not quite as quick or quite as consistent, so there's a good chance that car can be in the top 10 before the end of today if it's able to stay on track.
Another spot for choice up to 3rd, going past the 404 for chill out systems.
I'm intrigued by how much the lap time is swinging in the 401 car. 36 flat is the fastest I think we've seen that car go since the green flag, and maybe there's an element of getting the car up to speed, but it seems to have been affected in traffic quite a bit. To where it was stuck in occasionally the 40s, and then even 39s and the 38s, which is still 2 seconds slower than we know that car is capable of, even in Sarah's hands. So
this is a fight that is kind of unwinding here 5 seconds up the road is the leader in GP2 in the Chattanooga Touring Wagon, Meisterschaft.
That's a change. They took that lead after the restart. This is 146 was in the pit lane as your leader.
Yeah.
Yeah. So on board, obviously, with Harrison Motorsports, who did they finish second? They were running second for a long time yesterday. I don't remember if they finished second.
Yeah.
Okay.
They did finish second. Yeah.
Yeah. AOA, the number 15, the only AOA car left actually, is said to be the beneficiary of Overnight's demise in GP3. They'll take the class lead here, but they've only got 18 seconds in hand over the sister Overnight, number 195. Which I don't think in my notes here.
Yeah, and I don't think they have the pace to hold that position.
No, it doesn't look like it, other than just kind of 48.9, so closer to the right pace. I think Hitman's done a driver change. You can see and hear how much more conservative he's being in traffic, and in general on the approach to corners, whereas Jason was very flowing and would kind of let the car float in towards apexes and come back to the throttle.
This feels like how someone might drive the number 99. I just to speculate.
That's fair.
Kind of, it's got that proverbial vibe to it.
Yeah, I see what you're getting at.
Yeah. The number 47 ducked into the pit, and it looks like maybe went behind the wall for a while after we came back from the stoppage. They've just come back out having lost about 20 minutes. We saw them pretty competitive in the early stage of this race, but it seems like they've run into a few issues.
Sorry, which car was this?
This would be the 47 Ginger Racing.
Ah.
Their team car is still holding down third in GP1, so they're still doing well.
That was just a pass for position, I believe, there in turn 5. I think that was the JTR passing Hitman from the onboard.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, JTR is on something of a mission here.
So, up to 7th.
What size mission?
Sorry, there was, Scott?
I was say they're following Chill Out around, the Chill Out MX-5, which is a lap ahead of them. I don't know if they're being held up. Probably, based on JTR's average pace. But certainly the last couple of laps, I think JTR have been doing the same lap times as Chill Out, and they're right behind them.
This feels like it's going to be... There's a potential here for... By the way, the 15 has finally overtaken the 197. That don't think I realized how much of a lead the 197 had in GP3.
Nearly 3 full laps.
That is wild. But they've dropped all the way down to third now. Hopefully they can effect whatever repairs they need to soon. But
JTR just passed the Chill Out car into turn 1, so I guess that they were being held up and they'll probably now pull away. Trying to get back there, JTR.
Yeah,
the 909 is back out on track, by the way.
My next point about JTR was going to be, we know that car has a lot of pace. Now, it's got to catch cars that also have a lot of pace and that had kind of dropped away with mechanicals by this point last race. Namely Choice in the 511. But the 696 has such a pace advantage over so many cars in this class, I wouldn't be surprised to see them fighting for, at worst, a podium by the end of this, even with their 2-lap penalty. As you mentioned right before the stoppage, they basically picked one of those back off.
Sure, but 3.5 hours isn't that long. I mean, they've got something like 2/3 of a lap just to catch the Thunder Bunny 421.
I don't think it's that much.
They had a 3-lap lead like halfway through the race yesterday.
Yeah.
We'll have to see timing that update, so I think it's going to be close to a minute.
They are about to cross start-finish while Sarah Montgomery in the 401 is exiting turn 5.
45 seconds.
Okay.
So half a lap. They're half a lap behind the 421 for 6th. So 45 seconds, and on that lap they were 3 seconds faster. So that's 15 laps. which is in the region of 25 minutes just to gain 1 place. So that brings us down to 3 hours. So yeah, they've got their work cut out.
And considering the driver lineup, I think they can do it.
It's a stout car for sure. I don't have a real guess yet as to what I think is going to happen.
I think whatever we think is going to happen will not happen because the end is always a surprise.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
That is true. Although, I mean, in its own way, we've had the race shaken up pretty substantially by the stoppage and the restart and the pit strategy that ensued around that. I mean, it's impossible to keep track of 15 cars making decisions at the same time that aren't necessarily what we would have expected. But, you know, it shook up the top 8 or so in a way that I don't think I would have expected. JTR has certainly been one of the beneficiaries of all of that. But I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
Now finish that thought.
No, I was going to say I don't know what the next big shakeup would be because it feels like the race has already slightly been turned on its head by the way everybody handled, you know, strategy surrounding the stoppage and the safety car.
If I may, 2 points: Sunday reliability and errors in pit lane.
Yeah, no, that's all fair.
So let's draw a line in the sand here at 3.5 hours to go. We can see that the Thunder Bunny 421 car is on the lead lap and 1 minute 26 behind the leader, and we know that JTR is 45 seconds behind Thunder Bunny. So therefore, we can say with 3.5 hours to go, JTR are 2 minutes and 10 seconds behind the leader. Let's see how that progresses.
I've done some irresponsible math.
Could this possibly be accurate?
Possibly. Yes. Likely. No.
Because anything is technically possibly accurate.
Yeah. Anything could happen.
He's got AOA to get the overall win.
Which one?
AOA 15.
It's the only one left. 85 did not take the start. Yeah.
Okay, so let me punt to a reliable onboard while I walk through this. I don't trust that any of this is correct. I just kind of want to. Oh, hello. I just kind of want to talk through who might be in play for what. So yeah, don't take any of this as remotely dead on. So I have the biggest contenders for GTO being, and I haven't decided how I feel about this, being the 401, the 511, and the 696.
Interesting. No 29?
29 is all over the place, and I don't really have a good feeling why, if I'm honest with you. I've got 29 as like having a shot at winning, and then also having a shot at finishing like 11th, which I don't really believe.
All right.
I mean, it's spread pretty evenly all the way through that. It's not like a bimodal thing. It's like any of that is almost equally possible, and I don't think that's right. I think that's a function of we don't have a ton of pit stop data yet for these guys.
Certainly nothing resembling a full green flag run like we got yesterday.
Yeah.
And actually, the chances feel quite high that we won't get to that point.
You could convince me either way, honestly. There's the reliability issue on one hand that we're coming up to, you know, we're going to be finishing 16 hours of running at the end of this race. Yeah. That's one angle. The other one is, you know, we do have fewer cars out on track. That's kind of the other.
That is true. Yeah.
Point that I think maybe you mentioned yesterday. In terms of GP1 also feels pretty wide open. I've got the 701, 151, 26, and 777 all in that. So that's the big Ronnie Phelps mission, 777. Edge Autosports 26, Team LMR 151, and the round 3 701. So that's like, if that's accurate, that's like a 5-dog fight for the lead in GP1, which would be pretty spectacular. Again, we'll check back in on this in a couple hours' time. GP2 looks like it could be a fight among North Loop, Chattanooga, and Harrison. So keep an eye on that. GP3 seems like it might be a little... Oh, that's interesting. So the projection's like the 195 over the 15, so that would be a position change by the end.
I would agree.
You're okay. All right. So at least it's not completely insane.
Yeah, I mean, last lap was 1.7 seconds advantage, 195. But
yeah, I think...
And the margin was only 10 seconds, so...
Yeah, I think the moral of the story is we have a lot of cars still in contention for at least 3 of these races, possibly 4.
What is the one that feels slightly out of reach?
I'm curious about GP3 in that I don't know how long that's going to stay close for.
Right.
Because overnight we're so strong yesterday.
Yeah, they basically have to have issues at this point. Again, I mean, they did have a penalty, one lap penalty earlier for having 6 people over the wall. So I mean, they seem to have a higher average pace than the 15.
I'm gonna stall on the Hitman camera while I try to find some onboards to cycle in.
Some of them. This onboard, and I've been watching this onboard, and this driver is barely going 2 corners before being overtaken by another GTO car. So I'm not super sure this car's fully up to pace.
Yeah, it was interesting seeing the Thunder Bunny try to go to the outside of turn 5 there.
It hasn't been below 141, well, actually this whole stint, which that's 5 seconds off this car's fastest lap. Thought from that what you will.
Probably driver.
I'd put that more to drive. It doesn't feel like the car is, unless they're missing low gears. That's the one thing it feels like. It feels like they're maybe not using all the rev range, so it's possible that they're not downshifting far. Is that? I'm guessing that's coming off of the car in front. But there's a couple drops of water on the windshield there.
He's too far behind.
No, Joseph.
I told you,
Brendan. What did I say? Look, I don't think this is anything of consequence, but there are a few drops on my window in front of me. So for sure, there are things falling from the sky, but I would not expect this to be of any real.
The sky is not quite falling.
No, not even. I mean, well, technically a little bit, but the tiniest possible amount.
No, we're gonna get philosophical. Let's be careful.
Save for the podcast.
Yeah, tune into our podcast that doesn't exist sometime. We have a great time.
The gap between first and second is fluctuating like a xylophone. It's crazy. We get like 135s from one of the cars, and the other car will do a 38 or a 39.
Yeah.
Totally the other way the next lap. I mean, obviously they're catching the same traffic a few laps apart. That's obviously obvious, but it's just there's no trend at all.
It's been that way for the last half hour, Scott.
Yeah,
and that's kind of what I was saying, where it just didn't seem like either car really settled into a pace. Certainly the 401, we eventually found out was capable of 36 flat, high 35s, but that was once every third lap. Everything else in traffic was 38, 39, 40.
That's exactly what Screaming Goat have just proved that they're capable. They did a 35 few laps ago, and now they've done a 35.8, which is really fast.
There has been some net gain by the Screaming Goat car. The gap's under 10 seconds, which it had been up at 11 or 12. Choice Racing car has caught them both slightly, but even that margin has only come down from about 22 to 19 now. So big swing that time by the 29.
Yeah, my impression actually is that the round 3 car is slightly faster, but it gets hurt worse by traffic.
I'd buy that.
Faster, but its slowest laps are also slower.
I'd buy that. So what I usually try and take stock of at these points in the race, this sort of point in the race, when you have a better understanding of what each car is capable of and what it has in hand, is exactly that. Who is holding the right cards, right? And it seems, at least at this stage, there's still 3 hours to go, we're going to have driver changes, we're going to have all kinds of things, but the 29 we know is better on fuel mileage. We know it's capable of going slightly quicker maybe than the 401, or at least more consistently quickly than the 401. So it has those two things. Now, strategy decision making might work in favor of the 401. Outright pace might work in favor of the 401. So they've got that in their corner, right? And we may find in an hour or two's time that those cards have changed hands, right? With driver changes or impacts to strategy with code 35s or whatever. But at the moment, it feels like the 29 actually has quite a bit working for it.
I wouldn't go
Similarly, the choice car has quite a... Go ahead.
I'd say it's quite finely balanced. I think you're right that we can see the gap at the moment trending towards Screaming Goat, and they go longer on fuel. But it's quite, as far as WRL goes, it's quite finely balanced. And that's a 40.4 from round 3 that time.
Yeah, and it's going to be another bad one this time around, because she's just caught a group of about 6 cars headed into turn 1 and didn't get any of them by the time she got to the apex.
Screaming Goat also did a 40 on that lap, so that's kind of, yeah. That's
it's because of the rain. Oh, the rain.
You mean because of the monsoon?
Yeah,
it's between a deluge and a...
I tell you who was quick, 5 seconds quicker than both of them was Choice Racing, who have almost caught Screaming Goat.
Well, because they've got the inters he hasn't caught any of the traffic. He hasn't caught any of the traffic yet. He does that now at turn 5, but him and Screaming Goat are 3-4 seconds apart now. I mean, that's what Race Hero shows, but it's also visually out the window.
Yeah,
it's quite striking the difference in gap there.
If you go on board with Screaming Goat, you'll see the blizzard they're currently driving through.
It's a blizzard of traffic.
Lucky, but also unlucky, they're stuck behind a snowplow.
Lot to unpack.
Brendan, get out of the facility while you can.
Barber's nice.
Go down with the ship.
Good place to down.
I like that reference.
I'm on the 3rd floor. I'll be fine. 909 is into the pit lane, which I wonder if this is them kind of understanding what their fuel pickup issue is and just deciding we're going to go turn laps and pit every half hour and just top it off.
Yeah, you might as well just learn. You know.
Yeah.
And let your drivers get some value out of the day.
Right.
Yeah. So the view, as Sarah Montgomery comes through, does a 41.3. Screaming Goat does a 41.3. The view I'd like to see is out the back of the 29, because Choice Racing has just put in a 38.2 and the margin's under half a second.
The Choice must be cutting through this traffic.
Yeah.
Better than these other two, because they're obviously all in the same traffic now. It's such a shame Choice's camera's so unreliable.
The move's going to be made at turn 5 here, guys. 511 got the run out of turn 3, headed up the hill, and just cuts to the inside of the braking zone at turn 5, and second place has changed hands.
Yeah, there it is on some delay. Pretty straightforward maneuver. 29 tries to undercut it, but doesn't have the legs to make that over-under work.
So now if we're talking about who's holding the right cards, it's looking a lot more like Choice Racing. Certainly with their ability to deal with traffic right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a car that was doing well until it ran into mechanicals yesterday. So, we knew that they could be competitive. Were they on pole yesterday? Or no, second? Yeah. So they've been they've been qualified in the top 3 for both of these races. So we know the car is fast. It's just a matter of can it get to the end without needing a long stop.
Choice have already managed to put a car in between themselves, and as we actually see the rain from this camera. You're looking at Joseph, but
look at that! Oh my god! I hope they got the monsoon tires ready.
Okay. Can we add a little an insight from some Aston Martin news?
Can you hear them over the rain?
The visibility is terrible.
Yeah, it's horrendous.
Michael, this isn't right.
I've been joined by Brandon King from the 909 Automatic Racing Camp. First, welcome, Brandon.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, anytime. This is kind of bizarre for us. We've gone from literally never speaking to anybody from Automatic Racing, other than one of your crew members who we know from another event, to having spoken to virtually all of you in the last 2 days.
Yeah.
So this is fantastic. Your day yesterday was also fantastic. Your day today is not.
That's correct. Yeah, we had a great day yesterday. Just really proud of the whole team to get that win. Everyone worked really hard, and they did the same today. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on our side.
Yeah.
We had some issues with the fuel pickup, and we're still fighting those gremlins right now, but still having fun.
Were you able to make any repairs under the? I know obviously you can't work with the car during the stoppage, but with the time that you've had since then, were you able to actually change or affect any repairs, or are you just going to deal with it for the rest of the
Yeah,
afternoon?
we've tried to make some changes to it, but I don't. By the looks of it, it doesn't look like it's gotten any better because Steven just came back in.
Yes.
It just went back out. So basically, the car is shutting off, and we have to stop on track, do a reset, and that's also kind of a safety hazard for everyone else.
Sure.
So if we keep having this, we don't want to be out there.
Sure, and your chance at points for the day is basically gone as a result of stoppages. So understood. But we'd like to see the car out there anyway, and obviously yesterday things went pretty well for you guys. So able to get a win.
Absolutely, it's my first time at Barber, so it was
nice.
pretty cool to come here and win on debut, I guess, with Barber. But my second WRL race, and Automatic, they just do such a great job with everything. I run with them a little bit on the IMSA side, so to come over here and to have fun with you guys, it's always special.
Are you in the GT4 Aston over in IMSA?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
And this chassis is actually the old chassis we used to run.
I thought that was nice.
3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
With IMSA when it was still homologated.
And Automatic's been an Aston Martin racing team for at least a decade, right? As far back as I can remember.
Yeah, that's actually their original car. It's a 2012, so it's about 10 years old now. But what's so cool about this series is you got cars that are 10 years old, and you got brand new cars like the BMW and the Porsches, and we can all run together.
Yeah, I mean, that's for the team. That's not really a new investment. This is just spruce up the chassis, make it compliant to WRL rules, throw some 200 treadwear tires on it. And
I actually think
endurance racing.
This version of it's cooler than the IMSA one. You have the bigger wing, and you got no windows. I think it's more fun to drive.
So let's talk about what that feels like. Obviously, none of us have any experience in GT4 cars, but I mean, what is that differential like between cars that basically have a decade between them?
The newer ones just feel a lot smoother.
Okay.
I mean, they just drive better, to be honest with you. But these, I just think, have more character. They're more fun.
Certainly louder.
Oh my God! And the sound of the old car is 10 times better than the new one.
Yeah.
So I wish the new one sounded like this one here.
So what are your plans for 2022? It's the first race for Automatic this season, but I assume you've been out in the IMSA car already at Daytona?
I did some testing with them at Daytona.
Okay.
With the new bronze rule that they have in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, I wasn't able to race with my normal co-drivers.
Okay.
So I probably won't be doing a whole lot of that this year. So I'm looking at hopefully running some more with you guys here at WRL.
Nice. Well, we look forward to seeing you. Any sponsors, partners, anybody you need to thank or talk about?
Yeah, we got
pay the old bills.
Yeah, Pinnacle Investments. They're a big sponsor of mine. And then we got Stoner Car Care as well on the car. And then Stephen Davison, he's driving right now. He's got his plastic surgeon business. And, he's doing great for a guy that doesn't do this full time at all. I mean, he's really doing well.
So, I don't know, do you guys have any questions or remotely? Doesn't sound like it.
No, just watching cars send themselves off into the scenery.
We've flushed. Go ahead, Ryan.
Well, I'll just go ahead and say that I do support Stoner Car Care. I go through about 10 bottles of the spray stuff for my windows a year. Awesome. So I'll go ahead and point that out. If you want window spray for your car, get the Stoner Car Care kind. The invisible glass, I believe.
And that was better than I could have ever done. So good job. You have a job now.
Ryan's angling for an additional sponsorship deal for Driver's Eye Live.
Absolutely. If they can just send me one case, we'll get him an ad, and we'll be good to go.
I know a guy. I think we can make that happen.
So when will we see you back in the 909, either today or in races in the future?
Hopefully Road America.
Okay, awesome.
We're going to try and run for the East Coast Championship. So, but all those tracks on the East Coast,
sure.
I don't exactly know which ones are in the championship and which one's part of the national, but those are the ones we're planning on running.
Awesome. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you back in the car, Brandon. And congratulations on yesterday, and best of luck, if not today, certainly back again at Road America in May.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, anytime.
Yeah, driver of the 909 Automatic car that you see leaving your shot there. Race winners yesterday, not so lucky today. Hammer Motorsports putting in a personal best lap despite the absolute downpour that we're dealing with right now.
Hitman Racing will come in the pits.
I can't
So
decide
they
if
pitted.
that's like
They
8
didn't
laps
pit
early.
That's 8. I was going to ask if that seemed a bit early, but then I've looked at the timing, and they did pit. They've pitted since the red flag, but not on the very latest yellow. So I guess this will be sort of starting our next round, although you say that's 8 laps early, so maybe not.
It probably precedes it by about 10-15 minutes.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense, because in 10 minutes we finished the hour.
Right, yeah. Whoa, we've got a spinner at 5.
Oh!
Ooh.
That's the 21?
I think it's the 21, yeah. The North Loop Motorsports.
I was watching the Hitman onboard there, and you could see the 01 run straight into the back of the Cayman in front of them, and then barely missed the spun car.
That was a lot closer than it looked out the window, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, on board with the Hitman car, it looked every bit that close. I think the 01 just hadn't seen the yellow and it obviously was blinded by the Cayman right in front of them.
That's interesting. It's not really a place. I mean, I guess we see it occasionally, but not the way the back end of that car just kind of slid around.
It almost makes me
It
wonder
must
if
be all the rain.
It's clearly the puddles.
Yeah, I mean, just obviously hydroplanes straight off
You
the
see
track.
all the standing water. It's crazy.
It's unbelievable. These are truly gladiators.
Very heads-up driving by them.
So much.
We've been waiting for a properly wet race for so long in the WRL that this is what we've reverted to. Even though we got like a wet track at the start of NOLA.
No, I just like that you really just told us there was going to be no rain.
I also like that.
Yeah. I mean, technically, there still really wasn't any rain.
There was.
There wasn't any
Precipitation
rain?
did fall.
I was barely rain. Come on.
Whatever. Call Noah.
I was reaching for the red flag.
We want to believe.
By the way, the lead gap is down to 2.5 seconds.
It is. And
Again,
the screaming.
Round 3 is perfectly capable of matching Choice on ultimate pace. The last time I looked at the times, they were both in the low 35s, but Choice is just doing so much better in traffic.
Yeah, interesting to see too that Screaming Goat hasn't really been able to hang with the 511. It has been matching except for last lap, but more or less matching the 401 laps on average. Now the 401 and the 511 both have a clear track in front of them. So let's watch this. It kind of looked to me, and this is just based on some observation out the window. It looks to me like the 401 is kind of throwing itself towards the apex a little bit more, not super aggressively. Just the back end is a little less stable on turn in, and trying to hustle the car a little bit more in the braking zone. Whereas the 511 is braking just as late, but is a little more planted and consistent on the brakes. And when it turns in, it's able to come back to the throttle. And I think that's where it's a little quicker on raw pace and is maybe where it's taking its advantage in traffic. It's just able to get the power down a little bit earlier and a little bit more consistently and get more consistent traction. It may be able to get the launch out of corners where the 401 maybe can't.
In all seriousness, this is definitely the heaviest the rain's been. We can see it on the external cameras and on the Hitman's onboard. It's obviously actually covering the windscreen now.
Yeah.
All the weather stuff I have seen says it's not currently raining and it's not going to rain. So
well, it's currently raining, and I think unless time has stopped.
Yeah.
We've got a change in GP3 for the lead there.
This is unironically the heaviest it's been, actually.
Do you have it?
It is raining sideways, actually.
Well, there's an awful lot of wind.
Well, let's take a deep breath here, because this level of rain for a couple of minutes might actually affect the level.
Yeah, that was my question. Does it look like it's actually we can see what we can see on the camera, but that doesn't give you a great impression?
No. If this keeps up, give this about
look at
5 minutes.
This is really actually coming down.
Yeah,
all bits aside.
Give this about 5 minutes here. If it stays like this, we're going to get a little bit of greasiness on track.
Question, Brendan, do you see the 550 on pit lane?
550 is...
Yeah, Fifth Gear Motorsports, GP1 car.
That would be early.
right?
That'd be early for me, JT.
It's
by
going
about 9 laps.
much faster than 35. Well, maybe not.
Black Porsche came in.
Yeah, it's just come by me. Start.
Okay. I was wondering because he was battling for 7th in
Whoa!
GP1.
Here we go. We're starting to lose grip.
Oh yeah,
that was odd.
47 Ginger Racing around.
No, wait. Oh no! Oh, you gotta wait.
He was trying to go forward, but he couldn't get it in gear.
Hold brakes, hold brakes, hold brakes. Please, please, please.
Yeah, the good news is he's in a very high visibility part of the track.
Oh,
don't beach it. Don't beach it. Don't beach it.
No.
As long as As long as he doesn't high side it here, he'll be okay.
Well, that's what we're worried about.
You're right.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
There went the 909 around.
So, it should be pointed out 47 did have an issue of some sort earlier. They lost quite a bit of laps. So, they are down in, I believe, 12. Yeah, 12th in class right now. So, this isn't the worst of their problems today.
I actually wonder... I kind of wonder if maybe the transmission locked in gear rather than they lost it on
but they were able
grip.
to coast backwards down the hill.
Oh, if you put the clutch in.
Yeah.
Lap times have definitely dropped away now.
Yeah.
Nobody's 3 or 4 seconds of what they were doing a few minutes ago.
Green flag is still waving at start. Now we get the double yellows out, so we're going to go code 35 here.
This may be what the field needs if this shower clears up. If we go 35 to recover that car, and then the shower is starting to lighten up a little bit, then that might work better for some people?
I think it's already started to lighten up.
Okay.
My thought was the opposite, that if it doesn't lighten up, now that we've got cars not going around quick.
Okay, all right.
So we'll see how the rain... It's all going to be dictated by where the rain goes.
It does feel like the visibility's a little better. We had the quick little drop, and that's about it.
Yeah, it's already basically blown through here. I'm not getting any new drops on the
Well, here's another thing. We're expecting a round of pit stops like right now. So anyone who's not already on pit entry and is going around last corner, what are you doing? It's been an hour since the last code 35. Get yourselves in the pits, get some fuel while it's cheap.
Here's a quick question. We've seen more than a few Porsches come through with no headlight on one side or the other. What's the rule in WRL with regards to rain and having your headlights functioning?
I don't know, Ryan. If only there were a book that somebody could read.
Well, I'm currently at the limit of...
It never rains.
Is it the art of racing in the rain?
It is not.
No,
That's about a dog.
Actually, ART is now Moorhead Speedworks, so that's... Moorhead Speedworks
never
is racing
rains
in the
when we
rain.
cover WRL races, so I don't know. Also, I think the Porsche that you're referring to without a head... Actually, the NRG car is missing a headlight as well.
They're
front to back. They are together on track. The 197 has reemerged, and it is right behind the number 39 Cayman, who is missing the exact same headlight cover. Very convenient.
I think this is that round of pit stops actually happening. We've got first and second in the pits. That's
Boys, Scott.
Yeah, Screaming Goat's in. North Loop is in behind them.
So the next car...
111's gone by. That's Thunder Bunny.
Okay. Yeah, they haven't pitted for 25 laps or so, 27 laps. So I question that.
Screaming Goat feels like they've made the right call.
I think anyone who's in the pits now is making the right call.
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue that Ginger car could accelerate away at any moment. It doesn't look... I don't really understand.
No, it would have done so by now, I think.
Yeah, you would have thought so.
I think it might be a little high-sided.
Yeah.
And also, even if every car in the field is going to pit in the next 10 or 15 minutes, so even if you only get half your pit stop here under code 35, it's still better than pitting under green.
Yeah.
But we are seeing a large amount of traffic in the pits.
JTR is in.
So, a little bit of my own envelope irresponsible maths. I was working out that JTR was catching, based on about the 20 minutes or so after we last checked in, they were gaining about a second a minute on the leader, which, all else being equal, would put them with the leaders with an hour to go. So they are quick enough to make up for the time that they've lost.
Yeah.
Obviously, that leaves a whole bunch of variables on the table, such as them not run very long and code 35s and all that kind of stuff.
All three of the leaders are back out, by the way.
Looks like the rain stopped as well from the cameras.
Yeah, I think that's accurate pretty much all the way around.
And there's blue skies as well. Well, at least on the previous camera there was.
Chill outs in the pits, I imagine, based on Tony Salmon.
I didn't see them, but I think they're quite early in the pit lane, so I won't until they come by at start finish here.
So relevant piece of information for the 47. They're on the tow rope. You'd think if it was just that they'd gotten beached that they'd be gone by now, and they're not.
Yeah. Tires done on the 77 from Kingpin.
Yeah, so I've got an onboard with Chill Out, and they're on the way into the pits. That's on quite a delay. We'll see if they can get all the way through before we go green again, which shouldn't be very long. I don't know what's happened to the Ginger car, but it's
just been
they have to take it
out in at turn 2.
Yeah,
in the back.
Where are they going to put that? Are they going to? Can they turn the left?
There's a cut there. Yeah, there's a cut just past the pit out lane. That goes up the hill.
Chill Out and Thunder Bunny are now in, so they've done a lap unnecessarily. Rope across the pit lane exit. That's
the 111 did not pit, by the way.
Oh, really?
No.
They just went. I assumed they were pitting.
They've just gone back to green, but they did not pit under full course yellow.
So I don't think Chill Out are going to get through their entire pit stop. I don't know if we maybe could get the pit lane exit, Cameron Joseph. But
they're moving now.
Okay.
So the 01's just come by start finish. The 404 will be next, and then the 46 is right behind them. So it's about 20 seconds they've been stuck in the pit lane while other cars are circulating at speed.
All right, and we're giving them kind of a 50% penalty. So we'll say they lost about 10 seconds there. It's not going to be huge.
Yeah. And anyway, the car in front of them chose not to pit, right? So they will almost certainly get that spot back. Now, obviously, time loss is time loss, but they will almost certainly get that spot back whenever the 111 has to pit. And JTR, for its troubles earlier in the race, is actually now back into 6th, which might become 5th, depending on what happens with the 111.
Yes.
So I actually opened up Discord to make sure that I hadn't been disconnected.
More
good to go there, Joseph, with the yes and good improv.
Yeah,
connection is great.
So more irresponsible.
I'm feeling a really good connection.
I wonder if Screaming Goat can go from here on one more stop.
Yeah, that would be close. The problem with that is, Scott, like we've mentioned, you are essentially having to bridge 2 hour-and-a-half stints and catch a code 35 at the right time. Otherwise, your pit stop under green will almost certainly cost you more than
I'm
under code 35.
I'm making the assumption that we're green the whole way, which you kind of have to.
Yeah, that would be close. I think it would take code 35 on both stints to be able to pull that off. At which point, you might as well just make the 2 stops. I think if this had happened maybe 15, 20 minutes later, it's a different story, but I think this happening basically right at 1 o'clock, top of the 3 hours to go, is just kind of an awkward attempt to straddle 2 very long stints that you might not actually be able to do.
Well, you want to go as long as you can anyway, because you want to see if you can get a code 35. And if they run out, I think they can go an hour and a half around here, personally.
Well, especially if they get a code 35, they'll be using less fuel for that time as well.
Well, if they get a code 35, they should take the pit stop then.
Yes, that's exactly the point, right? Well, code 35 will help fuel mileage, but if you do that, then you might as well just stop. Speaking of stop, the 909 has stopped on track. On the outside of turn 5, it gets going again.
Tease.
Nope, it stopped again. And now it's continuing.
Tease.
Incidentally, the 401 was leaking fluid coming just up to the braking zone at turn 5.
Is that a race control call-in?
Nope, that was... I saw
your
it.
eyeballs.
Yep.
Okay.
But it was heavier than what I saw out of the 44 yesterday, so... let's This is, worth keeping an eye on. Now, they've obviously just been in the pit, so there's a good chance it's just overflow, and that'll stop within a lap or two.
I've got a dumb question.
Boy, do I have dumb answers.
I know it. If you're on the pit lane speed limiter, is there a possibility that's because obviously that's limiting the revs? Is there a possibility that's dumping a little excess fuel into the exhaust?
It would depend on how you have it set up in your system. Sometimes it's a dry brake and sometimes it's a wet brake on the rev limiter. And it would depend on basically what you had set up in your ECU and if your ECU supported it. So on like a road-based car, you probably are dumping fuel extra. On a car with like a Mega Squirt or a race car, probably not.
All right. Just throwing a hypothesis out there.
It's easy to turn off the spark, which is how like road cars do it. It just doesn't give spark, and then you're fine. Whereas a race car, you can tell it, please quit injecting fuel at this time, and it'll do it at the right increments.
Which if you couldn't do that, that would really hurt your fuel mileage versus your competitors.
Right. Now, in theory, you're also going to be lighter on the throttle as a result. You're not going to roll around with your foot all the way to the floor,
Right. Lap times have basically returned to normal. As soon as we got back from Code 35, it seemed like grip had basically returned to the circuit, and everything is restored to the way it ought to be. 135.9 from the 401, 136.9 from the 511. Screaming Goat has lost a little bit here, all things considered. I think they were about 12 seconds behind your overall race leader before the Code 35. Pit stop has costed a little bit. It's now 16 seconds. The 111 Thunder Bunny M2 is just under a minute behind your overall leader, but again, they did not pit. And then the Chill Out Systems number 404 sits a minute and 23 seconds off your race leader. It is the last car in the lead lap. JTR is next in the running order, but obviously is a full lap behind the 401. Full lap and change.
JTR have managed to leapfrog ahead of the 421, which is the car. We were saying they were 45 seconds behind that car with 3.5 hours to go. So that's they've made up a lot on that team. Both cars are pitted. Both cars are pitted under that yellow. But nothing to do with pit stops, I don't think. As the 421 does 145, extremely slow GTO car. So I guess that kind of tracks.
What are we looking at in terms of GP1? Is that looks like that's about static from when we came back from the red flag. Does that feel about right to you guys?
Close. 777 needs to pit.
Okay.
Ginger and LMR came in this last Code 35, I believe, because they had been running third and fourth, respectively.
It feels like the 701 has picked up some time since the restart. That is an hour ago.
Yeah.
And not to say they weren't in contention before that.
Screaming Goat is off the track, by the way. They're grinding to a halt on the grass.
Where is that, Scott?
I can't tell from their.
Oh, it's outside of turn 12, and they're way out there. Yeah, they basically just pulled straight off.
Ooh, there we go.
Immediately. Well,
the car's still running.
Too soon of a yellow, I would reckon.
If this is a YouTube feed, there should be a replay to whoever.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It skips at the exact wrong moment, but I think they were turning into that complex totally fine, and then just as they reach the curb on the right, as in on the apex of the right-hander, the camera skips, but it looks like they just go straight. So I don't know if they touched the curb. It didn't look like they were destroying the curb, but they touched the curb, and perhaps something broke in the right front. and the car's
Well, yeah, the left. I mean, that right side curb is flat. It's basically just painted asphalt.
Yeah, that's what I was
there's
thinking.
there's no elevation to it whatsoever. So
The car turns in absolutely fine, and then they barely clip it. But then the next thing you see is the cameras jump forward slightly, and they're straight on in the grass.
So they did angle themselves in the grass slightly?
No, it was as if... Imagine getting to the apex and just stopping turning.
Just going straight.
Pretty much, yeah. It would be like a NASCAR, like left front tire blowout, but that sort of thing.
Yeah, they're sending the record for that car.
Didn't necessarily have the look of a tire blowout, because the car was still turning slightly. I don't know. It's definitely something went wrong in the steering, and they just went straight on at full speed. It's kind of lucky it's an area of the track with a lot of runoff, which I guess is most of Barber, to be fair, but... Yeah, I'd say something in the steering, or if it was a puncture, you'd expect them to try and get back from there, especially as they've only got one corner left before pit entry. So I would guess a suspension issue with that car.
Yeah.
Which is a shame, because obviously this was the third place running car. Considering their fuel mileage, we were giving them a pretty strong chance pretty strong outside chance of challenging for the win. Takes one of the... We often have this, don't we, going into the final quarter of a race with WRL, that one of the leading cars just fundamentally drops out of the running. Yesterday it was Choice. Today it's Screaming Goat.
Yeah, they won't give us the opportunity to have our projections proven wrong, unfortunately.
You know what will give us the opportunity to do, though, Joseph?
You got to give me more. I gotta set up the ads. You can't just do that to me.
You gave me the thumbs up on the thing, like...
that was me.
Oh, it was JT. Oh, all right. Well.
You guys are in cahoots, and I'm just in here flipping through cameras.
We're on the ball.
No, you're in cahoots.
I'm in St. Cloud, but I don't know where you guys are.
They're on the ball, it's just not the same one Joseph's on.
Yeah, no, I just got lunch.
Do you mean by I got lunch, you went to your fridge and grabbed a plastic jug of drink?
No, I already did that today.
With a product to plug there. That was going to be really smooth. Ice cold something.
Yeah, I've had a nice packet of race fuels.
Nice. Other fuels are available.
If you're a sponsor once, you're a sponsor for life.
Absolutely.
It's going to be interesting. So the Screaming Goat car looks like it can turn behind the tow truck.
Yeah. He probably has a Haggerty insurance.
I'm not totally sure that it's actually turning. I feel like it's possible they just kind of drag the front wheels through the dirt.
That's possible, yeah. I mean, they've given up now, so that makes me think maybe it isn't. Well, they've pulled it to a certain place and haven't gone any further.
Or they're just going to let him go, I think.
Yeah.
Was he stuck?
He can't have been. That's just dry grass, isn't it?
Oh no, the flatbed's pulled up. This is now.
Okay.
Yeah, this means they can't turn.
This is going to be a process.
And it makes me think. I hope they didn't end up doing damage to that. Additional damage to that car by dragging it through the dirt. If that's what happened.
Right.
I don't think. I mean, the car plowed through the grass at high speed anyway.
That's true.
Any damage that was going to be done had probably already been done.
That is fair. That is fair.
All right.
Yeah, sometimes accidents happen on track.
I was trying to find a way to...
I got this. Yeah, sometimes you have accidents on track, and it's great if you have insurance. Haggerty Insurance can provide that.
I don't know if they can provide it during the race, but they can definitely do it on track days, at least. So for the Friday.
Does that mean I got to do the ad now?
Yes.
Do the thing.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
It always rains in Alabama, as they say. Or maybe not. It's WRL live from Barber Motorsports Park. We're Driver's Eye Live. The rain has returned. Joseph, what do we think of this?
I've never seen conditions this abysmal. I don't understand how these drivers are managing.
Alan Prost is waving at the flagman.
The surface flags are out.
Apologies to Scott Pruitt's family at home.
It's actually
for being married to Scott Pruitt.
Brendan, can we have an update on site?
Yeah, it's definitely raining.
Thanks, Ollie.
He says regrettably.
Thanks, Ollie.
Flag. We're going to do a green flag right into the rain.
Having told everybody there was no way it was going to rain about 30 minutes ago.
You idiot. You monumental. Clarkson, you pillock.
This is actually part of the whole plan all along was to reverse psychology Mother Nature.
Yeah. That's exactly why Moorhead will not win the race overall.
Do we think that Mother Nature is neurotypical? Like,
impossible to say.
I think the fact that we've had this downpour while we were under yellow could cause some issues now that we're restarting. So, let's see how the guys deal with this.
Yeah, they've actually put surface condition flags out.
Yeah,
it's circuit wide. Yeah,
they've readied the rain bikes.
They're waving them so it helps dry it out faster.
Sure.
If anybody did pit under that, did they get out? Any idea if they got out of the pits before we went green again?
I was actually getting lunch.
Are they there now? Is kind of what I'm asking.
Oh, the 111. I don't believe. So. No. They're
that's the fourth.
They're pitted before start finish.
Right. TLM Monoflow also pitted.
There they are, Scott. They're coming through turn 13 now.
Okay, so they would have got out before we went green. So that's a big advantage for them. And they got lucky because they skipped the last yellow flag in terms of pitting. These conditions are going to help everyone's fuel mileage, by the way. So a few teams that can run an hour and 15 or so on fuel could consider perhaps going one more stop from here. Again, assuming no more yellows, which isn't going to happen, especially in these conditions. But I like making predictions about stuff that's definitely not.
It's a decent amount of rain here at the middle part of the circuit.
Yeah, pretty rough.
It's interesting watching GP3 right now. The 15 AOA Motorsports Mazda has pitted from the lead in that class, handing the lead over to the Overnight Motorsports 195. The 197 Overnight Motorsports, after having its issue with contact earlier, is down in 4th place, but it's only 2 laps down. We still have just under 3 hours to go. I'm interested to see what that car is going to be able to do.
I think the number 66 might have the pace or the energy, if you will, to hopefully stay out there in 3rd place.
We're getting lap times through that are under full green conditions, and the fastest car right now is Edge Autosport. Nobody's under 1 minute 50, so the rain is obviously affecting these cars a lot at this point.
Yeah.
I'm actually wrong. 0.02 of a second slower than Kingpin, obviously, because that could possibly be correct.
That's actually the second time that they've been very close to being the fastest car on track.
Yesterday, for about 5 seconds, they were the fastest car.
Okay.
I will stand by that. Chill Out, though, are 4 seconds quicker than anyone else right now that I can see on the timing screen. Of all the cars to handle the rain, it's absolutely not the one I would have imagined
This is where the LS1 comes into its own.
It's an LS3,
You just leave it in fourth gear?
actually.
Sorry, LS3.
It's just because the traction control on that car has had to be so ridiculously good.
It honestly, okay, so genuinely, I'm like, I wonder if maybe it's helping cool tires down a little bit.
Yeah, I was wondering that. I was also, although one lap after green, you wouldn't expect them to be overheating tires yet.
True.
JTR have just gone down to...
Try me.
So I think actually drivers are just getting their cars back up to temperature a little bit slower than they would under green. Also, the rain, I think, is backed off quite a lot in the last couple of minutes. Definitely can't see it from this camera anywhere near as much as we could, so it's possible.
It does look awful in the distance.
Yeah, it seems to be extremely localized.
So it's moving in from the 11, 12, 13 area of the track across towards 1, 2, 7, etc.
Okay,
so what you're looking at,
this map is oriented
away.
This map is oriented north. So if you would like to explain that to the viewer. Are we looking at it from the west here? The weather coming in from the west?
Yeah, it's moving southwest to northeast, basically.
Okay.
Joseph, can you illustrate that for us?
No, I cannot.
Damn it.
We are looking in the direction that the weather is going away.
Got it. Okay. You can tell by the flag, which is blowing the other direction.
Well, I'm not sure that flag's really doing what Brendan was describing.
Right. I was mostly joking.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, lap time's down. We've got a 138 from Choice Racing, so it seems like the track's come back to everyone just immediately.
I wonder if it's almost more of a mental thing, Scott. If it's not that the track's actually slipperier, but people are getting freaked out by having raindrops on windshields.
Well, it could have cooled the tires down under yellow quicker. I will say Choice Racing, by the way, 1.1 seconds behind it, and much quicker than 401. So that lead change might happen pretty soon.
Can I hit the hotkey for Scott gives the explanation of head rain as it relates to karting? Can we get that, please?
Karting, you race on slicks, so usually if there is any rain whatsoever, it does genuinely affect your tire grip. Also, kart tires don't necessarily get as hot as car tires do, just because the loads are much lower. So again, they're very sensitive to rain. So head rain isn't actually that much of a thing in karting. It genuinely does affect your grip pretty much immediately. With these cars, on the other hand, where we're on DOT tires, and they don't, I imagine DOT tires don't rely quite so much on tire temperature. And they obviously...
Oh, sorry. Slow 39 down the front straightaway, and I think that car's been in the pit wall. It's missing a rear wing and has concrete scuff marks all the way down the left side of the car, and is now moving very, very slowly towards turn 1. I think he's looped it off the last corner and smacked the pit wall.
I was trying to find a nice way to bring up that car because I really like how distinctive that yellow pops on the track.
I found a terrible way to bring up that car. Well, they found a terrible way for me.
Yes. It's kind of like what happened with Ryan earlier in the 944.
Yes.
Or me when I mention any car.
Screaming goat. Alright, Brendan, it's your turn. Who are you going to kill off? I mean...
Chill Out Systems, once again, fastest car on the track. In slightly difficult conditions.
Let's not talk about them anymore then.
I refuse to acknowledge commentator curse speaking thing because I don't want to have to not talk about someone, so... Sorry.
It's also, there's okay, it's if the commentator's curse exists, it's because you're accurately pointing out, oh, it's weird that nothing's happened to this thing before. Like,
to be fair, I don't think it's because you're a commentator. I think it's just because of us as people.
I'm just chuffed that people think we're commentators.
I mean, we're commentating on it. We're not professionals.
Well, more of a podcast, really.
Choice Racing did not end up taking the lead. The gap has slightly expanded to 2 seconds. Chill Out are just absolutely smashing this right now. 5 seconds faster than the leaders on that lap. And they've consistently been that way for a few laps now. I'm not sure. Well, the leaders are presumably in some level of traffic, otherwise they wouldn't be doing 140s while the Chill Out MX-5 is doing literally its fastest laps of the race. So we found the conditions that car needs.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Any chance of going on board with Chill Out? While they're the fastest car
Yeah,
on
we can
track?
go on board with Chill Out.
Hey,
It sounds
there
like
we
a
go.
V8 supercar.
What do you think's faster, this or that Ford Focus with the V8 that they run at the Bathurst 12-hour?
That's not real.
It's only in my imagination.
It's not really a Ford.
Yeah, it's
big
No, I know.
I think it's going to be track dependent, surely.
All right.
At Bathurst, I would have thought the Mark car because
Can
you've
we
got some
get-
big.
Brendan, can we get Jason Marks up here?
Jason Marks Frosty Winterbottom.
Wow, the camera melted. That's how stupid that was.
You broke it.
Anyway,
I warned you guys.
What melts first, their onboard or their tires?
Weather?
What's
That's
that?
like fog.
0.7 seconds between the leading two.
Yeah. So,
I'm
trying to figure out what's happened. Who did we lose?
who are you?
Oh, Screaming. What happened to Screaming? Oh, they stopped. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're,
No, that's
they're,
right.
they're in
Yeah.
the paddock. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
They
a
went
code
for
35
black.
ago, or an incident ago. Yeah. And I stepped out as soon as that happened, so I didn't really process what Race Hero was showing.
Yeah.
But
Second across the line.
Yeah, it's now just an on-track lead battle with 2.5 hours to go.
The sun is out.
The blinding sun, I was just going to say.
Really going to dry the track out here.
It'll be impossible for them to see.
Chill Out's tires, ironically, melt into.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We the chill out's been jinxed.
The commentators have cursed them.
For 10 minutes, it's like, yes! Sun comes out, no!
Make hay while the sun isn't shining, I guess?
I look, if this were reversed and we were looking into oncoming weather, this would be like, get the red flags ready. Right?
I guess that's what just passed over. So that was.
It is, yes. That was what we
39
just had.
is still going around, so that's good.
Yeah, cars in the gravel. One of the W2W cars and the Rubin Performance Garage BMW are off to driver's right. The Cayman continues, but the BMW has pretty substantial damage and is backwards in the gravel trap. Those cars have very clearly made contact, and I get the sense that one of them cut across the apex curb and absolutely nailed the other in the side.
Do we have a corner number?
5, sorry.
Oh, right. So one
There's
of them,
the yellow.
There's the other. So one of them lost it on the brakes into the hairpin?
Or brake too late, yes. That appears to be what's happened.
Saw a bit of that last year, didn't we?
Oh, I don't remember.
I have this
With a TCR, right?
with a very locked up car flying into traffic.
No, the
Damn it.
TCR the TCR was a brake failure or an ABS failure that just took
ABS
them straight
failure.
into the gravel trap. There was a separate incident that involved a car getting way out over their skis. And
I think
clipping
Choice
somebody.
is pitted here. 401's come through solo.
Is this them that we can see in front of us?
I think so.
I believe so, yes, because that's the 401 that was just coming up to start finish.
Okay, let's analyze why 401 wouldn't have taken the opportunity to pit here.
Because they think that this is going that they'll have another opportunity to come back around.
So
Possibly. Maybe they weren't ready?
I'm just.
yeah,
I'm not
that's
saying it's a good idea, Scott. I'm just saying that might be why they didn't do it.
Yeah, no, I'm questioning, but actually, Brendan brings up a good point. You've exposed the sim racer in me, where you can just dive into the pits and your virtual pit crew is always ready.
True.
That might not necessarily be the case, obviously, if you just jump.
Well,
straight
and especially if you are having to don protective gear, right? Not all of the pit crew will stay in fire protective jackets all the time, right? Sometimes they'll just have to put on, or they'll have to zip up their Nomex suits, add a helmet, for fueling, get somebody ready with a fire extinguisher. There are a bunch of reasons. Now, you have time at 35 miles an hour, no question, but they were pretty much up to pit entry by the time we actually went code 35, so
obviously the devil's advocate to that is, well, if the 511 can manage it and it gets them an advantage.
I'm just...
No, I'm totally with you. I think you're probably right that is going to be a factor. But I question whether the more prepared teams are going to be ready for this to happen at any moment.
So the numbers listed here are 982 and 70. That might actually not be the Rubin car. That may be the 70.
That was definitely the 70s written on the side. They also just snapped the tow rope, which was interesting.
Oh.
Or at least the tow rope came unhinged.
Yeah, I thought that was the 293 facing us. Sorry about that. The glare from the sun is just so much.
So that was the 70?
Yeah, it is the 70. Sorry, not the 293. From a distance and with a sun glare, they actually look remarkably similar.
484, I don't think they're featuring high up the order. They're 14th in class. That'll be split decision racing. Passing under yellow, 1 lap penalty issued about 20 minutes ago. 39, by the way, I don't know if we talked about this when it happened, but 39 was given, it looks like a 2-lap penalty for avoidable contact on the 83 before the break. So I know that's very out-of-date information.
Yeah, they had been under investigation before the break and quite a bit after the break as well, when I last checked. But it seems like there's quite a few contacts that have since been ruled.
Okay. And did we ever discuss on the broadcast, or did we finalize this discussion on the 696 that they were docked 2 laps for avoidable contact as well?
Yeah, we did identify that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so
that's the reason why they've been in chase mode for the last, since just before the red flag, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was before, because they managed to get back within 2 laps, which gained them most of a lap, and that's why they've got any chance at all at the moment, I think. They're up to 5th, by the way.
Were they fortunate in being docked the 2 laps before the stoppage?
Yes, because they had the opportunity to get one of them back.
Yeah,
by just being fast and overtaking the leader, and then the red flag came out, which brought them back up to the leaders. So I think they then lost out a little bit by having to maybe pit. There was something in the pit stop that lost them some of that advantage again, because they ended up a lap and a half behind when everything sort of settled down into the second half of the race. And since then, they have been gaining steadily on the leaders. When we go back to green, I'll do another check-in, because it's been an hour since I calculated that they were 2 minutes and 10 seconds, I think. So once we get back to green, I'll try and work out how far behind they are now. I think they're definitely, at least last I checked, they were definitely within 2 minutes. Well within 2 minutes. So yeah, I don't think they're back on the lead lap though. But they're really close behind the 111 actually. 6 seconds under code 35, which is nothing. Very few cars taking the opportunity to pit here. 511 is potentially the only car that's at the front of the race that pitted, which...
It looks like the...
Did we mention the 401 came back around, did not stop again?
Yeah, nobody is. It's only the 511 that stopped. The 696 just crossed the line and they haven't stopped. I wonder what the thought process is. Hitman, I think, might be in the pits. They're salmon.
I want to keep you updated on the investigation on this collision as it happens. Looks like they're going to pull the 982 in for a driver change there. So I'm not sure what the effect of the...
we think...
Yeah, I don't know what the effect of the investigation will be, but it seems
70, like... We think the 70 was probably just a bystander here, then?
It sounds like, at least preliminarily, we're assessing pretty substantial blame to the 982.
Yeah, they are... they just pulled the 70 out of the gravel. It looked like... I mean, they've got the wrecker there, right? The flatbed. So I think they're going to put it up on the flatbed, but to do that, they had to pull the car out of the gravel first. So that's been done, and they haven't moved the car any further.
That looked to me
but they
like...
also don't have the wrecker ready yet, so...
No,
well, actually it looks like they're just towing it forward.
When they dragged it out, it looked to me like the front wheels weren't moving. I don't know if that was just my screen.
Tough to
No, they're definitely moving
There's
now.
a lot of left front damage.
Okay.
Now they're just pulling it away. Big damage on the front of the car, though.
On the front of the car?
Yeah, left front.
Oh, maybe it was nosed into the... That doesn't make any sense either.
Well,
let's wait for this investigation to play out.
If the 982 cut across the grass, it could have got the 70 in the left front, but I would have expected it to look a lot worse than that.
And
the tow ropes come off the front of the car again.
I would have also expected... Oh, I wonder if that's damaged the tow hook, actually.
Yeah, that is possible.
Because that's the second time that's fallen off, and I've only ever seen it come off of that car so far.
Yeah, now they're taking the wrecker up to that car. I think they're just going to put it on the flatbed and do it that way.
Yeah,
being that this is the second time that's come off.
So, yeah, if it was a skip across the grass like we saw last year, I would have expected the other car to still be stranded, to be honest, if it was that heavy of a collision.
That's true.
But yeah, like I say, we'll wait for the investigation. We'll try to get some more information on what actually happened and who's going to be assessed what blame and what penalty. We say it as often as it happens that the WRL doesn't really appreciate cars making contact with each other. So if someone is
I suppose that is the bottom line here.
Yeah,
is that those cars made contact. However, it happened. It happened.
Yeah, for them to remove a driver from the car is that is almost as stern of a smack on the wrist as you can get before you just get kicked out. So as much as incidents do happen, they tend to be pretty what's the right word? They tend to be pretty harsh on those that are responsible for it. Yeah, draconian is exactly the word.
Francesco, no.
I know this doesn't translate perfectly to green flag racing. Well, it doesn't translate very well at all to green flag racing, but race racing have been going around 10 to 20 seconds quicker than round 3 racing under this Code 35. I'm not sure how that's possible.
Well, it looks like 350 is
they're
doing
35 knots.
Well, it's because the 401 is actually tucked up behind the number 31, who I assume is a car that doesn't have a limiter. Because it's a GP3 BMW.
Lap, round 3 have been doing 4 minute 0 to 4 minute 2. Last lap was a 3:55 for choice. The lap before that was a 3:44, which seems extremely fast for 35 miles an hour.
He would have been coming out of the pits.
Right, so he took the short.
Yeah, cut a little bit of distance out there.
Right.
70's on the flatbed, and they are backing it up through turn 17.
Which is a cut through and not a corner on the circuit.
Yes, that's a joke from yesterday. You would have had to have watched us for the last 13 and a half hours of racing to get that, but, consider it your loyalty reward.
A joke is only high quality if it needs 13 hours of backstory to get.
It's the most of my sense of humor.
It's the moth going to the podiatrist, but 13 hours.
I love that joke so much.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
Okay, so
how is Big Mission the favorite in GP1?
Irresponsible math.
Yeah.
It can only be explained
at the house.
So this car is on route, and I think it's the second recovery vehicle. So I think once this car is off on the flatbed, I think we should be good to go. This is recovery vehicle 1 of 2.
That is the truck that attempted to tow the car back on the hook, or on the rope. And double yellows are out. And some cars are kind of cheating here. Not cheating, but just jumping the green flag a little bit. That was interesting.
Sounds like cheating.
Well, I was going to say just, cheating the signal a little bit, which is I mean, probably the most accurate way to describe what's happening, but
back pedal.
Yeah, the Code 35 was pulled in, the double yellows came out, and immediately cars started accelerating gently, and then the green flags waved, and everybody went, full throttle. But
I'm not sure that that's necessarily incorrect. To be fair, because if you go to a double yellow, now you're saying, okay, well, just no overtaking and go at a reasonable speed, not necessarily go at 35 miles per hour, which is what the pink flags are telling you to do.
Somehow, JTR has just jumped ahead of the 111. I think they just got them out of the last corner there. It's a genuine overtake. So that's fourth place changing.
Yeah, so now we're kind of in the situation where we should keep an eye on what the gap actually is. Right, the lap plus.
I'll let this settle down for a second.
It's not much.
Gap between those two cars. I was thinking JTR to the left.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. JTR up to the leader. Right, because it's a lap plus whatever the margin is on track, and I think the margin on track is probably only about 15 seconds.
Okay.
511 is entering turn 11 now.
That makes sense, because 15 seconds would be a minute 50 or so total when you include the other lap.
And JTR is entering 11 now. Yeah, so call that about 15 seconds. Sorry, that was relative to the 511, not the 401, although that margin is not enormous either. Yeah, so it's about 15 up from JTR to 511, and then another 14 from 511 to 401.
It's actually gone out a bit, the gap from JTR, because they are 50 seconds behind Chill Out, who are 113 behind the leader.
There you go.
So
yeah,
it's back over 2 minutes again, which it was definitely below 2 minutes about half an hour ago, I'd say.
A brief reminder here that the 401 did not pit. They were last in at 121, so if we get a decent green flag run here, we'll want to keep an eye on this.
JTR were last in on lap 122, so same situation for them.
Interesting. I didn't realize they didn't stop under that Code 30. If I were them, I'd just pit all the time.
511 under that last safety car.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. We did talk about that we were shocked that they were the only ones who did.
Yeah. Even
forgetting that they're the outlier, not the...
Yeah, it was an extended safety car. Actually not safety car. Extended Code 35 and actually quite long, and it gave everyone plenty of opportunity to do so.
Yeah. No, that was a conscious decision. The other thing that did is, I mean, if you can do a little over an hour on fuel, if you came in at the end of the Code 35, there's a chance you could make it on essentially 2 full tanks.
Yep.
Which is something, again, that nobody's really chosen to take advantage of here.
Except 511.
Yes, exactly.
So yeah, I think they're in a good position, those guys at Choice Racing. They're only 14 seconds off the lead, so they essentially lost 12 seconds or so to fill up their tank with fuel, which is an extra 15 laps for them on what they would have had.
Yeah. I mean,
it's 25 minutes, which is, that's not insignificant by any means.
No, especially given the relatively small penalty paid to acquire that amount of fuel. How have I ended up on an HPDE timing page? GP1 being led by Edge Autosports, almost 42 seconds ahead of round 3 racing. That margin's actually going out. Big Mission also quicker than the 701. So number 777.
Yeah, they really benefited from that Code 35 we had earlier. They were able to pit during that and keep that third place.
I think just about everybody was in under that Code 35. Edge had pitted on the one before that.
So they did the one that was on lap 121 for them. LMR had done the yellow that was on 115. Ginger had done 115, 116, and then came in on this last one at 129.
Why is the 46 Salmon on Race Hero? 01 is in the pit lane. And back out on track.
So I'm trying to get a bit more information, but Paula May on the YouTube chat mentioned, I think in response to the Screaming Goat incident, says car went straight because it lost driver's front wheel and tire, went over catch fence and into the creek.
Oh
he knows this because he's track security and had to go get it.
Oh my gosh. Holy cow.
I'll do it.
So I can only, the only two cars I know that went straight, I'm pretty sure is just the Screaming Goat. Now that I think about it, I think that's the only car we've had that just went straight off.
The Lexus also plowed off into the runoff there very early this morning. The 9.4, I think it was. In actually virtually the same spot. If you follow the tire tracks, they're remarkably similar. But that's the only other one I can think of. Now, obviously, that would have happened at a slightly different speed. So, that is wild. And I'm going to assume, because I don't think there was a code 35 surrounding that, that's not just a tire change issue. That probably is more something like a hub issue.
So that was the ninth code. Sorry, that was the third code 35 on lap 39 for the 94 Lexus.
Yes. So that would have been right around 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
JTR that time a little slower than all of the cars in front of it. Both of the 2 leaders, the 401 and the 511, actually just within a couple of hundredths of each other. 35.838 and 35.864. So that margin is kind of stabilized. The 401 seems to have found some consistency in this stint, which is a good thing, considering the variation in lap times we saw after the restart, which is not necessarily unsurprising. And then the 511 has just kind of been in that same window, although seemed to be more consistent after the restart. So keep an eye on this margin, but it really hasn't fluctuated very much over what feels like the last hour or so.
No, at this rate, it's going to be that difference in fuel and whether that's significant enough that's going to be the difference maker. So, yeah, we've kind of got to wait for some pit stops to happen, really. It's going to be well, I'll say this now, knowing that it won't be true. It's going to be a bit of a turn as we see how this plays out. Obviously, something's going to WRL it up. And
sure.
Everything. But yeah, as things stand right now, that's the only difference we're really seeing.
Yeah, and what is the difference, or how much fuel does 12 seconds get you? Yeah. Because at least for right now, they're pretty closely matched.
Yeah, very much so.
Oh, slow number 1 exiting the final corner. I think he may have just dropped a wheel there because he's been passed by the 2. Could kind of pick the speed back up towards the apex. Yeah, you can see it there. Oh, he may have just... I was going to say let him go, but now I'm not sure that that's actually accurate.
No, that car looks wounded, but probably not mortally.
Oh, no, you know what? It's okay on the brakes into 5. He was back up to speed down the sort of middle straightaway there, so maybe it's not quite so bad. JTR does a 35.9 just to show that they can and kind of keep things relatively close with the front 3. PB from the 404 Chill Out Systems.
Also a PB from the 777 as well in third and GP1. They are a lap down, however.
Yeah, but well, it's still not as quick as the sports car is going. No, I mean that's correct. It's still not as quick as the leader was going. I was trying to figure out how Joseph's script would have suggested that was the favorite GP1. Maybe that had something to do with it, but I don't think that's true now. The 401 still has its wipers on.
they're free. It doesn't cost you anything to run your wipers. That's probably the cheapest part on the car.
So does Northwood. Odd.
It's a 0.1 weight to power adjustment if you keep your wipers on the entire race.
Oh, sweet. I'll take it.
That's what Choice Racing diving down the inside 3 wide into turn 1 now. BMW's everywhere.
That car has been exceedingly good in the traffic, I've noticed.
Yeah, there's kind of a point I was making. Every time we see them, they're either lap time wise or on the track, they are making aggressive but solid decisions in traffic, it seems.
Trip to Belgium paying off there for Choice Racing.
Yes. Ex-Boots and Gignon, of course.
Old Terry.
Bottas. It kind of feels like, and this is maybe just because we've gone a little quiet, but we're just sort of in a phase of the race where we're expecting something to change.
Going into the last quarter,
yeah.
A quarter of 7 hours is not easy to.
No.
We're heading towards the last quarter, which is usually where it seems like a cliche, but it is where we find everything, just all the cars get thrown up into the air.
Yeah, and if it doesn't, then we're sort of on hold for actual fuel mileage here.
Right.
Yeah, which could take us a solid 45 minutes to figure out. It's because of how frequent the Code 35s have been.
It's the fact that none of the cars appear to have any raw pace advantage on each other. So the differences, the large differences in the gaps are going to be based on. Oh, that was an interesting. It's going to be based on how cars deal with traffic over a long period of time. So I'm kind of, as we pointed out, Choice Racing are very good in traffic. JTR seem to be, on average, pretty quick at the moment. It's looking at how those trends play out over a longer period of time, rather than sort of lap by lap, minute by minute at the moment.
Ask and ye shall receive, and then we're on board the number 34 and now you can't tell. The windscreen on the 34 looks a little bit on the wet side again.
That explains why the 401 and the 21 both had their wipers on.
Yeah, this seems like it's probably just residual, just kind of in the atmosphere.
Of course, but I mean, if we're talking about hoping to find something to change, I mean, this would help with that.
Honestly, I'm not even necessarily looking for anything to change so much as I'm trying to work out. Like Scott says, I don't know, with all the interruptions that we've had, I don't know that we really have a good handle on what ultimate fuel mileage is for some of these cars at this point.
No, and that's exactly what I was saying earlier, where it's going to take us half an hour or 45 minutes to get answers on the things that we need answers on, which is fuel mileage for cars that didn't pit under the most recent Code 35.
Edge Autosport, despite this moisture, this deluge, has just put in their fastest lap of the race at a 1:39.35.
I was going to mention that. I imagine that it looks like that's easily the fastest GP1 lap.
It's a fast lap. Yeah, it definitely is starting to sprinkle a bit. I don't think
it's picking up. Yeah.
Yeah, the 909, by the way, is I think done for the day. Just been pushed back into the paddock once again. This time on dollies.
Hello, Dolly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, the gaps between the top 3 are super static right now. 11 seconds and 1 minute 12, plus or minus a second or 2, is what it's been for the last 10 laps or so.
It is amazing how little there is to choose between most of these cars.
Well, that tends to happen when everybody migrates to one chassis.
Yeah, the MX Plus LS3 is close.
I don't see it.
Good.
So here's what it looks like trackside. It's definitely coming down, but I don't think it's.
That's raining.
it doesn't feel quite as bad as it was at its peak. It might make things a little greasy.
Well, the lap times are still right there at the moment.
Yeah.
Chill Out were the fastest car in these conditions a short while ago. So we'll see if that carries on. Right on that last lap, they were the slowest of the top three.
Yeah, it'll help us tease out whether or not they like the rain or they just like, excuse me, coming up from yellow flag conditions.
You're right there, champ.
I don't know what that was. A little bit chilly.
I didn't have the proper bean to meat ratio, obviously.
I don't think it's
no. It had a very high quinoa to meat ratio.
A little bit. I do like the idea of this tire that has two different sidewalls, so you can decide if you want to look like a bro or a regular person.
You would choose the bro option, surely, right?
Not on my wife's car, no.
Oh, no, I guess not.
That would be funnier.
It would.
I've never met your wife. But
it would look really
you.
out of place. We've upgraded to the Karen Mobile recently, so
40.9 from the 401 last time.
Yeah, that'll make a difference.
37.1 from Choice.
So that gap has just cut itself in half after I made the point that 11 seconds plus or minus is all.
Well, but this has been it. The gap doesn't come down steadily. It comes down in chunks, and then they match each other for a couple laps at a time. Right? So consistency generally there for both cars, but certainly favors the 511 on the rare lap where the 401 can't move with the same aggression or decisiveness in traffic.
Yeah, obviously the gap is enough that whatever traffic 401 hits on one lap, Choice will hit on the next lap. So yeah, I'd expect this next lap from Choice to
do we have the 401 on board?
That died a while ago. I don't know.
Yeah, it never came back up after the break.
Very awkward situation down at turn 7. I think they've actually not lost that much time as a result. They got up alongside one of the Porsche Caymans that decided to race it going into 7 in the braking zone and then completely shot through the apex. So it's going to cost them a little bit of time.
Quick lap from Chill Out. Further evidence towards them liking these potentially cooler track temperatures.
Brendan, did you see which tires the Chill Out Systems car was on?
I actually didn't make note of what the tires were. I spent half an hour trying to work out the production class situation and actually completely forgot to look at tire sidewalls.
That's okay.
Kind of weird. It's just occurred to me how we spent almost 16 hours talking about tires at home. We haven't really mentioned. I don't think we've mentioned the tire brand once today.
Well, it hasn't really been super relevant.
No, it hasn't at all.
Yeah. And today, especially, the pace has never dropped off. The onboards have never gotten super lively. All of the very obvious clues from NOLA just haven't existed here.
We did see some severe cording from one of the cars on Twitter last night.
It was round 3, actually. I think it was a 7.0. It was the one that didn't win GP1. Forget.
705?
Yeah.
I assume all round 3 cars are on the same tire brand.
I would assume so.
I would hope so, yeah.
Maybe different specs. I don't know if they...
I don't know. Maybe sizes? Different between...
The sizes would certainly be different.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, if you are interested in purchasing tires from Cooper, which is obviously the brand, it was noted that you should pre-order and have them brought to the track so that they can be mounted here, because if you leave it to chance, there is a good chance your size will not be available. And even if your size is available, the appropriate quantity may not be to supply all those who desire them. So if you're into the idea of running Cooper tires on your WRL chassis, get on that ahead of time. And you can meet them here.
Choice Racing dips a couple left side tires off the grass at the exit of turn 12. So they are definitely still making an effort through traffic here.
And the 404 just ran a 35.5.
Their fastest
so it's going to be their personal best.
By 2 full tenths of a second.
JTR were actually quicker, but that is again further evidence that Chill Out are really liking these conditions. Much quicker than the top 2 cars.
I have an active choice feed, if you didn't already have it.
Is it now labeled like 2.5 or 2.6?
Yeah. It's just Choice Racing 511 Barber Day 2.
Oh, okay.
They've been incrementally going up on the numbers.
On, I think, the Sentinel demo account.
I just wanted to give a quick shout.
Inside 2 hours, by the way.
Yeah.
I just want to give a quick shout out since we are at the 2 hours. I was going to start at the GP3 field and just kind of do a rundown now that we're at the 2 hours to go. The 195 Overnight Motorsports car still leads GP3. They're a minute 12 ahead of the number 15 AOA Motorsports Mazda MX-5. And then in third place will be the 197 Overnight Motorsports Boxster. They had a little bit of an issue earlier, so they've come back from that. They've pushed the number 66 NRG racing car back down into fourth. So they're just kind of your top 4 contenders in GP3. And just given the pace and how everything is shaken out, excuse me, I would expect those 3 vehicles to be on the podium there in GP3. NRG's got a chance, but they're going to have to pick up the pace a little bit, I reckon. And their ultimate pace is several seconds adrift of the 195 and the 197. And then going up to GP2, we have the number 348 Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterkraft version 2.0.
What city are they from, Ryan?
Chattanooga with the trains, if you will. They are with the trains. They are currently in first place in GP2 in their BMW. They're followed by the number 146 Harrison Motorsports car, also a BMW, a 330i. They are, I'm going to wait for timing to, I believe they're a lap down, or some smaller portion thereof, but still a reasonable amount. That was a great sentence, by the way. And then in third place, we have the number 21 North Loop Motorsports BMW 3 Series, holding it down for Minnesota here. Again, they had a rough day yesterday with the mechanical.
California.
Nah, if I move elsewhere, I'll definitely be from Minnesota because nobody likes Californians.
That would be like me repping Oklahoma as a Pennsylvanian.
You do rep Oklahoma as a Pennsylvanian. Don't act like you don't. Big shout out to St. Cloud State capturing the 4th seed in the NCHC this weekend. And then in GP1, we have the number 26 Edge Autosports car. They're currently about a minute ahead of the round 3 racing number 701. And I believe that would be a Cayman in that instance. And then in third place is the number 777 Big Mission Motorsports BMW. That one would be an M3. And then, of course, GTO, which we have been talking about. The 401 round 3 racing cars at the front. They're being chased by the number 511 Choice Racing car. It's been anywhere from 6 to 15 second gap there, and it ebbs and flows with the traffic, of course. We're currently on board with the 701. And then in third place is the number 404 Chill Out Systems Mazda Miata powered by Chevy, Coyote chassis, K-Tech, paddle shifted, cool thing. Most of those brands were made up as far as actually being on the car. Fourth place, we have the number 696 JTR Motorsports Engineering car. They're going to be a lap clear of the leaders, I believe. They do currently have the fastest lap of the race, though, a 1:34.070. But if you're just joining us, we're not really giving away free lucky dog laps here with yellows because we do code 35s here at Barber Motorsports Park. So that is a whole lap that he would have to overcome to be back in contention for a podium. But you never know. WRL hands out penalties on a per lap basis, so if there's any issues at the upcoming round of pit stops or anything of that nature, they're still in it. Nobody should give up yet if you're only a lap down or so in your class. And so that kind of gives you a rundown, an hour and 55 to go.
I have projections.
Oh, outstanding.
Could I ask, just before you do projections, how long until we're expecting? It's a question to you, Joseph. How long?
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I have no idea. What was the question?
I'm sorry. It was how long until we're expecting the 401 in the pits? I feel like it should be quite soon.
The 401, I've got them in 10 laps.
Does this take into account data from yesterday, Joseph? Or
Absolutely not.
Okay. Yeah, I figured that.
That would be too useful.
I mean, I could just as easily go back and look it up. It's really not that big a deal. I just wasn't sure where those numbers came from.
Yeah.
Expect choice a bit later than 401 was kind of that's the relevance of that data.
Well, I've got choice in 19 laps.
That's not correct.
Yeah, it is.
Is it?
Choice pitted under the last yellow. And
what was the number for 401?
10.
Oh, disregard. Sorry.
How dare you
10
question
laps off there.
the math?
Well, let's talk about your math then, Joseph.
Okay. GTO, I still have a little bit of a dogfight, which I think we're aware of because we haven't really been able to focus in on one or two cars. It's kind of three obvious ones: the 696, the 401, and the 511. Chill out.
No respect for the 404.
404, I've actually got more of a as a second place contender. They've got a shot at first, but I don't, and I think I agree with the script take on this. I don't feel like they. No, genuinely, I don't feel like they have the ultimate pace that it would take to even this up. Whereas I think the 696 potentially does. It's a question of whether or not they have the time.
Again, what cards does the 404 hold? Right, it doesn't have pace. It doesn't have track position. It probably doesn't have consistency on tires. It doesn't have fuel mileage. That doesn't make it a bad car, but in terms of clawing back a margin where you don't have track position, you got to have something else. And it
just need more rain. Just need more rain.
There you go.
Honestly,
it's
that
definitely not going to rain anymore.
Oh, is it not?
No, no chance.
What's that I see?
Around the cape lost its rear wing.
Yeah, the 39.
Yeah, it's it now has vertical stabilizers.
Yeah, it's
good for yaw control. That's about it.
One of the 917 options had that, didn't it? The one the Pink Pig was based on.
Yeah, just the big vertical faders without an actual wing.
Do we have any more responsible maths, Joseph?
Yeah, we sure do. GP1, I've still got the 777 as having a really good shot at GP1, along with the 26 and the 701. Those latter two won't be a surprise. I know you're a little surprised to see the 777 up there in as fighting for the win, but they've been consistent. The 26 has an awful lot of pace, which we know. So I don't personally have an expectation here, but keep an eye out between the 26 and the 701. This doesn't really feel settled, like almost all of this tends to be. Very unsettled until the last moments. GP2 looks like it's mostly a fight between the car that we're on board with now, Harrison Motorsports, and the current leader, the 348 for Chattanooga Tourenwagen.
Joseph, do we have time for a guess quick?
I believe we do.
Okay. Well, so I again wish there were happier times and circumstances were better, but for a while there they were. Joined by Brandon Warwis from the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing Camp. Welcome to Driver's Eye Live, Brandon.
Hey, glad to be back.
Yeah. So I'll let you tell the story of your day. There are a lot of ups and a big down.
Yeah, so we started off today better than yesterday for sure. We did pit under code 35. I hope that got y'all excited. Yeah, we did better than yesterday.
They've been listening.
No, I pay attention. I watched last night and I was like, man, they're giving us hell for that. So we tried to do a little better today, and it helped for sure. We were better off today. We started farther behind. We were 13th on speed yesterday, so the fact that we got out of it with a podium was nice, just for staying in the race all day. That's kind of what helped us the extra hour. But today we knew we needed to be better because it's like 3 hours sprint and then 4 hour sprint.
Yep.
So We tried that. We got down last night and looked over the car, and big thanks to Peter Chang. They came over and helped us out setup-wise and got us a little bit closer on time. But our big thing that this weekend we struggled with was we were running hot.
Okay.
That was a big problem. So, all the hairpins coming out of the corners, we would watch the cars in our class just pull 5 car lengths on us, and then just hope that traffic would play in our favor where we could make up some lost time.
Yeah.
Other cars kind of getting held up, and we could just bomb through it the best we could, as safe as we can. And that helped a lot yesterday. And then today, we had a good stop in the first portion of the race that kept us in the top 5.
Mm-hmm.
And, we stayed up in there, and things were looking really good after the break. We did find time.
Sure.
We picked up a lot of speed today. Still, we're struggling with the overheating and no power, but we were making it work a lot better. And we ran good. I was really hoping we were going to come away with a better finish today. I think we were in contention. We were doing good on fuel, but as y'all saw on the live stream, we ended up out in the dirt. We sheared the left front studs, and off went the tire.
Yeah.
Cleared the fence a little bit, I think.
A little bit.
I don't really know where it ended up, but we did get it back.
We heard the creak.
Yeah.
Is what we heard.
It got a nice wash. So, we got a spinner in the hairpin.
Oh, backwards into the gravel. Oh, it's going to hit the gravel trap. Yep, the 777.
The 777 is beached.
Yeah.
It's third in GP1, I believe.
To see it happen live, actually, on the.
And that was going to be a contender for the GP1.
Yeah, so you're looking for the cream and burnt orange number 777.
Yeah. Turn your attentions to the video board.
Yeah.
We're about to see on the left side of your screen here. Eventually.
Oh, we're quite, aren't we?
Are we that far back? Oh no.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's going to back basically right up, not to the camera.
Just lost it right under brake.
There it is.
Over the crest.
Yep.
Just got it stopped.
And that'll bring out the yellow.
Yeah, we're going code 35. Interesting.
Well, time to rerun projections.
We would expect every car to be able to go on one more stop, right?
This plus one more, yes.
Yeah, one more after. Yeah,
choice being the potential outlier there. Oh no, definitely not. It'll be this plus one more.
Yeah, sorry, I was making the assumption everyone pits now. They should all be able to go on one more stop. So
yes,
I would expect everyone to pit now.
Of course you would.
Yeah, y'all gotta catch me up. How are we looking on the race for the win here? Is it close?
I mean, the 401 and the 511 have basically just been matching each other. The margin's never been more than 12 seconds, never really been lower than 5, at least for the last hour or so. So, hour plus, really.
What do we have left?
It's been good.
Hour 45. Okay.
Yeah,
This is gonna be good.
It's not just strategy. I mean, that will make a difference eventually, but the pace has been there for both cars. It's actually been really interesting.
Also, I think Choice Racing have less fuel to put in now because they pitted on the last stop. So this might be a quick enough pit stop that they possibly could leapfrog.
I think Choice is in. Have we called that? I think I saw Choice in another shot.
401 has not come in.
Yeah, he's going by the start-finish line now, so they're staying out.
The flat toes up to the 777. Keep an eye for the 511.
I feel like this isn't going to be a long yellow, so round 3 may have blown their chance here.
Yeah, the 511 has almost certainly come in. If they haven't come by start-finish yet, they've got to be down in the pits.
Bear in mind, 401 is
I can't really see them.
More. I think we'd expect them in the next 5 laps or so, right, Brett Joseph?
Yeah,
they were
5 is exactly the number I've got.
Yeah.
So that's really surprising that they weren't ready for this.
JTR.
Hitman is in. So while we're on the topic of Choice Racing, are you guys still involved in a sort of agreement with the 511 team?
They're definitely we're all together still. And they help us out. That's all. Yeah, it's all good down there. We're definitely pulling for them today. They've been played with some bad luck, I'd say, over the last year. So to see them run as well as they have this weekend, it sucked yesterday again, back on the bad luck. But to see them run this well this weekend has been awesome because they won a lot.
Sure.
So it was out of character for them to run into so many issues, but they're running really good today, and I'm really happy for them. We're all pulling for them.
Yeah, it's sorting out a new car, but it seems like so far today, fingers crossed, everything has been clicking for them, and they've run well. You guys have a win to your credit this season already, right?
Yeah, we did get our one so far. So.
I was going to say, I hope that's one for now.
Well, getting them when we can, it's definitely, I always look, okay, we won. Because, it's kind of, I don't really know how many races we get out of our career year. It's kind of up in question. Because, it being a little family team with no sponsors on board, it's hard to string together a lot of races out of the schedule. That's why we probably won't see y'all again until Daytona for sure.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So we love to go to Mid Ohio and Road America. That's tracks that we all love, but yeah, we haven't been able to get out there yet. Maybe in year 4 we'll give it a shot.
Daytona's another successful one for you guys.
Yeah, we love going there. It's it's Daytona.
Yeah. Were you with the team last year at Daytona?
Yeah. So I got to be the honorary wheelman of that last push at the end. So
that's where I was going with that.
That was my crowning achievement so far.
Chasing down the 909. It was it was my favorite race from last year.
Mine too.
Under the lights at Daytona. Awesome. So, congrats on that.
Thank you.
I wish you guys had a little better luck today, but thanks for supporting us. It's nice to know that you guys are listening down there. I hear from David every so often.
Yeah.
Before a couple of these weekends, which is really nice. And always has nice things to say. And it's very, very funny that you made the comment about pitting under code 35. That's fantastic. It's very nice.
Oh, yeah. I love it. I love this.
Did you guys, in addition to trying to find more pace yesterday, did you guys also look at strategy as a component to trying to find some time, or did you feel like you hit yesterday pretty much right?
I think given the kind of the box that we were put in being, down on power, better on fuel miles, I think we're going green here.
Yes, we are.
Yep, we're back to green. Being down on power, being down on pace, it definitely hurt us, but I think we did pretty good with what we had yesterday, and it showed. We ended up on the podium, but today, we did go back and look. Okay, because today this is such a weird race on the schedule compared to everything else. Because we break it down, and us and the other drivers, we kind of look at it as it's really just 2 short sprint kind of endurance.
Yeah.
It's still a timed endurance. It's hours of racing, but it's 3 hours, and then you got to stop, and then everybody lines up again and we go again, because we have lots of yellows here and double yellow kind of conditions, but it's code 35. It's different. We're not lining back up. So back to your point, listening to the thing, I heard y'all bring in track position is big, just in the biggest spot it would ever be in would be in that, and we played it well today in the middle. So we kind of prepped for the 3-hour race, and then what can we do in a 4-hour race, and how do you want to break that down? So that's how we approached it today, and I think it was working really well.
Nice.
Up until the left front flew over the fence.
I assume you guys are done for the day.
Yeah, we're done.
Right.
But we'll be back. We'll be back for Daytona.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to seeing you there. Do we see you in any other racing during the course of the season, or is this pretty much your...
This is pretty much it on the car sides of things. We do pop-up still. We love to go out and do the, where we, go back to your roots kind of thing. But we go race our, do go-kart stuff here and there. With
Nice.
that's all the big Iron Rock insignia that they
Gotcha.
That's kind of where we all spawned from, and then carried that through today. They're all out racing in Orlando right now at a big national. They're doing well.
Yeah.
So we'll have to go check on how they did. The young boys in the go-kart still. Maybe they'll be out. I think they'll be out here one day, maybe. So
we'll keep an eye out for it, man. And like I said, wish today had gone better for you. Certainly, this could have been a 4 or 5 car race for the win if you guys had a little bit more luck. But car looks strong. Last question I have for you: this overheating thing, is this an issue that the car has had in the past? It's almost 20 years old, or is this just
no, not really. Not really. Okay. We had issues towards the end of the year last year that bit us bad at VIR and COTA. 2 really big tracks where they just weren't making the power that we needed to be. Car was running really lean. Okay. Just wasn't able to get that punch. And then you come onto the back straight at VR, or you come out of the hairpin and shoot down the back straight at COTA, and you watch the turbo cars just carry on their merry way, and you're like, hey, you're looking at your buddies in GP1, like, how's it going, guys? Because you're running the same speed. But it is what it is.
So that's how you guys get the fuel mileage then. So you just,
I mean, it got really long towards the end of the year last year, and I know that wasn't we wanted to run longer, right? Because we were able to, but that was too long.
Yeah,
because we weren't making any power. But it helps. In the end of things. So.
Yeah. So you're welcome up here anytime, Brandon. Thanks for stopping by and chatting with us.
Awesome.
We won't see you the rest of the day, but we'll see you again at Daytona.
Yeah, y'all get to go hang out in the big fancy box at Daytona.
It's really nice.
Oh, I want to go.
And it's a lot cooler than here.
Okay, I'll be there.
This room has been brutal for the last 2 days, but we'll see you down at Daytona, man.
All right, man. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, anytime. It's Brandon Warwis from Screaming Goat Racing, the number 29, off track for the moment, but be back for the Daytona 14-hour in June.
How many Brandons are there in WRL, including the one with including the one with Driver's Eye Live?
Okay. You're only going to confuse everybody who's listening.
I'm thinking that's why he gets called Brandon a lot.
That's kind of that's where I was going with that. I think that makes a lot more sense now.
I should be the one, you know?
Yeah, you should be the different one, but
Yeah, right?
when there's 9 Brandons, you're gonna be the 10th.
How many Brandons
Brendan,
in
by the
WRL have a comb over and a mustache?
WRL sponsored by Haggerty Motorsports and Brandon's everywhere.
There seems to have been a theme after the yellow flags. I've got the JTR car listed as in the pits. I don't believe it. I think it may have made a pit stop during that yellow flag, and for some reason
did.
it labeled that late.
Well, let's look at the race control log, just in case. I don't see anything.
No, it's just come through and done 160.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think they pit under the previous yellow. For some reason, their label gets attached on Race Hero late. I don't know why. Other cars, round 3 did not pit, and they're due very soon. I genuinely think that's just costing the race.
It feels like a miscommunication. Like it feels that aggressively off strategy.
Off what you would choose to do, yeah.
Yeah.
There's
So,
no
so you
world
get
where they've
choice-
saved enough fuel to make it on one more stop, right?
Certainly not.
Yeah, okay.
When they've got choice racing right down their backside the whole time, no.
Yeah.
Even if you did, you're losing so much more time fueling while the rest of the, like just look at what's going by you on the front straightaway, right? They're going by at 120, 130 miles an hour versus 35.
Not to mention as well, they would be able to make it on one stop from here. They can absolutely do that. All the cars can. There's no car in the field that can't make an hour, I don't think.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
I'm curious, can a GP3 do in an hour and a half?
I would say so.
I think so, yeah. I think we've seen that before.
I calculated the Aston could do an hour and 20 yesterday, so if they can do that, I imagine a GP3 car can... I mean, that's going to be the same number of laps, but a GP3 car is going to be an hour and a half, and I'm sure they can do more laps than an Aston.
Because Overnight's pitted from the lead just a few laps ago, so they might be borderline good to go. AOA inherits the lead. They're due to pit soon, and we keep getting closer to that 130 mark, and so I think they might be good to go.
So this feels significant. 696 is directly on the tail of the Choice Racing BMW.
They also just did a 34, which is the first one of them I've seen for a very long time.
Yeah, they are for sure the fastest car on track. I assume that driver will be until the end. And they are about to unlap themselves from the car we are putting into the presumptive race lead because of the strategy call made by the Toro. Unless they know something we don't, it's possible. The car we would put into the presumptive race lead here, the 511.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously isn't significant because we're not doing safety cars, but at the same time, it's evidence that they're moving forward if they're going to get back on the lead lap.
No, but this puts them on. So now the gap is quantifiable. It's not just we have to add a lap to
look at
whatever
this.
it
We're
is
about
on
to see
track.
a change for the lead in GP2. This is Harrison going through on Chattanooga.
No, wow, just got the drive off the final corner.
Just like a freight train. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're making a Chattanooga joke. I'll have you know, they are the premier city in the United States for fiber.
By the way, JTR...
Not dietary fiber, but...
We do have an onboard camera with choice, and JTR just went past them.
Yeah.
To turn 11.
Yes.
So the reason why this GP2 battle is happening is because I believe Chattanooga pitted in the green before we had our last code 35.
Okay.
Whereas Harrison did pit under code 35. So that's what's closed the gap there.
I was going to say, I didn't think they were that close before.
No, they were not.
Interesting, too, because I thought that Chattanooga car was pretty consistently quicker than, well, anybody close to it in GP2, but the Harrison car did a 42.6.
Always right on time.
Is that another, I don't know.
You're going to have to find another thing to make jokes about, Ryan.
That's fine. That's okay. That's all right. We'll find something.
Yeah, the train left the station on that one.
Wow.
Round 3 stays out again, 137.7. Do you have a target number, Joseph? I know we've mentioned it a couple times, but I didn't write down the actual, do the math and get the lap number.
I've got them in soon, basically. They're, at this point, they're extending for what we've seen so far in this race.
Yeah. It's been 1 week. Looks like they were in around 121. Actually, it looks like they were in around 121. So this is only 43 laps, 44 laps. So if they can get up past 50, there is actually a world where they can cut a stop out here. If they can get up to 50 laps. Right? So let's consider that. I don't remember that we are only working with numbers from very short stints today because we haven't had long green flag runs. Some of that is an issue related to Code 35. Some of it's just the break in the middle of the race. But let's take a look at yesterday for that. Wow, man, they were way down the order, weren't they? We'll find the longest stint for them. No, they didn't do enough laps for that to matter. Looks like maybe 74 to 122. So 48 laps. Oh, it's the Chill Out MX-5.
It is.
No, a contender.
This is definitely going to be a Code 35, which might bail out the 401. But it'll definitely bail out the 401.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is on the way up to turn 9, by the way. Headed up the hill there.
Possibly just under the bonnet. Yeah, I think it's coming from both sides. Might have a Coke LS3 front of this car. It's so fast out those cars coming past on his left.
Yeah, I mean, they're approaching 100. Headed up the hill there.
Looks like steam rather than smoke, at least.
So it is easy to say that this is a contender that's gone by the wayside, and I mean, technically, yes, they certainly would have been in for a podium. I think all things being equal, or certainly a podium contender.
Yeah, I think they may have been on for 4th.
But out of the top 4, this was probably the car least likely to make an impact on the race victory battle.
No, they're going to make an impact in a different way, though.
Potentially.
Yeah, I mean, JTR needs all the laps they can get to use their pace to catch up, and round 3 we're about to have to make a green flag pit stop, which is going to cost them a lap. So this, when this goes yellow, which it's going to have to, as Joseph says, it's going to have a huge impact on the race.
Double yellows are out, which means Code 35 flag will follow shortly.
Any idea where 401 is on the track? Oh, they
cross start finish.
That's cross start finish line. So it might be quite badly timed for them if they can clear this car quickly.
It depends on depends on if they've thrown oil or anything like that, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be 3.5 minutes or so until they come back around.
Yep.
Plus the stop, because you'd like to do that without... I mean, at this point, you have to, right? I mean, even if you get caught going back to green, you're still getting at least part of the stop done under double yellow or under Code 35.
So my only question is whether they thought they could bridge it to the point where it could be their last stop, but even so, pitting twice under Code 35 is quicker than pitting once under green.
Exactly. So that was my comment earlier about, okay, well, do you just push it, save the stop, and do one? But you are reliant on the Code 35 coming at exactly the right time because of what you just mentioned, Scott.
Yeah. But, I mean, if they don't pit now, the reason why I mentioned that is because you say you have to pit now. Well, I thought you had to pit on the last one, personally. But
well, I did too, but now that you've got this one, this is your next best option to the end of the race. IMHO, obviously.
You shouldn't say that about yourself.
IMHOO.
Who?
15, AOA Motorsports leader in GP3 has pitted, and I think retained the lead.
Choice has gone past the pits, Scott?
Yeah, they're on the front straight on my onboard camera anyway. Probably we are on that now.
I mean, I don't hate that. I think it relies on you getting one more Code 35 in the next 60-ish minutes of the race, which I think probably feels likely.
If this drags on a bit, they might be able to stretch to the finish from here.
Who? Choice?
Yeah.
Well, they would have had to have They would have had to have pitted under this Code 35, I think.
Well, they might do later on if it drags on a bit.
That is true, but I don't think it will. This looks like just a flat toe and bring it home. It's already moving based on the CCTV feed from down in that area of the circuit.
Surely round 3 has round 3 not come around again yet?
No.
Okay.
Probably not. No.
Was that round 3 entering pit lane there?
No, it's round.
No,
the
it was a
401
round
is
three,
on
but
its
not that
way.
one.
If it's the 401 is actually just past the incident, it's on its way into turn 11.
Leader in GP1 into the pits.
GP1 leader is GP1 leader as well. The car you're on board with, number 26.
ATR were right ahead of Choice, so
They still are.
They decided not to pit either. Which
That is correct. Yes.
I think they pit under the last one.
Yes.
Yeah, I've got Choice and JTR as both needing a stop in about 29-30 laps.
I think I might still have taken the extra 8 laps of fuel here, but
yeah,
it has a fairly short run. So, actually, yeah, from the Choice onboard, I can see JTR. The 2 cars.
Here they are. 401.
That's not.
Yes,
that's 401. Okay.
That'll be your overall in GTO leader, so they have gotten in before. Yep. Obviously, they're not out yet, but they have gotten in at least before we've gone green.
The other thing, Scott, about pitting under Code 35, even if it's especially if it's a short fill, is you cut so much time or distance on the pit in and the pit out that there is a world where your stop is actually net zero.
Okay, timing is critical here. Look at this, that we're bringing the 404 into the lane now.
Yeah. So they are definitely going to get caught in the pit lane. The green flag is out now, and I'm not convinced that the 401 is even moving.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought so.
So next car to keep an eye on will be the number 511 from Choice Racing, because that will put it into the lead, won't it?
2 cars coming in the pits just as it goes green and right behind the tow truck. So
one of those is the 2, which needed a stop right now. I think it's the 2.
Is it? No, that's the 293, and it's the 698, the other JTR
you're right,
car.
You're right.
511 still not come through yet. Here they are.
Where's the 401?
Not moving. No, just moving down pit lane now. It's about halfway up. Nope,
right.
Sorry. Wrong car. Not moving yet.
So Choice has taken the lead.
Oh, and then some. Yeah. Now moving. There we go.
Is this a packet full of fuel stop in the hopes that maybe you can take it all the way home?
I think that kind of has to be your goal now, but it can't cost you any on-track pace, because that JTR car is going to be, and the 511 for that matter, are...
JTR is through.
Did they go past? They've taken second place then?
No.
Okay.
They're almost a lap down to the 511, whereas the 401 it'll be about 30 seconds.
To your previous point, an hour and 27 seems long for a GTO car, any GTO car.
It does.
Even Screaming Goat might struggle with that, and obviously we won't know, but they typically, I don't think that...
There's 401 out.
Oh, so that was behind JTR?
Yeah.
Yes, but the JTR car is a full lap down. Or almost a full lap down.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah. So they'll have done a driver change on board that 401 as well.
Yeah, 511 is officially through. Back to the point.
Sorry, JTR didn't pit.
Right.
Okay.
Neither did Choice, though, so that was still tail end of the lead lap stuff.
Okay, got it.
There comes the 696. They already kind of gapped the 511, actually. 35 flat from the JTR car. 36.8 from Choice. And then we wait for the 401 to cross the stripe in second.
So JTR at the moment, conveniently, needs just over a second a minute to capture the leaders.
Which is
almost identical fuel strategy.
So call it about 1.6, 1.7
About 2 seconds a lap. To give them a
Yeah.
chance to pass.
Right.
I mean, the last lap they were 1.8 faster. So.
Right. And they've got to call the strategy right, which is not necessarily a given, but and it's not calling them out specifically. We've seen a couple of teams make fairly questionable calls.
Did we decide, by the way, that yesterday they didn't run out of fuel? It was an overheating issue. Is that what we got from
you? Now I actually don't remember what the details were. I thought they still ran out of fuel. No, they definitely did.
No, there were two different issues, Brendan. So the first one was running out of fuel. The second one was overheating around the time that they needed to stop. So their stop was a minute long, and that's why they lost the lead.
So they actually did run out of fuel yesterday, and that caused... Oh, Choice Racing has had some horrible traffic at the back end of the circuit here. They're going to have lost quite a bit of time to JTR on this lap.
Well, I want to clarify. It wasn't the stop itself that was a minute long. They had a little bit of limp mode either side of the stop.
Okay.
In addition
was a period of the race where they lost their 3 laps. Was that due to running out of fuel?
Yeah. Yes, because they weren't getting They weren't getting the tank full, and they didn't realize it.
Okay.
Yeah, they were 3 laps short, and once the car bobbles, Tim told us this at NOLA. Once that car bobbles, you don't have anything like a full lap left.
Which I'm shocked that they were able to, because this place has hills. I'm shocked that they were able to get it back.
178 is into the pit lane. It's the JNR No Lift Racing Honda Civic.
That JTR car, is that the same car Hannah has?
Yeah.
Okay.
M4 GT4.
Okay, it's not listed as a GT4 on Race Hero. It's just an M4. That's why I was questioning it. It's also a 2019, so I'm not convinced it is the same car.
Yeah, I had that today as well. The entry list was saying that it was an M4, but it's not.
Okay. So Choice Racing lost 4.5 seconds to round 3 racing on that last lap. As I said, they got horrendous. They had a horrendous run through traffic around the back of the circuit, which is the JTR had a similar. So it's obviously just that pocket traffic they hit, but yeah, that's definitely helps the fog capture up a little bit. The 401, of course, now is in the better position on fuel because they've pitted the most recently. Again, I was a little bit surprised 511 didn't take the opportunity there as well. They've lost
I think I would have topped off there. Like I said, there's a couple of seconds of stop length where you can still be net zero for staying out on track.
Yeah, and it puts you in a position where you can go longer and hopefully catch another code 35 towards the end of the race. You very often see in WRL last 20 minutes some sort of code 35. Max around to give us the trends on that. But I think that's my feel.
Well, and
we've also seen an interesting little quirk. I don't know how against the rules it is, but I am gonna, we have seen it, so it's not exactly a secret, where people will disengage the pit lane limiter when they're entering and exiting the pit lane. So there are people.
I was going to make that point. I really thought I saw the 401 going over.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have a radar gun. Maybe relocate yourself to there.
Yeah.
You would catch a few people out if you're feeling.
We need to line the pockets.
So look, if this is happening, then maybe there is a world where you actually can make an extra splash. You pit under code 35. With an hour and a half to go, you say, okay, we're going to need a splash, but you wait for the code 35 that's in your window. You come in and you maximize all of those little things, right? Entry. The fact that the pit lane here is shorter than the track distance. The not getting caught behind a car that's doing less than 35 miles an hour. And, use that to your advantage. Put the fuel in it, maybe instead of costing you 10 seconds stationary or 12 seconds stationary, it is a net loss of only 2 or 3 seconds. But now you're good. Right?
Well,
2 or 3 seconds is an incredibly small price to pay.
Yeah, you can go 8 laps longer and wait for a code 35 a bit later.
But remember, we are an hour and 20 minutes from the end. We've been on track for, 14 and a half hours already at this point. And if you haven't learned how to handle the code 35s from a strategy perspective by this point, chances are you're just going to stick with what you've got, right? You're not going to throw chances out if you're not comfortable with whatever the call is. Now, the 3 of us, 4 of us, 5 of us have decided what the right call is from our positions, but I think that maybe if you're down in the round 3 camp or you're trying to sort out what the best plan is from now to the end of the race, you're not going to take chances, especially if you're already the leader.
Well, yeah, and actually that brings me on to my point I was going to make, is that we've been talking about choice racing making really strong, aggressive decisions in traffic and keeping their average lap time down because of that. It seems like since they've taken the lead, that's not been the case anymore. They've been the slowest of the top 3 cars, and based on watching the onboard camera, watching JTR just get a drive away from them, it's been traffic that's been the difference maker there. Just an observation that we've seen that car in chase mode all day for whatever reason. I can't remember why they've gone the back foot at the start. Maybe just their grid position. But since then, this
is this JTR?
I'm talking about choice racing, who are in the lead obviously right now. I don't know if they're being slightly more conservative now that they think they've got enough of the lead that they just need to protect. It's not the case. They're only 15 seconds ahead of a car with more fuel than them. So they do still have things to race for. But yeah, on average recently they've been slower. In the last lap they were 2 seconds slower than round 3. And 1.2 seconds slower than JTR as well.
Well, that does give us something to stew about.
Ouch. Team LMR loses a lap due to driving in the middle of pit lane. They were looking pretty good in GP1. So 1 lap off is going to push them down a bit.
Yeah, we should catch up on some of these. God, where was the last one that we called? I don't even know. Let's talk about the ones that we think might be relevant to the running. Where's 127 sitting? They're down the order a bit. That's Pinnacle. Pinnacle was given a lap 4, 6 went over the wall. Same for the 0-1. 46 Ginger Racing was given a lap for passing under yellow, which has, I think, made a big difference in the GP1 battle. I think that's pushed them down from 3rd to 5th.
Yeah. So they're still there with LMR.
Yeah. And then we had
we're actually gonna have a change for the GP1 lead on this lap, or next lap. No, maybe not.
No, it shouldn't be that
a little bit slower that time.
Yeah, no, it was 4 seconds a lap last time, but it's going to be equalized now. Sorry, go ahead, Joseph.
So it was the 421 was also given a lap for passing under yellow.
So
and
was
this
the
just in, the 111 a lap for passing under yellow. So that will knock them out of 4th.
So they had been actually battling pretty close for a while now, where the I want to say the 421 finally got around the 111.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the 2 team cars that have gotten dinged for passing under yellow at the exact same point.
Car in the gravel at turn 7, guys. Looks like he's looped it on the way in and is now facing perpendicular to the racetrack, but well off into the gravel to driver's left, sort of coming down the roller coaster section.
This is on a delay. No, it's the 777 again. It's 777. It's in race control. And the 701 is going to be very lucky if they don't get called for a pass under yellow.
That is the GP1 race leader. So
yeah.
that's pretty significant if they do get called for that.
I don't know where the yellow flag was, so I'm not saying that definitively, and it might have just happened, so it might not have been a yellow flag, but keep an eye on that.
Frustrating because I feel if JTR can get green to the end, they've got just enough time to chip away at the lead and get involved. But if we keep getting these code 35s that not only shorten the race, but obviously provide laps where they're not able to gain any time, then they're just going to run out of time.
Yeah. LMR is going very, very slowly into the down the pit lane and into the paddock.
We still got that 777 car stuck, Brendan?
Oh yeah, no, it's beached.
I think anyone that goes in there is going to be stuck, so expect this to go pink.
Yeah, they're not in a hurry.
Well, race control definitely knows about it, so I don't know if maybe there's the gravel trap's packed down enough that they do think that 777 will be able to. But if you go in sideways there, that's a tough one to pull yourself out of, I think.
Here come the double yellows.
Tow rope and less than a lap under code 35 would be nice, but
all right.
See.
So obvious beneficiaries here.
Here.
I think Choice does.
I think everybody does.
I'm trying to decide if I think this is the end. For the 696, I think it's going to be marginal again. It's almost the exact same timing as we had yesterday.
I think that's why you do it.
Choice has gone past the start. Oh my! Wow, Choice just almost ended their race in the back of the 111. You might be able to jump on board with them, Joseph, if you're quick, but they did not realise the code 35 was coming, and they overtook about 4 cars, but let them back through.
Yeah, well, that's not better.
I mean, they were very obviously, they slowed down in one go and immediately let everyone back through. I don't know how race control will interpret that. They've now backed way off from the cars that they overtook.
I think they're trying to...
So these 4 cars on the screen now, who that Choice overtook and then let back through, and then they left a massive gap. There's the gap. They've obviously tried to apologize.
It's a little bit of the if you're watching football and somebody puts their hands up after they've just held somebody for about 5 yards.
Yep.
Yeah. I will say they were blind because they were right behind the 111.
Yeah.
They're blind to the...
Well, and the corner station prior to start finish is drivers left, but about halfway down the hill from pit in. And you basically have to catch whatever is there by the time you're at the apex of 15. Because if not, your eyes track right and then left to the apex for 16, and you're never going to see double yellows. Ever.
So I was watching them because I was curious about whether they would have been able to dive in the pits, and obviously they caught the code 35 as they were coming out of the last corner. So that's the worst possible timing for them. And we think this should be quite a quick code 35, so they might not be able to take advantage.
Right. Well, it's exactly the same for the 401 last time, where they were basically at pit in when the code 35 came out.
Sure, but then the code 35 was long enough that they got to take advantage anyway.
Well, partially. They got stuck in the pits when the green flag came out, yeah. So that does change the calculus a little bit, right? Like, I think if I were the 511 and I knew I were going to be able to make the whole stop under code 35, I would just do it. Now, because I was only in... 158, 17 laps ago. Now I think I might stretch it.
No, you come in and if you can make it to the end from here, you come in now. Which is what I think the 401 should do. I don't know if they have.
No, they've stayed out.
Okay, I'm not sure.
JTR's been in though, I think.
Yeah, it looks like they are. So I think that's the right choice. That might be a bit of a game changer if they can get in and out. They won't be able to make it from here though. They tend to run about just over an hour.
Yesterday, that number was 68 minutes, was what you had calculated.
Oh yeah, good memory.
But let's remember that we're going to go back green with something like 68 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, but they'll have run around under 35 and burned some fuel, so we'll need that.
Some, yes.
Yeah, Brendan, we're going to need...
I think they're actually just in now.
Yeah, they are just in now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brendan, we're going to need confirmation on checkered flag time whenever that can be made available.
I will get you the answer there.
That number I worked out yesterday, remember, was based on them not getting their tank filled. So if they fix that, they'll be able to go longer.
Is that true?
Yeah, because I based it on the stint where they ran out of fuel.
Oh, right. Fair enough.
Which apparently happened because they hadn't got their tank full. And
Yeah, they said they were about 3 laps shy, which is about correct based on what I was expecting of them.
in which case, I think if they pit now and they fix that issue, which is a question mark, they'll be able to make it from here. Choice and round 3 are both.
I think that might be the 696.
It is. Yeah, it absolutely is.
I love how intense they are.
Last ad break?
Let's keep... yeah, let's do that. I'll keep an eye out for the 511 in the meantime. And if you're ready, Joseph, we will go, as you say, pay the bills. And
just before we do that, I think the 511 might have just come across the line.
Oh, actually, we're about to go back to green. We are going back to green. So we can do the ads if you want, Joseph, or we can wait till inside the last hour.
Let's do them now.
Okay, all right. We're going to pay a quick round of bills here, and we'll be back from Barber Motorsports Park with hopefully a couple of answers and the final hour of racing for the weekend.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all. Well, let's shift gears a minute. We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Haggerty. Let's drive together.
Back at Barber Motorsports Park for the last hour and some change from the World Racing League's final race of the weekend, Sunday 7-hour. And things winding down, both in terms of the decisions being made down in the pit lane and the racing out on track as well. This is Driver's Eye Live. Brendan Kazmarek, Joseph Mudrak, JT Tammy, Ryan West, Scott Michaels, all with you as we have been throughout the weekend. 16 hours of total track time. We were just discussing off-air, gentlemen, the 696 we think is in the strongest seat for the overall battle. That's JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW M4 up against 2 other M4s, the 511 and the 401, who, despite being out in front, still owe us a pit stop before the end.
This is the proverbial catbird seat, we think.
Yeah, also worth mentioning, TLM Monoflow and Kingpin Racing, we really haven't mentioned much, have sort of benefited from some of the little errors that teams have made around them and find themselves both inside the top 5. I don't think we mentioned TLM Monoflow really at all this weekend. And the Kingpin car's been pacey, but not just hasn't featured consistently.
Yeah, that was the that's a new entry for this year, right? I think it was the 777 at NOLA.
Who's that? The TLM car?
TLM Monoflow, I thought was the 777.
I don't remember actually.
And is now running as the 79. But that'll be the Pippa Man entry, obviously.
Yes, it is. So shouts to them. Thunder Bunny, the 111 has cost itself a little bit of time with a pass under yellow penalty from earlier, and now has actually just been into the pit lane. The 421, which is the new Porsche Cayman for Thunder Bunny, finds itself in P6. That they are 3 and 4 laps off the lead, respectively, the 421 and the 111.
Quick administrative note. I don't know if we caught it. JT might have said it, actually. The 151 was called for a pit lane infraction, driving middle of the pit lane. That was a 1-lap penalty, so that's knocked them down to 10th and falling in GP1 after what was a really strong beginning of the race.
I saw that happen. They were on their way into the paddock, so that may be of no consequence because I'm not sure we're going to see them again.
Yeah, both them and 46 had received 1 lap penalties, but then Team LMR came back in very slow. They were having a pit stop again for some reason, and yeah, it sounds like they went behind the wall.
Got a note into our Driver's Eye Live text message number 21 for North Loop Racing is they just topped off. They felt like they were all right on fuel, but now they are 100% secure. They'll be good to go to the end. They've come out in 3rd in GP2 behind Harrison and Chattanooga.
Can I ask a question here?
You can do anything you like.
Where
you can do another.
Has JTR picked up... Oh, sorry. No, still doesn't make any sense. Where have they picked up half a minute?
Code 35?
Has timing cycled through since Code 35? I guess is my other question.
Thought, but maybe I'll wait another lap here and see what the story is. I thought it said a minute 12.
Now, have they picked it up on the cars in front of them or behind them?
No, so what I think it is it's a minute 12 plus the 6 or so seconds up to round 3 racing, or from round 3 racing to the 511. So that's a minute 16, which means in effect they've only actually gained 20 seconds, which I think I still get. However, they pitted where the 511 did not. So
I think they gained that before the last. They were just that.
Oh, right, because the 511 came in under the last Code 35, whereas 696 did not. No. So basically, they've just traded single stops for each other. But the 511 is going to always stop before the end, I think.
JTR's previous pit stop was on the same lap as 511's last pit stop. Both on 157.
No. But what I'm saying is right. Okay, so they pitted evenly. So JTR's made an extra pit stop, and it has actually still picked up time on the 511 since they unlapped themselves.
I think they were that much faster before the last drive that they were gaining time, and then they basically didn't really lose anything pitting, which seems really efficient. But
no, they definitely lost a little bit. They were stationary for some time. They put a couple of cans of fuel in the car, but if they were that much quicker than the 511 out on track, then I guess that makes some sense.
Yeah, they were doing 35s and 36s while the 511 was doing 37s and 38s.
Yeah, that'll do it, I guess. 40.2 that time for choice.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. That doesn't cover everything that they appear to have gained.
Yeah. Well, also remember that the 511 backed right out of it after they had to jump on the brakes approaching a Code 35. So I'm sure they gave up some distance there as well. It's just the numbers, for the way the numbers presented themselves on Race Hero and how I would have tracked that in my head.
I think you're right about that. They lost, the 511 I think lost a lot of time under yellow because they've lost about 15 seconds to round 3. You're right up there, right under their rear wing now.
Well, and now they've lost 4 seconds just that last lap. The difference is second and a half.
Yeah, and the JTR, meanwhile, since the green flag, has been going really quick. So, yeah, I guess all that adds together. JTR are absolutely maximising everything right now, I think.
Yeah, they've actually done a really nice job here. And they haven't played it in a way that makes it feel like they have to get everything all at once. It's been a very steady, we'll just keep the pace up. We'll do our 35s and our 36s where we can. And, they've, I think, made the right strategy calls. It certainly seems that way on paper. Now, some of this will depend on whether or not the 511 is actually going to need an extra stop. My guess is they will.
Yeah, they absolutely. If it doesn't, I'll rephrase that. If we don't find another Code 35 by the end, they'll need to make a green flag pit stop, which will lose them effectively a full lap.
Oh, if they have to make a green flag pit stop, I think it's curtains for them. Probably also for the 401, although they pitted slightly more recently than the choice car. So I still think I would have pitted if I were both of them, but that's neither here nor there. We already kind of flushed that through.
Yeah, I'm having trouble finding the wisdom in not pitting there.
Yeah, I mean, we were here yesterday too.
For people who tend to bloviate as much as we do, we don't tend to be that far off the mark.
No.
Usually the amount of talking is inverse to the amount of correctness. .696 and a load of traffic here in turn 5.
Yeah, just done a 36 on the last time. Round 3's also done a 36 choice, having dropped into the 37s briefly. Now just backs it up with a 138.2. Really, nobody else in GTO at the moment is able to hang with any of these 3 cars. Remember, this could have been a 4-way fight with the number 404 from Chill Out Systems, but that was the cost of one of our Code 35s.
Extend that back to the number 29.
Yeah, no, that's very true. Very true. One by one, we've just sort of lost cars off the top.
But that is old-fashioned endurance racing in a way.
Oh, for sure. Not even in a way. It just that is the way it used to be, right?
Yeah. Now, curiously, and I don't have a good explanation for it, I've run some projections for the end of this race.
Okay.
Not that part. I have an explanation for that. But for reasons that I have not quite nailed down, I've got it as a race mostly between the 511 and the 401. And the 696 not really being able to feature in it.
Does it assume that the 696 can make it to the end?
I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I would believe that if they still had to pit. But I'm not convinced that they do.
I've got them in 28 laps from here.
That can't be right.
Okay, why not?
No, well, when were they last in? 6 laps ago? I mean, there's no way that car can only do 34 laps. If the number yesterday was 68 minutes. That is where that's where I think this is coming from. Is it's assuming that because we've had such limited long distance green flag running, cumulatively it's been fine, but we haven't really had the long stints like we had at any point yesterday. It's just not got the data to support, okay, we made it to 68 minutes ago, we're good, or whatever that number actually happens to be. Slow number 21 in GP2. That is the North Loop Motorsport BMW, 3rd in class at the moment, was meant to be good on fuel. A little bit of smoke out of center rear.
Yeah, you could hear that. It just lost power. It's like it lost compression just in the middle of coming out of turn 3.
This is going to be a Code 35. He is coasting down the hill out of turn 6 and will grind to a halt as the track flattens out.
This is a driveline issue. This isn't an engine. It's broken something.
CJ Hereda on board the car. We had just found out that they were good on fuel. Also, really heads up from the 696. On the way out of turn 6, they had a really good run on the number 26 from Edge Autosports, and even if they hadn't picked up a yellow flag at turn 5, or I'm sorry, at turn 6, they backed right out of it, tucked in behind the 26, got past the incident, and then gunned it and made the and completed the pass. The really heads-up work by the 696, even if they weren't under a yellow, to not leave that to chance or interpretation.
Yeah. So
goes from bad to worse this weekend for the 21, that's for sure.
Yeah, that'll be out of 3rd in GP2, so podium position. And, admittedly, not very highly subscribed class, but still, top 50% of your of your class is a pretty good run.
Yeah, and that'll come to the benefit of the number 196 from Overnight Motorsports. It's 3 laps to make up, but that should happen fairly quickly, I would think. And assuming that is also curtains for the 21, based on the way it sounds from the onboard, I would believe that. So
they might be able to salvage fourth.
Code 35. So let's look for the 401 and let's look for the 511 here.
Yeah, the amount of times the 401 in particular has been bailed out today.
I think this is choice in.
Well-timed Code 35s. Yeah, this is choice on pit entry, isn't it?
Yes.
Which means the 401 is going around.
Yep, there it is. They were absolutely side by side, one in the pit lane, one on track.
Can somebody please explain to me why you wouldn't pit here?
I think the 401 thinks they can make it.
Okay. When did they last pit?
Lap 167, we're 17 laps on from that.
More to the point, Joseph, when do you predict they will have to pit next?
Well, I have 29 laps from now.
Well, okay, so let's expand that out a little bit. Right, so 17 and 29, well, it's 46. I guess that's close.
Yeah, see, why not come in and just take, just a few gallons?
As a security.
Well, and we just finished that discussion about how it could actually be a net change.
29 laps is absolutely less than 54 minutes, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's like 47.
Yeah, they're quite a long way off.
Yeah, but how long is it gonna take to move this 21? So that's gonna take minutes off the clock.
But at this point, it doesn't
I think it's
matter.
Silly. I think it's silly to chance it, but I think that might be what's going on.
Choice is already moving. They're already headed down towards pit out.
It's quite a lot of information from the driver there during the pit stop.
In real time, this is going to cost them maybe 25 or 30 seconds. Because the 401 is just coming up to turn 6 now.
Yeah, sounds about right. Which is actually quite a lot. I didn't think they'd need that much fuel. But if they need that much fuel, then 401 needs that much fuel.
No, right. Well, slightly less. 401 was in later than 511.
True. Well, that's jumped them ahead of JTR, who were going to overtake them if they had to pit under green. So that's, or at least...
Well, for the time being, yes, but that 696 definitely has more ultimate pace than the 511. Sorry, just pausing. They are sending the flatbed out for the number 21, which surprises me a little bit.
Unless what it's broken is also leaking fluid.
That is possible, although there's no trail behind it, but I'm sure they have a very good reason for doing it this way. So this will add a few minutes. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to get the 4...
The motor's actually still running on this car, I think. Might just be to keep the AC going, if I'm honest. It sounds like he's asking if he can stay in, so I guess they're hoping that they'll be able to, without knowing what's wrong with the car, maybe they're hoping they'll be able to just drop it off in the paddock and salvage a decent result.
Yeah, so 106.7 was the difference between round 3 and choice at the line. That we've been using a factor of 50% as a rough approximate. Oh, 696 is back in. I wonder if this is their security stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably... I mean, I don't think they did need anything, but...
well, it was going to be close, right? We knew it was going to be close.
Very, very, so this will be security.
Especially if they accidentally ran it out of fuel yesterday. Okay, so all 3 leaders have been in under this code 35 for what will be the final time. So everything from here to the end will just be played out on track.
Yeah, it is. It is strictly a pace race now, at least in the GTO field. And I would have to imagine if the production cars can go a little longer on fuel, I have to imagine the same is true of everybody there too. 511 was given. This is how clean of a weekend they've had, other than the mechanical they had yesterday. 511 cited for driving middle lane. Warning. If they had had another mistake this race, and I think that might also be a carryover from yesterday. So if they'd had another mistake this weekend, they might be down a lap from where they are now. JT or Ryan, are you seeing anything in the general production classes that we should be keeping an eye on?
I was trying to keep an eye on the gap in GP2 between the North Loop and the 31 team operation.
That has fallen away.
Yeah, I'm not sure North Loop's going to be able to hold on to 4th. We'll see. JNR has been in the pits for quite a while again.
When will Overnight overtake the 21?
1 lap.
Okay, so that will definitely happen before they get the car back.
Yeah. AOA, meanwhile, pits again. They were not due, but it's most likely just a safety stop, I hope.
Yeah, maybe checking, make sure top off oil, things like that.
Yeah, Overnight is still staying out, though. It's kind of key because they pit a few laps before AOA. So I'm thinking they think they're good to go. So hopefully that's the case. Otherwise, because they've had a bit of a rough day, but the sister car's up to 3rd in class now. A couple laps, or 1 lap over the NRG FRS.
Yeah, attrition's been a big factor over in the other production class, GP1. We're looking at NRG and NFC. Yeah, confirmation from North Loop. They lost something in their drive line, possibly drive shaft, possibly axle. So, back to the shop, they say, in Minnesota for beer and tacos and lots of shop time. So.
That's where I get my tacos.
I heard the best tacos are in the Northeast.
Yeah.
So let's reset here. We are 48, just under 48 minutes remaining. We've had a start-stop race. We knew it was going to be that way, both based on locally mandated scheduling and what we got from Code 35s. But for where we've arrived, we have basically erased all of the strategy decisions, had all of the leaders within their fuel window in the last Code 35, and it is now just going to play out on track. Now, those strategy decisions haven't been for naught, right? I mean, the on-track positions are what they are, and the gaps are what they are as a result. So these are the margins that they've earned. But now, like you mentioned, Joseph, it's a pace race. It is just how fast can you go, how well can you defend, how well can you set up a pass, and may the best crew win. So that's basically the way this is going to play out over the next 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, place your bets, I guess.
I mean, I'd be curious as to what your projections are going to throw out now that we assume everybody can make it to the end.
Yeah,
because that would just be based on lap time and variation, I assume.
Yeah, I agree, and I am not 100% sure what it's going to throw out, if I'm honest. At any time, let alone now.
Yeah, for sure. So lead margin is, well, it's not quite 11 seconds. Oh, no, that would have been at pace, right? So 11.2 seconds is the margin from 401 round 3 racing first to choice racing, the number 511 in second. We await the arrival of the number 696. Well, I think that car's actually come by. It has. It just shows it in the pit because of that weird thing where it won't show it in the pit until the lap after. So that's odd, but the margin is 48 seconds from the lead back to third.
That's from second to third, I think.
Which is exactly... yes, you're right, sorry. So it's a minute. So they've got to pick up a minute in the next 45 minutes. Choice 35-1.
Yeah, that's well behind the wheel there.
I was going to say, do you think they know what the situation is?
They might be suspicious.
401 trailing a little bit of fuel at the overflow. We've seen that a couple times today. Not a surprise, not really a concern. If they haven't done anything about it now, I can't imagine they'd bother at this stage.
Yeah, though I wouldn't be surprised to hear a couple chirps in over the race control walkie-talkies.
Oh yeah, if you're JTR,
yeah,
you make a comment. Yeah, I think Will's pushing here.
You can hear it. I mean, you can hear the tires go. I know they're DOT tires, but you can hear that it's another one of those cars where once they're on the limit all the way through that turn too.
Yeah. 37.9, so that's actually done Choice some good there. And as it turns out, the JTR car was actually the slowest of the 3 leaders.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that was part of what was feeding the projections, right? We knew that they had a ton of pace, but they haven't been, far and away the favorites like they were for the early part of Saturday's race.
That is true.
This will be a perfectly timed fastest lap of the race from them.
Yes, it would.
Look at how much Kirby's using on the exit of turn 10.
A 1 lap sample size is not it's not super relevant in W traffic can be for either end. So let's see how this trends. 35.1 from Choice Racing, so they're consistently much quicker than round 3.
Right, but we know that 696 is capable of high 34s, low 35s when it's in clear air. So really very little to choose actually between the 511 and the 696.
So I might be showing my projections proverbial backside here. Does 213 sound like a reasonable upward limit for laps, a target lap limit?
That's, 13 and 24 laps from here to the end? It might be a little short, but code 35s are thrown in there, so yeah.
Okay.
Definitely short, because that would require more than 2 minutes a lap.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you're right, sorry.
Yeah, okay. So, I've got... For me, things have kind of shifted in favor of the 401 here.
Interesting. So Ryan's computer first, then Joseph.
Yeah.
Who's next?
I'm back.
You.
I'm not streaming yet.
Oh, no. All right.
Came back up quicker than I expected, to be honest.
What?
Came back up quicker than I expected, to be honest.
Yeah, let me know when you're... I assume we're muted for the time being.
No, actually, we're streaming.
Oh. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, we've made it back, everyone.
We're back.
Joseph's working on getting the trackside and onboard cameras back up.
Oh yeah, I gotta get all the onboards back. Whoopsie dipsy.
Yeah.
I'll start with
So
Choice.
there we go. Feels like a reasonable decision. So you haven't missed anything. Just a couple of quick laps. 134.9 from JTR Motorsports Engineering, the BMW M4. They've not consistently doing laps in that range, but they've clawed in a couple of seconds anyway on the round 3 car. It's down to 57. So still a long road to go there, and especially now that everybody kind of knows what they have. It's going to get progressively more difficult the closer we get. Bearing in mind that now we are down to 39 minutes to go before the checkered flag. Let me just get a new link for our broadcasters.
Please.
I'll have that.
Lovely.
Yep, problem solved. Leave Facebook's back up, so we're all good.
Yeah, we should have just shouldn't have even split the setup. Should have just waited for my computer to crash.
CPU again?
It just blue screened. I have no idea what happened yet. We'll be hunting through the event log shortly after this race is complete.
Can we live stream Joseph figuring out what happened to his computer?
Streaming live on twitch.tv. Watch an idiot try to figure out his computer.
The checkered flag marks the end of the race, but only the start of Joseph's problems.
That joke has layers.
Yeah.
Content.
Discontent. I'm gonna go on a limb and say that nothing crazy has happened in the minute and a half that it took me to get back up.
No, Choice has done a 37.2 that time around, so they've given a little bit of time back to the JTR car, but this has been the way for at least the last 3 hours, where you see one quick lap from any of the contenders, right? Any of the three in this case, but that's offset 2 or 3 laps later by them getting caught up in traffic and giving those 2 or 3 seconds back. And the net is that nobody really gains or loses a ton of time. And it is particularly interesting because it is so rare on track in the World Racing League that these races play out as a matter of essentially tenths of a second, right? That's really the only progress that's been made over the last hour plus. I mean, Choice Racing is 6 seconds closer than they were maybe an hour and a half ago, and that is tenths of a second per lap on average. I mean, that is so rare in any endurance racing, even in modern endurance racing. Like sometimes, but very rarely at the end of races of this length and distance do you see something like that be the case. And it is a big recalibration from what we're used to, never mind from what you might expect in another, at another level of endurance racing. So it doesn't mean nothing's happening here. It's just taking a lot longer for us to get there. The stakes are still just as high, and we're really just reliant on, these cars to keep consistently doing what they're doing.
Yeah. 3 cars all in the 135s that last lap.
That is actually really remarkable. And some of that, I think, is going to be due to the track thinning out.
Potentially. Much quicker lap than, well, I say much. Half a second quicker for Choice Racing that lap, so the gap's down to 5.7 seconds. But again, both top 2 in the 35s.
Above the top 3. I mean, the JTR car is a bit further behind.
Hasn't come across the line this time yet, so that's why I won't count.
I will say, and I don't think this is necessarily an advantage, but we did talk to, a handful of drivers from the JTR camp earlier this morning. All of them are involved in the MX-5 Cup. 3 of them are involved in the MX-5 Cup, where this is the name of the game, right? You have 45 minutes, push as hard as you can. Now, you're not going to be shoving cars off the road here.
I was going to say, there's actually fewer cars to hit here now.
No, well, there are, and that element goes out the window, but in terms of, hey, wring the neck out of this, the tires have to make it another 45 minutes, go as quickly as you can, be smart, but put your head down. I mean, that is where that skill set can come into play. It so happens that the round 3 and the Choice Racing cars also have that in reserve, and we would assume also have the same level of consistency based on what we've seen over the last couple of hours. So I don't know that it's necessarily a massive advantage for the 696, but we do know what they're working with, which is a skill set that matches exactly what they're going to be expected to do. Joseph, I assume you have to wait for the timing tower to come back.
Yeah, I've got to wait for a few things.
Okay. No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page here. Also, if you need to know, the countdown timer at the top of the scoring tower is at 34 minutes now.
Okay, so top of the hour.
Yeah, okay.
2 more 1 minute 35s from our top 2 cars. JTR actually weren't quite as quick that last time.
Yeah.
We're getting to the point where they're just out of time. It's going to take something significant for them to get back.
Well, that's the problem, is they needed to be gaining time all of this time where things have basically been static.
Yeah.
So now they actually need to be gaining more, and they're just not there.
But Choice Racing were another 4/10 quicker on that lap. 34.6 for JTR, just to go against everything we're saying. But that's still not enough. They need 2 seconds a lap. So they need to be doing 32s at this point. But yeah, 4 tenths quicker last time around for Choice Racing versus round 3, so the gap's down to 5.3 seconds. Should expect them back across the line in 20 seconds or so. I think Choice has had a cleaner run this lap from round 3 based on what I've seen on board.
Word from the North Loop crew that the left axle just cracked.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's no fun. On a separate note, I'll have to join them for tacos when they get back. So.
35.4 for round 3 and 35.1 for Choice Racing, so the gap's down to 5.0. Bear in mind, both of these cars have almost identical fastest laps of the race at 34.8, so they're right there on the pace of the whole day.
All day. Also, I appreciate that anything can happen at any time, but this race is really starting to develop a feel of just bring it home. You know, we've been at this for 15 and a half hours. The field's thinned itself out. Nobody's really pushing terribly hard. And your chances of getting a code 35 at this stage feel like they're getting considerably smaller. So it is a good thing that, round 3 waited a whole lap to pit under the code 35, right? So it is a good thing that things worked out the way they did, because one of those cars, had they not managed to make it in before we went back to green, might have been in a world of hurt here. Let's not forget, too, that with every couple of minutes that take off here, Choice Racing is definitely within striking distance of the 401, but there is still a margin to claw back. And every lap that they don't get those couple of tenths, it's going to get that incrementally harder for them
there's a delta to hit, basically, and if you don't hit it, then it gets worse and worse every passing lap.
It is down to 4.4, so there's that. Let's also keep an eye on car behavior, tire wear, etc., because every lap that all 3 of these cars push, the closer you're going to get to the limit on tires. Now, you may not be near it, but it doesn't mean you're not wearing the tires. Oh, as I say that, Will Choice absolutely backs it into turn 1.
Yeah, I wonder if the boxer in front of him saw that and was like, you could go, actually.
I want no parts of this.
I think we'd all like the extra hour. I think am I right in saying the timing tower is wrong on that? We've only got 30 minutes to go.
Oh, yeah, that's from yesterday. I'll fix that.
I would not like the extra hour.
Do you have a flight to catch?
No, I'm not till tomorrow morning, but I grabbed the cameras basically in the dark yesterday.
Oh, okay.
JTR would definitely like the extra hour if they kept up
this rate, I'm not sure the hour would be enough.
Last lap they were 1.8 seconds quicker than me, but obviously I think we can assume the leader was in traffic.
Yeah, that was the exception rather than the rule there, for sure. Other things to keep an eye on here, TLM Monoflow versus Kingpin, that margin is 24 seconds, so 4th place not yet decided either. A couple of other gaps that are actually just expanding at the moment. The 111 is losing ground to its teammate, the 421. WTW's 983 is losing ground to Hitman. CMZ Motorsports, I told you that car was going to be back in the top 10. Not embroiled in a 31 seconds behind W2W, so that might be on yet as well. That's for 9th overall, 9th in GTO. GP1 looks to be pretty firmly in the hands of Edge Autosport.
No, not yet. Give it a second update. There you go.
There it is. Not at all in the hands of Edge Autosports.
Slowly coming down. There's a bit of fluctuation. It seems the round 3, for the most part, has been trying to run around 41s, where Edge has been around 42s. So it's still, wiggling around.
Yeah, that the round 3 car managed to pepper in a 139 there, so
almost at its best lap.
Yeah, it's Mo Dodka on board that car, based on what Sentinel is telling us.
Yeah, indeed. Gap to P1 for Choice Racing goes up about 2/10 that last lap.
But it's come down from 6 to 4.6.
Yeah.
Well, 3.8. Choice does a 35.5 in response to the 401's 36.3. So that's one of the bigger chunks on a single lap we've seen, and kind of on back-to-back laps as well.
Yeah, there are. I'm looking at the Choice onboard that we've got right now. There are cars in between them. There'll become a point where Choice gets close enough that any gap round 3 makes, Choice will also be able to go through.
Yeah.
And so being in the same traffic at the same time. So that will become less of a variable the closer the cars get. And I think once that happens, Choice just generally seems to be the faster cars, so that will give them more of an advantage.
This has sort of the feel of Daytona last year about it, but instead of closing down a couple of seconds every few laps, it's a couple of tenths a lap. And it's just been such a slow burn to get to this point. It's still no less exciting. We're going to see it battled out on track in the last 25 minutes, but it's just incredible how long it's taken a margin to come down from 12 seconds to, where it's at now, just under 4. Another 3 seconds taken out of, or nearly 3 seconds taken out of the GP1 lead by the 701.
Choice has caught this group of cars in a really bad place, so I think this is going to go out. Well, yeah, I'm way ahead on my stream, but this isn't working out well for them right now.
401 comes by, start finish now. Here comes the 511. It's actually still about 4 cars behind, 3 cars behind now.
Yeah,
he's going to get bumped again at turn 1.
It's lost, fortunately.
5.2. GP2 lead is just under 40 seconds, although that one seems a bit more secure. I'll let JT confirm that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a larger gap for sure.
And not
the times are a bit similar. You could say GP3 is also looking a bit finalized as well. It's about a minute gap.
511 caught up behind the Kingpin number 77 there in one of those awkward scenarios where you're behind a similar class car that is so close on performance that you don't actually have much of an advantage. You've almost kind of got to be let by. And with fair play to Kingpin, they actually did that pretty well. But it's still going to have cost that 511 a little bit of time relative to the 401. I love how much of Joseph's keyboard we can hear.
Clickety clack clack clack.
Yeah.
Look at Joseph go.
Yeah. Look at him frantically restart his production computer.
It's a race against time. A race against time. Can Joseph restart his production computer and get everything set up before the checkered flag?
The ultimate competitor. The clock.
Yeah. It's a time trial. Between me and a bunch of pieces of silicon, yeah.
Quite like Chattanooga's artist's impression of what Barber looks like from their track map.
Yeah. Very flowy.
Yeah.
Does that take notice of where the car has been driving and it's showing offs? Because I've seen that on other cars too that use the Sentinel. No, I'm being serious about that.
No, GPS is super noisy.
GPS is good within like 6 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, when it's doing its job.
Yeah.
This also doesn't, even the line it's consistently been running doesn't look that much like the track.
No, it looks like it's like super skewed. It's a good feature. I mean, it's a good way to.
Yeah, we like to make fun, but it's not. Yeah, I'm being jovial about it.
Yeah.
It feels like we are getting less consistent with our onboard cell reception.
The boat show is taken off.
Oh my god,
the boat show has taken off.
It's so unnecessary.
Almost identical laps from our leaders last time. JTR is closing in rapidly, but not rapidly enough.
Peter dump out.
10th and a half gained there by the 511. So it got to within 4 seconds, underneath 4 seconds, and now that the gap has gone out again, it's got all that work to do, and it doesn't seem like a tenth or a second and some change would be all that much, but as closely matched as these cars have been, that actually is it actually may cost it. That's a couple laps worth potentially. Ooh, spin the 39 right in front of the 511. The number 39 came in, looped it on the throttle coming out of turn 6, right in front of the Choice Racing BMW.
It's that lap of rear wing. And they did have to play that.
Yeah.
There it is,
yep. No contact, therefore, that's...
No, I was watching the speedo on their onboard camera, and they did have to drop... The speedo dropped on the exit of the corner, which is going to cost time all the way down that straight, so that'll be half a second minimum.
Like you mentioned, Scott, the JTR car has been catching rapidly, but that's only meant it's come down from 55 to 50 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, so you were saying that it doesn't seem, a few seconds doesn't seem like much in the context of the race, and it really isn't if round 3 catches the wrong group of cars going side by side at the wrong part of the track. They can lose 3 seconds in one go. So yeah, it's definitely not over, especially as the choice car is faster. So if it manages to just make that jump to get on the back of the round 3 car, it's game on.
Yeah, that time they've lost a second and a half, which is more than they've gained in the last 15 minutes.
Yep. Back on
We are
board.
still right in saying that the 511 is faster.
They just lost a
whole,
second and a half that lap.
Exactly, yeah. And that is at least partially due to what Scott mentioned coming out of the throttle there at the exit of turn 5.
It's really tough with particularly these road tires, particularly well, I guess this is GT4 adjacent equipment at least.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'll say at least with the road tires, it's tough because you want to push harder to get up to the car that's in front of you. You push harder, you're destroying the tires in the process. So, it's really just the Sisyphean. You're pushing a boulder uphill.
Think you were having internet problems there?
Yeah. The interconnection between my neurons. But it's one of those things where you could try to push a little faster, but you might be able to physically do that for a half a lap, but the tires are going to fall away from you when you try to do that. So it's
and then getting them cooled back down again, you're going to give them the time. It's trying to do that as well.
It can be a lot easier to put heat into tires than to take that heat back out when you're still driving at race speeds. You know all about that.
Yeah. 24.4 seconds is your lead margin in GP1. Came down another 1.2. At this rate, that is not enough, but that just assumes that that's an average. So if that margin gets down towards about 15 seconds here anytime soon, I think it's game on. But at the moment, it might just be enough for Edge Autosports.
Can we get a quick gap check on our production classes here? The only close fight I'm seeing is the one that we're tracking right now, but I want to make sure we're not missing anything.
Yeah. So JT, you're probably a little closer than I'm seeing, but even though GP2 and GP3 are on both, top 2 on the lead lap, it doesn't look like those are closing any.
Yeah, the times are very similar in both of those classes, and the gaps are large enough. So, like, GP2's 45, 44 seconds, GP3's a minute 10. Whereas GP1's the only one I'm seeing where round 3 racing seems to be just a little bit quicker each time.
01 in for what looks like an unscheduled stop, but a quick one. Maybe
back
tire
out.
dramas, yeah.
Another couple of tenths given up by the 511 that time.
Yeah, it's at what point now into the last 18 minutes do you say, just let's consolidate second. Let's not do anything to
No,
throw
I
away
wouldn't take
points.
risks, but I would keep the push on when you are in clear track. I mean, we mentioned yesterday how you want to be able to take advantage of any mistakes that the car makes ahead of you, and at the time we were talking about big mistakes, strategy blunders, mechanical issues, whatever that might be. But when you're talking about tenths and seconds, that methodology still applies. It's certainly not like you have to save the tires. You can go for broke on tires, and okay, if they start to fall apart, all you've got to do is, conserve 44 seconds to hang on to second. So you can do that, but I think you keep the pressure on as much as you can. I do fear a little bit that the life is coming out of those tires in that car slightly. Because now the margin's gone out. Oh, car stopped, spun on the inside of turn 2. That's the 336 from Big Mission.
Oh,
I think
for this camera to come
see
back.
that, actually.
So that one's being hunted by the 134 Big Mission. The 134 has been a little bit quicker, and that gap's been starting to come down. That's battle for 7th, I believe, in GP1.
Cars continued for what that's worth. Just looped it, looks like out in the runoff, on the exit of turn 1, and stopped inside the apex curb at turn 2.
It was a 19-second gap this past time through.
Guys, I've got a couple
That would have been
pieces.
before the
Guys,
spin, though.
guys. I've got a couple pieces of general production dramas brewing. If you're into that,
yeah.
I have our leaders in GP1 and GP2 in due before the end of this race.
Is that?
It might be an aggressive call. I just want to bring that to your attention so you can corroborate that for me. I think the 26 might legitimately be due. The 146,
26,
I think.
The longest stop the 26 is done looks like, or longest stint looks like it's 30. Oof. Yeah, I mean that might be close, Joseph.
The 146 I think might be a false alarm, but I want to just
42
keep
laps?
eyes on it.
Yeah, the GP1's gonna be close.
Is that maybe why we're seeing Edge Autosport not have the pace that it seems to have had all weekend?
Possibly, but they also chose not to pit under the last code 35, which would have told me that they were pretty confident they could make it to the end, regardless.
Yeah, so keep an eye on. I think GP2 is basically. I'm looking through the pit stop history for the 146, and either they have no fuel capacity or they've been pitting every code 35, which has been throwing off projections.
Choice has managed to take out a second and a half of the lead, by the way, on the last lap.
5.6 seconds in 15 minutes is pretty critical if we're relying just on lap time. But
sure,
traffic can shake things up, obviously.
It is wild that we're saying that. I genuinely can't believe the gap has stayed this stable for this long. It is really impressive. The 401 is going to catch a little bit of traffic headed down the hill at 7. 511 will do the same eventually. Obviously, this onboard is a little bit behind. So this might be the sort of no net change. Slow-ish number 195, although I think he might have just been getting out of the way of traffic on the way into turn 5.
That's your leader in GP3, so it might have been slowish because it's a GP3, to be fair.
No, it was drivers left and not really accelerating the way it should have been. But now it seems to be back up. I think he was just letting cars by.
Long lap for the number 197. About a minute slower than we would have expected out of that car. They've just pitted, actually. It's just a splash and dash for them.
What car is in? It's the Hammer M4. Through comes your race leader, a 37 flat. 511. 36.2. So another 8 tenths. But obviously he is going to catch the traffic that the 401 just did. and he's going to do it at turn 2, which is less than ideal. Oh, spun hammer. The number 1s just looped it at the in the middle of turn 2 on their outlap.
That's right ahead of the 511. That was the car they were following into turn 2. Oh no, sorry, it's following the 01, the Liquid Molly.
Yeah, no, this was the auto park it car.
Oh, that might have been a coming together. There's a second car that's coming away from that slowly.
Just checking there. I couldn't see a yellow flag from the 511.
It's not moved, by the way. This car it drove sort of counter race to get an angle coming up over the crest at turn 2, and have a better vision on how to get the car turned back around. I think they've done that. Oh, now it's looped it around. Had to kind of swing it out wide and turn off the TC and get the back end kicked around, but it's done that now.
Yeah, I think it's I think what happened was, if there wasn't contact, and it's not like it's not being called contact at the moment, so it sounds like the other car that was involved might have been the 134. So it's possible that the 1 went off and the 134 had to go off.
Code 35.
Whoa!
Wow. Okay.
Well, this is obviously significant.
It does a lot of damage to the 511 and their chance.
It does a lot of damage to anybody chasing a class leader. That goes for the 511. That goes for the 701. That goes for who's chasing in
the
GP2, the 348.
Yeah.
Particularly the 701 because it helps the 26 out on fuel.
Oh, we go immediately back to green.
Still helps.
So the 511s jump that reasonably well. There's a slow Big Mission BMW that is limping its way home.
That'll be the 134.
Yes. So I'm not sure. I actually think the 401s actually probably got this, got the jump pretty well compared to the 511, considering the 511 was caught behind a couple cars at start finish. But visually, the margin doesn't really look any different. So all things considered, that hasn't cost us that much. We were only under double yellow for, I don't know, less than a minute.
Not even. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
like 20 seconds.
What do they do?
Oh.
The Janetta, no, we're just letting somebody through. I thought there might have been a problem.
Closed circuit TV just tracking the slow Big Mission. I think it's the 134, right?
That's correct. They were the other car that was marked as having an incident alongside the auto park it hammer machine, which is into the pits now. Should see that under you. 134 was the other car that was cited as running into grief in that complex. All right, 10 minutes.
So GP2, I think we'd call a done deal at this point.
I would imagine, unless there's a genuine pickup issue for the 146.
Yeah, because it's hard to tell if Big Mission would. Sorry, Chattanooga needs to pit again or not.
They're easy for me. Chattanooga's easy for me. Harrison, I have due in, but again, I think that's based off of bad information.
I see that they pit on 165.
Yes, that's
Chattanooga's not showing any pit since 149. I don't know if that's reliable or not.
Yeah, but they can go forever. Their first stint was 70 laps. It's the magic of these general production fuel tanks. They just go forever.
It's amazing how little has changed in the last 45 minutes. Really, just I think pretty remarkable.
I mean, I've got a full system reboot in, and nothing's changed.
No, that's true. If anything, and you know what, with our luck, if anything major were to have happened, it would have happened while your computer was down.
I know. That is if there's a Murphy's Law for broadcasting, I would have hit it by now.
Yeah. Oh, 35-4 from round 3 that time. And Choice is stuck in behind 3 cars. Chattanooga, the 762, and I think the 79.
Choice just put in their fast lap.
I think they're not pushing.
Well, they're obviously qualifying for the Monday race.
Yeah. Such has been the pace of those 2 cars at the front. The 696, which ought to have been... Oh, man, the 511 is just getting hosed on the way into turn 5. Absolutely hosed in traffic. Has to go inside the 348 and then outside the 79. This is... if the potential was there, that has not done it any favors. But anyway, for as quick as the 696 has been, and ought to have been on outright pace, it still only brought the gap down to 48 seconds.
Oh yeah, what a gaggle.
Yeah, you see it here.
Man.
Goes inside the 762, then splits the 79 and the 348. Uses all the road on the exit.
134 in the
that
pits.
That looks like clear track at least.
44 in the pits. None of those are big hitters at the moment.
So 6 minutes and 48 seconds left. I think that is going to give us 4 laps. I think that's going to give us 4 laps.
That feels right, yeah.
Is Choice come through?
4 to 5, yeah.
What did I have as a
lap?
Yeah,
they lost a full second on that last lap.
I just didn't see them come by.
My most recent lap projection was 217. I don't know if that feels low.
No, I think we're going to come in right at, let's see, 216. 216, I think, is where we're going to get.
Okay.
Oh, no. You know what? I think you're right. I think it'll be 17 because we'll cross the line with 8 to 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, we'll see how.
Well, if they choose to, yeah.
WRL in the past has thrown white flags a lap early. I don't know if that's a track-specific thing where they've been more.
A lot of times it's coordinated by the track race control staff.
Yeah, like I mentioned yesterday, there are some tracks where they actually want you to be off the track by the top of the hour rather than have your competition finished, and yeah, that causes some confusion sometimes.
Yeah, we're still an hour early from that. If we were until 5 yesterday, I think we're inside sort of an hour from that.
Fast lap of the race. Personal
701.
best anyway for the 701 that we're on board with here by about a tenth of a second to a 139.5. So if they believe, hey, the 21 is back out on track. What? I have the 21 as having come back. Maybe they were being carted around and tripped timing by accident.
I was going to say, I'm looking to my left to see if they come up over the hill at turn 2, and they have not.
Yeah, I'm like, I thought you said there was a cracked axle. How did you do that?
Got tape.
Yeah. 100-mile-per-hour tape. I don't know if it really works at...
We have Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
511's caught in traffic again. I think this is basically this battle done. It is astounding to me how little time the 401 has lost in traffic for the last hour.
Well,
a lot of things are astounding, but that in particular is they've lost virtually no time in traffic.
Yeah, some of that you can plan for, not all of it. Sometimes you just get caught in a bad place. There are ways to mitigate that, right? If you know you're not going to be able to clear somebody by a corner, back it up a little bit so you've got a better run out.
No, but I think that point suggests that the driver of the 401 has just played this last stint exceptionally well. Right, consistently good decisions in traffic, backing up corners, making sure that your apex and exit speed are as high as they can be, right? And just maximizing every single second
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's a portion of it that is driver ability and ability to navigate traffic, and there is some of it that is just plain dumb luck, really.
It is, but you would expect some of that to equalize over an hour plus, and it just hasn't. I mean, it's been, I guess in a way it has, but you would expect to see big fluctuations in the gap, and it just hasn't been the case.
Brendan, if this result stands as it finishes, is this going to be round 3's first overall win?
Ooh, I don't think so. I actually don't know the answer to that.
I think it might be.
Yeah, they've had class wins for sure, but the overall, I would tend to agree.
Interesting. Potentially big win for Haggerty Motorsports as well, which adorns the side of the number 401.
Yeah, absolutely.
It does not.
They saw, they conquered it.
But yeah, first title sponsor of the World Racing League, first weekend on board the series, and sure enough, again, as long as nobody does anything silly here,
right?
I'd be interested to know who's finishing out the 401.
Yeah, I don't remember. It's a shame that onboard didn't survive the break.
Yeah. Last I knew, it was Sarah Montgomery getting on.
Will? Wasn't it Will?
No, that's on the 511.
We're talking about the round 3.
Did Brian? No, Brian was in the other car. He was in the...
Yeah. Brian went out with James yesterday.
Yep, okay. So, Buzz or Brad then? Brad was in this morning, right?
I don't know. My point is, I don't know who else is signed up against that car. You don't have to register specific drivers to specific cars.
Gotcha.
Which gives you a little bit of flexibility if you have a car drop out on a Saturday or something.
For sure. Car in the gravel at turn 7. It's the Big Mission 336, I believe.
They're having a rough half hour here to close this race out.
It's very much on the edge of the gravel track, but both rear tires are in the sand. I'm not sure that car's going to be able to continue.
Well, we're only going to have a lap left here, so
exactly.
I would say just let it sit, have that standing yellow at 7, and let's run this one out.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's what I would like to see. There's no reason to go send emergency vehicles out to recover it. That's for sure.
Edge Auto Sports is crossing up wheels and extending their fuel. It looks like they're going to make it here.
Yeah, 20.3 seconds. So, how many classes are we going to have finish inside of a minute? Or right around a minute? 3 out of 4?
All
4
of
out of 4. Yep. Yeah, looks like the white flag is out, by the way. Leader has taken. So it actually looks like we get it a little early. I think maybe a lap earlier than I would have expected.
No, we've got it exactly right. Look at the timer.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Yep, I was a couple of seconds ahead in my sort of mental projections. I was averaging a minute 40. So 7.3 seconds is your margin from first to second. Number 401 from Round 3 Racing leads the number 511 from Choice Racing, who absolutely is keeping the pressure on at the moment, despite having lost a couple of tenths over the last 15 or 20 minutes out on track. JTR Motorsports Engineering sits in third. They'll come by to take the white flag here momentarily to complete their 216th lap. And this has been, in its own way, exhausting. Not so much for us, but certainly for the 401 and for the 511 and the 696 for that matter. Those drivers and those crews waiting for something to happen, for their drivers to take a big chunk of time out, for somebody to make a little mistake, to catch traffic right, and it just hasn't happened. Every car, all 3 of our top 3 have been absolutely rock solid consistent for well over the last hour. It has been, in terms of on-track display of pace and consistency, one of the finest I think I've seen out of a WRL event from my memory. And with the race on the line, super impressive. The 401 Round 3 Racing BMW M4 leaves the final corner and meets its crew at start-finish to claim the Sunday race, the 7-hour, at Barber Motorsports Park with just over 7 seconds in hand from the Choice Racing number 511. Will Choice brings that car home in second. GP1 is actually a done deal now. The round 3 car has come by start finish. The 26, oh sorry, that was a 705. 26 comes by start finish. They take the checkered flag first. The 701 will do so here in about 15 seconds time and put itself into second, the team car in third. So out of the 3 round 3 cars that started today, 3 of them are going to have podium finishes in their respective classes, which is also really genuinely impressive. There's a 701. 23 seconds is your margin in GP1. GP2, I believe the 146 has crossed the line and taken the checkered flag. The margin shows as a lap, although we await the arrival of the number 348 from Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft. There it is, the mellow yellow adorned car. The gap is 1 minute and 13 after that car backed out of it. GP3, the 195 Overnight Motorsports. Porsche is your class winner in GP3. And the number 15 AOA Motorsports Mazda MX-5. Wait, they may have come across the line behind the overall race leader. And they will take home second in class. The 197 from Overnight Motorsports makes it 2 overnight cars on the podium. And rounds out the podium finishers across all 4 of our classes.
There was a really close finish at the back end of the top 10. CMZ Motorsport almost caught and passed Will to Win Racing.
We knew that was going to be close, and I had lost track of that.
Yeah, 3/10 seconds in the end.
Yeah, picked up 2.5 seconds on the last lap alone.
Meow.
Off the rev limiter. I like that. The 336 has received the tow truck down in the gravel trap at turn 8.
Yeah,
turn 8.
And good work with to both race control and the track for letting that race play out and not having us finish under that code 35, which would have neutralized those races toward the end of the field.
It would have been a bummer if that's the way things had gone.
Yeah.
But all was correct there. The 401 has actually just pulled up just past start finish in front of me here. Handshakes and fist bumps all around down there. Who is that? Is that Dennis Neal, I think, has shown up to wish the drivers well. Brad McCall is down there with fire suit tied around his waist. I think... Is that Cole Lofsgaard who's gotten out of the car? Yep, Sarah's down there.
We'll double check this, but like I said, I don't recall, because remember that the 3 was there was a note from Cooper or maybe from the 3 that they were Cooper's first overall win, and I don't think Rover's ever not had Cooper's on.
Yeah.
I think this is their first overall.
Right. Yeah.
So after an arduous 16 hours of racing.
That is Cole Lofsgaard. So that was awesome.
That was your race hero winning performance.
Yep. Buzz McCall comes over and gives him a hug, and a very friendly hug between Will Choice and Cole Lofsgaard as well.
They were both driving at 10/10 that entire final stint. I mean, Will was putting in fast laps.
Oh yeah,
off and on. That is as fast as that car was going to go today, and the 401 just had too much for him. That's all there was for it.
Yeah. Yeah, they are preparing the scales down there at start finish to run the top. It's top 4 in class over the weigh scale. So the 79 is down in that lineup as well in GTO. And they just form a single file queue, and they'll get everybody set up for weigh-in and impound. A couple of cars will go to the dyno as well after things are finished down there on the pit lane. Racing's over. We've wrapped up another 16 hours of on-track racing. Yesterday was fun and fascinating. Today was fascinating in a completely different way. I have some thoughts, but I'll save those. Let anybody else who wants to chime in on what the last day has told us.
It's a completely different character to the Saturday race. You'd think, all right, same guys, same track. You know, there's a 2 hours difference in the running time. You shift the Sunday hour over to Saturday. You think, okay, well, you know, maybe that'll shift pit strategy a little bit. It's a completely different character to the race. You had the 511, which we knew was going to be a threat here if they didn't break down, ended up being a threat here. Almost took it away from the 401. 401, a car that, as we mentioned, has never won an overall race. 511, I think that chassis has never won an overall race yet either. But that car, I think, that team has. So it's a lot of surprises across the board. Edge with a great race against one of the round 3 sister cars. Harrison with, I think, their first class win overnight with 2 great days back to back. And it seemed like everyone more or less behaved themselves. We'll see how the community actually feels about it after the race. There's always something, but I came away from this event feeling A, exhausted, but B, pretty impressed with everybody.
Anybody else?
You know, as much as it seems as much as it seems silly on the face of it to do the 1 hour thing, I do think it adds a nice wrinkle to what would have been, you know, otherwise. I don't know about processional, but that 1 hour gap in between and how people chose to work or not work, the strategy around that I thought was interesting. The other thing I thought was neat was that we consistently told over the broadcast that the 401 was playing it all wrong and that they absolutely should have stopped under yellow and that they were complete idiots for not doing that. And then they turned out and won the race. So,
well, yeah, I don't think that's why they won the race. I think that's
I don't think so either, but I think it's interesting.
In spite of, yeah.
Right.
I think they were bailed out by Code 35s that happened at the right time for them. I genuinely think if we'd gone green for the last hour and a half or so, JTR would have won because they were the only ones to pit at a time where it put them as the only car that could make it to the finish without without another pit stop. And if that had continued the whole way through, I think they'd have won. What I found interesting was that was the car that was completely dominant yesterday. Like they got themselves 3 laps in the lead before they had mechanical issues. Today, their only issue was that they lost 2 laps and they made one of them back thanks to the 1 hour break we had. They were in the right place at the right time when that safety car came out, which obviously was easy to plan for, and they were just fast enough to do it. So they were a lap down. They ended up a lap and a bit down because of the way their fuel situation worked out at the break. But they couldn't make that back. They ended up. I think they gave up on the last few laps. They ended up about 50 seconds behind, and the winners in the end. And that was them sort of fighting for 4 hours, just scratching away, trying to get that time back. And they clearly had pace, and they were the fastest car over. But it just was 4 hours wasn't enough. So I found that really interesting. That goes against, obviously, the fact that I think they made the right strategy call that would have been the jump they needed. Didn't get the luck in the last hour. Yeah, I think the 401 and the 511 were bailed out a little bit there. But yeah, it was interesting watching that really, really fast car have to fight back and actually not make it.
JT?
I'll certainly be interested to learn what their penalty was for. I don't think we ever... Well, obviously, we don't have an onboard with them, so we never saw what that was about. So that'll be interesting.
For which car?
The 696. It was side-to-side contact, lapping traffic.
Yeah,
with 2 other cars.
But we never actually got video of that incident, so it deemed avoidable, which is why it was a 2-lap penalty, I think.
Yeah, for me the big thing was all the Code 35s we had. 15 yesterday, 14 today. I personally like them just because they don't really bunch up the field. But you do see the changes in pit strategy. So, you know, we had 4 hours of racing here, and there were potential battles through each of the classes coming into the final hour. So it makes it interesting without making it artificial, and it's been great, and it's a good testament to the competition in the series, how close they can keep these things.
Yeah, we had all 4 classes essentially finish on the same lap. I think one of them got cut short a little bit just by positioning of the overall race leader, but they'll have that. But everything was meant to be within, within that one lap in a race that essentially only saw one safety car and one field reset that everybody knew was coming and had the opportunity to play to their advantage in one way or another. So I think kudos are due to those that did play it properly. Obviously, the last 4 hours of the race played out just like we had yesterday, or set themselves up just like we had yesterday. Code 35s make the right strategy decisions, and that should have been the deciding factor in the race. But for me, the impression I got was that wasn't the case. It fundamentally boiled down to asking people who are still essentially amateur racing drivers to go out and execute for the better part of an hour. As fast as they can, and any little mistake was going to give the car behind you an opportunity to take a big chunk out of whatever the margin was. And to that point, one of my favorite races of all time was the 2011 NASCAR Championship decider at Homestead. It was Tony Stewart and Carl Edwards. At the time I was a Tony Stewart fan, so maybe I remember it more than most. But the two of them left their final stops with something like 70 laps left, and no cautions. The field was all spread out, and they stayed roughly 1.1 seconds apart for 70 laps. And neither of them made a single mistake. The margin didn't go up. It didn't go down. It was 45 minutes of two of the very best at the absolute limit. And it was just totally enthralling to watch, even though nothing changed. And in a way, I think that's what we got here. It was all three of these drivers and teams that were at the front of the field at their very best, none of whom slipped up, none of whom made any contact, none of whom dropped a wheel, and they executed on track as racing drivers, doing wheel-to-wheel racing, multi-class racing for that matter, perfectly. And that is so rare in amateur motorsports. We don't get to see it very often in the WRL just because of how big the gaps are. But what we got today was unique and awesome. And I thoroughly enjoyed watching it. Cole Ofsgaard did a magic job at the end. Will Choice in the 511 did an equally awesome job. And the 696 for all of their troubles this weekend. 2 podium finishes. And, the fastest car on track. Kudos to them as well. So that's all I really have to add is this was, I think, a rarity in WRL. I would love to see more of it, but I am thoroughly impressed and thoroughly enriched by having had the opportunity to see it this weekend. So, with all that being said, we come to the end of another 16-hour racing weekend from Barber Motorsports Park. We will be back on Driver's Eye Live from Mid-Ohio next month. April, I'm going to get the dates wrong here if I'm not careful. It is April 8th through the 10th. We'll be live on Saturday and Sunday from Lexington, Ohio, trackside there as we always are, although we weren't last year. So a return for us for the first time in some time. That'll be a great event and race as well. Join us there for all of both races live on Driver's Eye Live. I'll be there. Joseph Mudrock, Ryan West, JT Tammy, Scott Michaels, who brought you the action this weekend. We'll bring you the action again in a month's time. So thanks everybody for tuning in all weekend long. Thanks for sticking with us and being a part of the World Racing League and for all of your support. We'll see you in April from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for round 3 of the 2022 World Racing League season. Bye for now.